Despite possessing extraordinary spiritual roots, I was regarded as a mere waste by the entire sect. When the sect leader's daughter brandished the marriage certificate, compelling me to become her consort, I silently produced 9,999 divine artifacts to spread across the steps, declaring, "Fairy, behold, these are the treasures I uncovered while sweeping." The following day, the entire sect erupted in chaos. The elder who had scorned me as a fool was now kneeling, reverently licking the cloth I had used to wipe the door. At the tender age of 12, I was beguiled by a Taoist into joining the mysterious sect, who proclaimed I possessed the potential for immortality. However, upon ascending the mountain, I soon realized that the so-called closed-door disciple was merely a menial sweeper. My aptitude for cultivation was abysmal, and my spiritual roots were deemed utterly worthless. The old Taoist had initially believed I possessed some rare spiritual roots, but upon inspection, the sect leader and peak master swiftly sentenced me to a fate worse than death. 3 years elapsed, during which my days were consumed by sweeping and cultivating. I toiled endlessly to barely reach the third level of chi refinement, a truly disheartening endeavor. Then one day, while sweeping, two notification chimes resonated in my mind. Ding! 99.99 full drop rate map system activated. In an instant, I was invigorated at last. My golden finger had arrived. The extent of my frustrations over these past 3 years was a burden only I could comprehend. With the activation of the system, an attribute panel materialized before me. My aptitude was classified as inferior yellow grade, and my spiritual root was a rare mutated type, yet still dormant. The system prompted me to click to alter my aptitude, only to discover that it required 100 gold coins. Unable to contain my exasperation, I muttered, "What a scam!" The system explained that this is a loot rate system, featuring a map with a staggering 9,999 times the usual loot rate. I could venture in to slay monsters and acquire equipment, but I was limited to just one life each day. Gold serves as the special currency within the map, obtainable through defeating monsters. Eager to embark on this adventure, I was disheartened when the system informed me that I must first clean the sect steps and gate for 7 consecutive days. My expression darkened at this daunting task. Typically, I would only clean once a week, but this time, driven by the system's demands, I resolved to give it my all. I unleashed my speed and fervently began to clean. After 2 hours, the steps were significantly cleaner, yet the system still deemed it insufficient. Reluctantly, I resorted to my secret weapon, meticulously scrubbing with a mop. This endeavor attracted the scorn of several disciples. Has this fool lost his mind? It's just the steps, why go to such lengths? I chose to ignore their taunts, having grown accustomed to such remarks over the past 3 years. Without strength to retaliate, I could only endure. At long last, I finished cleaning the steps and turned my attention to the gate. It was then that one Linger appeared, the sect leader's daughter. She possessed a penchant for cleanliness and would scarcely tread on the steps herself. Upon witnessing their pristine condition, her eyes sparkled with delight. She ascended the steps and spotted me diligently polishing the gate. A satisfied expression graced her face. She stood quietly to the side, observing me, her thoughts drifting. A man who values cleanliness is undeniably attractive. I completed my task at the gate, and with the system confirming my success, I left, entirely oblivious to her presence. In the days that followed, I rose early each morning to clean, rendering the steps and the grand entrance gleaming. One Linger grew increasingly pleased with my efforts, while the other disciples continued to deride me as a fool. After 7 days, I finally completed my task, ready to unveil my map of opportunities and embark on my journey of resurgence. One Linger, the daughter of the sect leader of the Misty Sect, was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed an exceptional talent for cultivation, achieving the pinnacle of the golden core at the tender age of 18, that her sole flaw was an acute obsession with cleanliness, so severe that it became unbearable. Her maids changed one after another, yet none could satisfy her standards, causing her father much distress. On that day, as she ascended the impeccably clean steps, a wave of contentment washed over her. After all these years, someone had finally cleaned the steps to such an immaculate state, sparking her curiosity about the genius behind it. As she climbed, she noticed a menial disciple diligently polishing the grand door, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Standing to the side, one Linger mused, A man who loves cleanliness is truly handsome. The more she observed, the more she found him intriguing. His meticulous approach to cleaning the door clearly indicated a genuine fondness for his work. She silently resolved to watch him for a few more days, that why Egu remained utterly oblivious to her presence. Upon finishing his task, the system confirmed his completion. He surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction before departing with his bucket. Wan Linger, watching his retreating figure, felt a subtle smile curve her lips, already formulating a plan in her mind. In the ensuing days, Yigu rose early each morning to clean, rendering the steps and the grand entrance gleaming with brilliance. Wan Linger grew increasingly pleased with his diligence, while the passing disciples continued to deride him as a fool. Yigu, however, feigned ignorance, his mind solely focused on the imminent unlocking of the system map. His heart brimming with anticipation. 7 days elapsed, and at last, Yigu accomplished his task. Wan Linger bestowed upon him the highest praise, yet those who had mocked him remained oblivious to the depth of his dedication. And on the 7th day, as I completed the final touches, the system confirmed the task's completion, and I was overwhelmed with exhilaration. With a heart full of excitement, I clicked to enter the map. In the next moment, my consciousness split in two. One half plunged into a realm of 99.99-fold drop rates, while the other retained control of my physical form, a harmonious coexistence bestowed by the system's generosity. I returned to my dormitory with a bucket in hand, mindful to seek a secure location for my inaugural journey into the map. Settling cross-legged on my bed to meditate, my other half ventured through a brief darkness before emerging into a world strikingly identical to the ethereal Sect outside. The architecture, mountains, and waters mirrored those beyond, yet the periphery beyond the Sect was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. I comprehend that this is merely the size of a novice map confined to the Misty Sect, yet it is quite substantial, for the Misty Sect ranks among the top 10 sects in the vast realm of cultivation in the eastern continent, boasting 18 peaks and a congregation of 80 to 90,000 disciples, covering an expanse of over 1,000 miles, sufficiently vast indeed. I glanced at myself and found little difference between my current self and my external appearance, save for the presence of a menu icon before me. Upon opening it, I discovered sections for inventory, skills, and equipment attributes, all conspicuously empty. This is utterly inhumane. At the very least, grant me a wooden staff. This is the epitome of a hellish beginning. I could not help but express my discontent. Not far off, I caught sight of a mountain peak where a colossal wolf, 100 meters in size, loomed, its strength indiscernible. Unable to restrain myself, I inquired of the system, "Is there no novice gift package?" The system responded coldly, "Regrettably, there is none." Fuming, I nearly leapt in anger. "Are you trifling with me? Do you dare to provoke me, you wretched system?" The system remained unperturbed. "Even if you were to strike me down, it would not change the outcome. Regrettably." In exasperation, I raised my middle finger. "Do you think this will confound me?" I resolved to seek out weaker foes. I recalled that the servant disciples had a place for raising chickens. I wondered if the map would reveal such a location. These past 3 years had not been in vain, for I was quite familiar with many areas of the Misty Sect, albeit limited to those accessible to the servant disciples. Soon enough, I arrived at the chicken-raising area of the servant disciples and, indeed, discovered hundreds of chickens wandering freely in the courtyard. Unlike in reality, where chickens were confined within enclosures, here, in the 99.99 drop rate map, they roamed throughout the entire yard. It seems this is indeed the place for novices. As I prepare to take action, I noticed that each chicken was adorned with a health bar atop its head, reminiscent of a video game, yet remarkably convenient. I swiftly targeted one chicken, grasping its throat with one hand and hoisting a large rooster into the air as I made my escape. Oh, my astonishment! The other chickens paid me no mind, continuing their leisurely strolls. Upon reaching an open area, the rooster in my grasp thrashed violently. I threw a punch at it, only to be taken aback as I knocked off merely 1/5 of its health. After landing 4 more blows, the rooster let out a cry and vanished. Suddenly, with a clatter, a myriad of items appeared on the ground, some emitting a faint glow. Goodness, it truly dropped loot. The 99.99 drop rate is indeed impressive, I exclaimed, excitement surging as I surveyed the treasures scattered before me, which included a dozen low-grade spirit stones and 2 roasted chickens. With a swift motion, I swept them into my backpack. Examining the attributes, I realized that the low-grade spirit stones could be taken to the outside world, while the roasted chickens offered a quicker restoration of both. Spiritual and physical energy, their effects slightly superior to those of the spirit stones that I had struck gold. Grinning, I held 2 low-grade spirit stones in my hands, confirming that they were identical to those distributed by the sect, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy within. As a mere servant disciple, I was allowed only 1 low-grade spirit stone per month, which was hardly sufficient for my daily cultivation needs. Typically, one would refrain from consuming them personally, opting instead to save for purchasing techniques or weaponry. Now, each chicken is worth quite a sum I shall soon be. Prosperous, I exclaimed, laughing heartily as I placed my hands on my hips. Returning to the coop, this time I did not hesitate. I selected a chicken and swiftly crushed it underfoot. The force of my strike was formidable, and with 2 swift steps, the chicken lay lifeless. With a resounding crash, a plethora of items spilled forth, even more than the previous one. In that moment, I felt a surge. My cultivation level at the 3rd stage of chi refinement suddenly advanced. Remarkable! I can actually gain experience. I am destined to soar. My eyes gleamed with fervor as I surveyed the remaining chickens, plunging into a frenzy of slaughter. The sounds of clashing echoed crash, crash, crash. I did not rush to gather the spoils, for they belonged solely to me. After half an hour of annihilating all the chickens, my cultivation ascended from the 3rd to the 4th stage of chi refinement. Meanwhile, in the external world, I sat cross-legged on my bed, my cultivation synchronized to the 4th stage. Half an hour for a minor breakthrough, and this is merely the lowest tier of chickens. Am I dreaming? My voice quivered, barely containing my exhilaration. The system finally spoke. Host has finally grasped the true prowess of this 9,999 drop rate map system. You have only scratched the surface. This system's drop rates are genuine and effective. Even chickens can yield top-tier rewards, unlike those counterfeit systems on the market. I inhaled deeply. I understand now. It is indeed extraordinary. My 3 years of patient waiting have not been in vain. Every moment has been worth it. Quickly regaining my composure, I began to inspect the loot. With a wave of my hand, an array of equipment filled my backpack. A staggering 1,200 low-grade spirit stones lay before me. I licked my lips, for it was the first time I had encountered such wealth after enduring long periods of poverty. My eyes, slightly reddening with excitement, I gazed upon the 2nd compartment, where lay 52 gold coins. So, this is what gold coins are. The attributes reveal their potential to refine qualifications, upgrade skills, and unlock spiritual roots, while other functionalities remain a mystery. There are hidden attributes as well. No need to rush into research. A wave of joy washed over me, for it seemed that my path to resurgence had only just commenced. The 3rd compartment contained 101 roasted chickens, and the sight of them filled my heart with delight. Turning my attention to the 4th compartment, I discovered a low-grade yellow flying sword. With a flash of light, the sword materialized in my grasp. Is this the famed flying sword? At last, I possessed my very own. I reveled in the exhilaration of wielding the sword, an object I had long coveted. In the realm of cultivation, weapons are categorized into celestial, spiritual, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, each further divided into superior, middle, inferior, and exquisite grades. I inquired of the system, is the process of refining artifacts in the map akin to that outside? The system replied, indeed, the learning of skills and refining of artifacts within the map is interconnected with the external world. Satisfied with this response, I nodded in approval. I pricked my finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the flying sword, which promptly absorbed it. A faint connection blossomed within me, linking me to the artifact. The refinement of ordinary artifacts is quite simple, requiring merely a drop of blood. However, should the artifact have already been refined by another, one must first erase the previous owner's imprint with spiritual energy, a process that takes a bit longer. I joyfully brandish my flying sword, nodding in satisfaction. Unfortunately, I lacked the technique for sword control, which could only be acquired through contributions at the Sect or purchased with spirit stones in the trading market of the mysterious cloud Sect. As a mere servant disciple, I earn a meager 10 contribution points annually, accumulating a total of 30 points over 3 years, hardly sufficient to procure anything of value. However, with my newfound wealth of spirit stones, I could finally venture into the trading marketa privilege I had previously been denied due to my impoverished status. I inquired of the system, will the chickens respawn after being defeated? The system replied, all monsters on the map will refresh promptly at midnight the following day. My eyes brightened with realization as I thought. Defeating chickens yields top-tier rewards. As the system asserts, I shall continue this endeavor tomorrow. The mysterious cloud sect is vast, and there must be more than one location for raising chickens that I resolved to explore the entire map in search of additional chicken-raising sites or minor creatures. Regrettably, within the sect, only the chickens were raised by us. All other resources had to be purchased externally. I was in no rush, as this provided me the opportunity to wander around the sect, places I could not access in reality as a servant disciple. At that moment, voices emerged from outside my dormitory. Is Yigu in his quarters? I opened my eyes, recognizing the voice of Wang Gui, the steward responsible for managing the servant disciples. Over the past 3 years, he had exploited me mercilessly, frequently withholding my wages. What could he possibly want? I had no desire to engage with him. Yet after a moment's contemplation, I reluctantly responded, I am here. I rose to open the door, and there stood Wang Gui not far away. I donned a smile and inquired, Elder Wang, what brings you here? Wang Gui chuckled heartily. Naturally, it is good news. I never expected that you, my junior, would be bestowed such fortune. You have caught the eye of the sect leader's daughter, Wan Linger, and she has summoned you to assist her with housekeeping. My expression darkened instantly. How could this possibly be considered good news? Everyone in the sect knew how difficult Wan Linger was to please. In the mere 3 years since my arrival, she had changed her attendance over 30 times, earning a reputation for being the most demanding in the entire sect. With a grimace, I asked, is there no way to decline? Wang Gui immediately shook his head. Of course, there is no way. This is a splendid opportunity. Miss Wan personally requested your presence, praising your ability to keep the entrance spotless. She is extremely satisfied and claims you are exactly the person she seeks. You should go with peace of mind. If you manage to impress Miss Wan, even a mere hint of your potential could provide you with ample cultivation resources for quite some time. Wang Gui earnestly persuaded me, for Wan Linger had rewarded him with a high-grade spirit stonia treasure equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It would take him a decade to earn such wealth. Thus, he was determined to ensure I willingly accepted this task, believing that my diligence might even earn him another high-grade spirit stone as a bonus. Conversely, if I approached the task with reluctance, failing to meet expectations, I could very well face Wan Linger's wrath that I silently cursed. What a ridiculous system, why impose such a foolish task upon me, leading me into this predicament. Wang Gui continued to chatter. Hurry up and tidy things up. Don't keep Miss Wan waiting. This is a golden opportunity, I tell you. Previously, only women attended to her. You are the first man. If she takes a liking to you, it could be a tremendous leap forward. You would be showered with abundant resources for your cultivation. Approach this with joy and earnestness. Channel the diligence you exhibit when polishing the steps and doors, and everything will surely turn out well. Your future is bright. Go forth. Young man, a splendid tomorrow awaits you. I shot him a sidelong glance, tempted to deliver a punch. All right, I understand. I shall go now, so please stop your incessant rambling. With a sigh, I reflected on my unexpected fate of serving as a cleaner for a beautiful woman with a penchant for cleanliness. What a peculiar way to start this journey. Wang Gui chuckled awkwardly, aware that his previous words had been overly grandiose. I quickly gathered my belongings. Wan Linger resided at the peak of the main mountain, and, at my current pace, I would likely arrive after dark. Thus, Wang Gui summoned his sword to escort me. Regardless of who one is, it is mandatory to ascend the steps to enter the sect, a sign of respect for the Piao Miao sect. However, once within the sect, one is free to fly. Otherwise, traversing the vast grounds on foot would be exhausting. Half an hour later, we arrived at the main peak, landing at a remarkably beautiful and tidy pavilion. Wang Gui respectfully called out from outside, Miss Wan, the person has arrived. Wan Linger's voice echoed from within. Come in. You may leave. Yigu can enter alone. As her words faded, the door to the loft opened of its own accord. Wang Gui nodded in acknowledgement and soared away on his sword. I stepped through the threshold, clutching my package, and beheld a figure of exquisite gracia, slender maiden clad in a flowing apricot yellow gown, her back turned toward me. I recognized her immediately as Wan Linger. With utmost respect, I declared, Yigu pays her respects to Miss Wan. The young woman turned, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty that captivated my gaze. Her skin was as flawless as fresh snow, her features painted with artistry, and she looked upon me with a gentle smile. In all my lifetimes, I had never encountered such enchanting beauty, leaving me momentarily spellbound. Though I had glimpsed Wan Linger from a distance on a few occasions while sweeping the steps, I had never seen her face up close. Today, the surprise of her presence ensnared my attention entirely. Yet, Wan Linger showed no signs of annoyance. Such admiration was something she had encountered frequently, especially from someone she held in esteem. I soon regained my composure, realizing my indiscretion, and quickly lowered my head, saying, I apologize, miss, for my lack of decorum. Wan Linger curved her lips into a smile and said, No need to worry, your lack of decorum upon meeting me would be the true insult. She continued, From now on, this entire loft is entrusted to your care. Come, let me familiarize you with it. I possess exceedingly high standards for cleanliness, and over the years, none have ever met my approval except for you. Especially the way you swept the steps and the front door, it brings me immense comfort, which is why I brought you here. Your primary focus will be on my meditation chamber and my boudoir, as these are the places where I spend the most time. They must be immaculate. No stray hairs should remain, as their presence disturbs me. Oh, and please wash my clothes as well. I was taken aback to think that a grown man like myself would be entering her boudoir and washing her garments. How provocative. Cautiously, I inquired, Miss, would it be inappropriate for a man to enter your boudoir and to wash your clothes? If the sect leader were to find out, would he not take my life? Wan Linger let out a delicate laugh. We are cultivators, unfettered by mundane conventions. Moreover, if you do not speak of it, neither shall I who would know. With a playful smile, she continued, Rest assured, I will tell others that my boudoir and clothes are tended to by myself. Over the years, whenever I have been dissatisfied, I have merely attributed it to my own efforts. No one would suspect otherwise. Simply unleash your capabilities to my satisfaction. Should you fail to do so, I shall dismiss you. However, if you meet my expectations, you shall receive a high-grade spirit stone and a vial of chi condensing pill each month. Upon hearing this, my eyes sparkled with excitement. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per month, along with a vial of chi condensation pills, nearly rivaled the treatment afforded to core disciples that I swallowed hard and, unable to contain my enthusiasm, replied, Rest assured, I will handle everything. I excel at maintaining cleanliness and will ensure your quarters are revitalized, bringing you joy each day. A satisfied smile graced Wan Linger's lips as she nodded approvingly. Indeed, I trust you. I have witnessed your meticulous cleaning. Your dedication is truly commendable. I shall be in seclusion for the next few days, so you may begin with the other rooms. Feel free to choose any unoccupied room for your stay. With a straightened back and unwavering confidence, I assured her, Do not worry, Mississippi. I shall undoubtedly meet your expectations. Once Wan Linger departed, I surveyed my surroundings. The attic was quite spacious, spanning around 400 to 500 square meters, and I quickly became acquainted with it. I selected a room situated far from both the meditation chamber and her private quarters for my stay. Subsequently, I crafted a makeshift head and foot covering before cautiously entering Wan Linger's boudoir. This was, after all, my primary objective. If I could impress her with my cleaning, my remuneration would be secure, and I could firmly latch onto her support for my safety. Ever since witnessing the sudden disappearance of that servant disciple, I had come to understand the perils of this world. Each day was a careful balancing act, wary of offending anyone, lest I too vanish in a thin air one day. Now, securing her patronage would ensure my safety within the mysterious sect. For a moment, I found myself entirely oblivious to the matters depicted on the map. It was astonishing that two consciousnesses could coexist within me, each capable of independent thought and action. Even if I chose to disregard my representation on the map, I remained acutely aware of the happenings within it, devoid of any sense of dissonance. This sensation is difficult to articulate. It resembles the act of breathing, which operates automatically until one consciously directs attention to it, transforming it into a deliberate endeavor. In any case, I cannot quite elucidate. It'll allow your imagination to fill the gaps. Taking a deep breath, I must admit I was quite anxious. Throughout my previous and current lifetimes, I had never set foot in a young lattice boudoir. At this moment, a blend of nervousness and excitement surged within me, surpassing even the thrill of exploring a map with a 9,999 drop rate. With a swift push, I opened the door, and an enchanting fragrance wafted into my senses. How exquisite! I had never encountered such a delightful aroma, which seemed to carry the delicate essence of youth. Closing my eyes, I inhaled greedily, savoring the scent. After a prolonged moment, I opened my eyes, marveling. This fragrance is utterly intoxicating, as if it possesses a magical allure that renders one unable to resist. Fortunately, I remained mindful of my mission. I began to scrutinize the room meticulously, seeking the areas that required tidying. My gaze fell upon a bed constructed from an unknown type of wood, exuding a captivating fragrance. Draped above it were rosered curtains, which danced alluringly with the slightest breeze. I gently pushed the curtains aside. At the bedside lay a pillow adorned with lotus embroidery, accompanied by a fresh pink quilt, embroidered with a solitary white flower. Meticulously arranged to one side, that I mused to myself. So this is the bed where one rests, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. I lowered my head furtively, inhaling the scent of the quilt and pillow before quickly raising it again. Taking a deep breath, I reproached myself internally. Yiga, you must hold yourself to a higher standard. This behavior is rather peculiar, don't you think? The trust placed in you by the other party should not lead you to engage in actions that disgust even yourself. With that, I delivered a few firm slaps to my own face, temporarily banishing the unhealthy thoughts from my mind. I resumed my observations. Beside the window stood a vanity adorned with a modest copper mirror, a comb, and various cosmetics, all neatly arranged, a jewelry cabinet perched atop the vanity. In the center of the room was a table and chair crafted from an unknown type of wood, unmistakably of superior quality, with the arrangement of the tea set mirroring that of the cosmetics. From these details, it became evident that Wan Linger not only possessed a penchant for cleanliness, but also exhibited obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Having discerned her habits, I commenced my cleaning efforts with utmost diligence, ensuring that even a single strand of hair on the floor was collected. Before long, I arrived at the screen, behind which sat a bathtub fashioned from a solid piece of exquisite spirit stone. Approaching, I touched it and remarked, "Indeed, she is the daughter of the sect leader. How lavish!" Turning my gaze, I noticed a purple gown draped over the screen, presumably a change of clothing. In the next moment, my gaze was drawn to a crimson belly band adorned with a peony motif, hanging delicately on the screen. Unsavory thoughts invaded my mind once more that I hastily slapped myself a few times, closed my eyes, and silently chanted, "Remain calm. Remain composed. You are a gentleman of integrity. Do not indulge in perverse actions, lest you come to despise yourself." With that, I quickly departed. I dedicated half the day to meticulously cleaning Wan Linger's boudoir, ensuring every nook and cranny sparkled with cleanliness. The windowsills, cabinets, and floors were all inspected to guarantee that not a speck of dust remained, nor a single stray hair. The room underwent no significant alteration. Everything was arranged according to her preferences. The sole change I made was to fold her quilt into neat, tofu-like blocks, believing that Wan Linger would surely appreciate the tidiness. I surveyed the now pristine and orderly chamber. A flicker of pride welled within me. However, it swiftly dawned on me. What is there to feel proud about, having stooped to cleaning a woman's private quarters? As I departed, I discreetly took her purple gown and the red belly band. Unable to resist, I inhaled the scent of the belly band, furtively glancing around before blushing and exiting. My stomach began to rumble, and although I contemplated preparing a meal, I remembered the roast chicken I had yet to taste, which would not only satiate my hunger, but also facilitate my cultivation. Upon returning to my room, I settled on the bed and retrieved a roast chicken, savoring each delectable bite. The moment the chicken graced my palate, I was astonished not due to an excess of spiritual energy, but rather because of its exquisite flavor. I had never encountered such a scrumptious roast chicken. It was a remarkable improvement over what chefs in my past life had crafted. The tender meat melted in my mouth, and I found it impossible to restrain myself, consuming 3 chickens in one sitting before I could bring myself to pause. It was not that I could no longer eat, but rather that my body was filled with an abundance of spiritual energy that required swift refinement otherwise. The energy could disrupt. My meridians. I settled into a meditative posture, focusing my awareness on the other half of my consciousness. Why this time, after a day's journey, I had approached a peak near the main summit on the map. Throughout the day, I encountered numerous formidable creatures whose distant auras intimidated me. Many were above the foundational stage, with the weakest being at the 8th or 9th level of chi refinement. I was unable to defeat a single one. Yet fortune favored the diligent, and I finally discovered a new poultry farm. To my astonishment, this farm boasted over 200 chickens, leisurely wandering about the courtyard. The map did not indicate a nightfall. The entire journey unfolded in daylight. Drawing my treasured sword, I charged in with exhilaration. A mere flock of rustic chickens dares to act unruly before me. Prepare to meet your demise. I shouted, the sword of the universe, the sword of annihilation, the sword of destruction. From a flock of chickens, I discovered a profound confidence, and at that moment, I felt as though I had transformed into a celestial swordsman. The heavens did not give birth to me. The sword path is eternal, like the long night. With my sword drawn, empowered by a low-grade yellow artifact, I struck down a chicken with a single blow. The ground erupted with a cascade of gleaming items. I swung my sword again at a slightly larger white chicken. Only to my surprise, it did not succumb to my strike, but a glance at its health bar revealed it had lost merely 1/10 of its vitality. Unlike the other chickens, this white one did not retaliate. Instead, after enduring my blow, it flapped its wings and charged at me. My eyes narrowed. It appears to be the boss among chickens, possessing the strength of a second-level chi refinement. It surely will drop valuable loot. I bellowed, come forth. Witness this emperor engage in a 300-round duel with you. The chicken emperor, wielding the 9 swords of solitude. I brandished my flying sword, relentlessly cleaving at the chicken boss. Finally, after the 10th strike, the chicken king let out a wretched cry and collapsed. In the next moment, a cacophony erupted as the ground was strewn with gleaming items, one of which emanated a towering beam of light. I could not contain my excitement and exclaimed, by heavens, a beam of light has appeared. I swiftly waved my hand and collected the equipment dropped by the Chicken King. Opening my inventory, I soon discovered the item radiating light. Its presence was unmistakably distinct. I immediately examined its attributes. Heavenly grade mid-tier technique, charm of the divine body. The benefits are for you to experience firsthand. I find myself at a loss for words. The introduction was exceedingly perfunctory. Casual as it may seem, I clicked to learn, and the system promptly informed me that I had successfully acquired the skill. My current charm level stood at 1 out of 10. I took a moment to reflect on myself, only to realize that nothing had changed. Sighing, I thought to myself that I would delve into this matter gradually in the future. Before long, I recalled that there was a plethora of equipment left uncollected, undoubtedly containing numerous treasures. With a mere gesture, the scattered gear vanished in an instant. I hurriedly checked, and to my astonishment, the roasted chicken count had increased by several hundred, and my spirit stones had surged by 2,000, totaling 3,200 stones. I licked my lips in delight, exclaiming, I have struck gold. My gold coins had also swelled to over 160, allowing me the opportunity to refine my attributes. Then, my eyes sparkled with excitement as I discovered 3 books: the low-rank yellow grade sword technique, the low-rank yellow grade fireball technique, and the rare skill dust removal technique. Elated, I realized that the sword technique was precisely what I needed, granting me the ability to soar through the skies. I hastily clicked to learn it, and in an instant the knowledge of the sword technique enveloped me. I drew forth my flying sword and tossed it into the air, watching as it hovered steadily above. It's done, I exclaimed with unrestrained joy, maneuvering the flying sword for a while, before carefully stepping onto it and gradually increasing my speed. Goodness, is this the sensation of flight? It's absolutely marvelous. The world of cultivation is truly wondrous. Guiding my flying sword, I ascended to the heavens, descended to the earth, and weaved through the mountains. I continued this exhilarating play until my spiritual energy was completely depleted, landing after barely 10 minutes of flight. Why cultivation level is still too low? How could I run out of energy so quickly? I must hasten my training. I sighed and clicked to learn the fireball technique. With the fireball, I might as well research how to tackle formidable foes. Subsequently, I turned my gaze to the final manual, the dust removal technique, which could eliminate all dirt from my person, tidy up a room, do laundry, and eradicate anything. One wish to remove. This is indeed a splendid tool. It will save me a great deal of time, allowing me more hours for cultivation. I inquired of the system, what constitutes a rare skill? The system responded, a rare skill does not belong to any category of the elemental arts. It is an innate skill of the 9,999 drop rate system, becoming increasingly potent as one. Progresses that I was a loss for words. A dust removal skill, no matter how impressive, was still merely for cleaning. What else could it possibly do? I clicked to learn it, eager to discover its true capabilities. In the next moment, the method for employing the dust removal technique appeared in my mind. I observed the weeds in the courtyard and nodded. You are the ones. Pointing to the ground, an invisible wave radiated outward, enveloping the entire yard. All the weeds ascended into the sky, not a single root remaining behind. Gathering in the center of the courtyard to form a sphere, I stood in astonishment. Goodness, how remarkable! With a flick of my hand towards the nearby trash bin, the ball of weeds soared directly into it. Mere weeds. With a wave of my hand, Yiga can reduce you to ashes. That I once again focused on a small tree, pointing at it. An invisible wave of energy spread forth, enveloping the entire tree, causing each leaf to fall in unison, gathering together to form a sphere that soared into the distance. Eradicate the tree. As soon as the words left my lips, the tree, no thicker than an arm, was uprooted entirely, not even a single root remaining in the soil. Every part emerged from the earth. The small tree flew towards the direction my mind envisioned, forcefully embedding itself into the doorway of a room. With a resounding crash, it shattered the door to pieces. I clicked my tongue in admiration, exclaiming, impressive indeed. However, before I could revel in my triumph for long, a tiger-shaped spirit beast suddenly leaped from the remnants of a shattered door, exuding the formidable aura of the Foundation establishment stage, and charged towards me. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, its gaping maw was mere inches from my face. In my heart, I screamed, my life is forfeit. In the next moment, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. That my physical body, seated in meditation on the bed, suddenly jolted awake in terror, gasping for breath, my face ashen, beads of sweat cascading down my forehead. After what felt like an eternity, I finally calmed down. That moment had felt akin to confronting true death. The despair and fear were profoundly unsettling. I never anticipated that merely breaking down a door would unleash a formidable boss. It appears I must tread more carefully in the future. That I attempted to open my system's inventory and discovered it was accessible. It seemed that death did not hinder my ability to utilize the package in the outside world. I inquired of the system, when may I re-enter? The system replied in a mechanical tone, all maps will refresh after midnight. You may then proceed. Nodding in understanding, I resumed my meditative practice. With newfound wealth, I could now cultivate using spirit stones, boldly absorbing one stone in each hand. Is this the realm of the affluent? I have already dipped a toe into its waters, I mused contentedly. Earlier, I had vanquished over 200 chickens, accumulating a considerable amount of experience. Coupled with my continuous cultivation using spirit stones, I successfully ascended to the 5th level of chi refinement after a mere half hour. On the following day, after a night of intense training, I opened my eyes to the robust influx of spiritual energy within me, my face illuminating with joy. Those with advantages truly experience a different realm in just over a day. I have advanced 2 minor realms. How exhilarating. I then clicked to enter the game within the system. The screen darkened, and upon opening my eyes, I found myself in the very location I had first arrived, the resurrection point akin to a novice village. Without hesitation, I drew my sword and charged toward the chicken coop. As anticipated, over 100 chickens had respawned within. This time, I scrutinized my surroundings, hoping to find a boss, only to shake my head in disappointment. It seems no boss spawns here. Suddenly, the coop erupted in a cacophony of clucks and crows. Cluck, cluck, crow. Armed with a low-grade yellow sword, I dispatched all the feeble chickens in a mere 10 minutes. Beholding the ground strewn with shimmering lights, an array of items piled together obscured their specific identities, a sight both captivating and alluring. Regrettably, there are no light beams. I wonder if they only appear when defeating a boss. With a flick of my hand, all my equipment was stowed away in my bag. I hurriedly opened my inventory to inspect its contents. Disregarding the roasted chicken and spirit stones, my eyes were instantly drawn to three new items: a book, a vest, and a potion. They comprised a mid-tier yellow-grade cultivation technique, 5 energies facing the sun, a lower-tier yellow-grade robe, and 10 condensing chi pills. I was quite pleased, as these were all essentials for me. Thus far, I had only acquired a mediocre chi refining technique, and the 5 energies facing the sun arrived at the perfect moment. I clicked to learn it, and then retrieved the lower-tier yellow-grade robe from the system bag and donned it. With this robe, my safety is somewhat assured, not bad at all. Subsequently, I sat cross-legged and began to operate the new technique. As I initiated the new practice, I couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. On the other side, I leisurely washed one Linger's clothes by the well. Unbeknownst to me, an ant passed by, carrying food 5 or 6 times its size. I observed for quite some time. The excitement I felt moments ago dissipated into tranquility. If even an ant understands the essence of struggle, what right do I have to feel self-satisfied in my search for a pillar of support, while merely serving as a cleaner for a woman? This thought evoked a poem from my past life, igniting within me an overwhelming surge of ambition. Clutching the red apron, I began to recite. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached one Linger's residence, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, he heard me proclaim, "Life is as insignificant as that of an ant. Yet one must possess the aspirations of a swan. Though life may be fragile as paper, one should harbor an indomitable spirit. The world remains uncertain. We are all dark horses." As soon as these words fell, the middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with recognition. What a marvelous sentiment! Life is indeed as insignificant as that of an ant, yet one must possess the aspirations of a swan. Juan Linger has finally deemed it worthy to befriend a male disciple. Which sect does he belong to possess such grandeur? The man was none other than Juan Linger's father, Juan Hao. He pushed open the door with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Linger, with which male disciple are you conversing?" I was taken aback, lifting my gaze towards the entrance, my heart sinking instantly. All my prior bravado vanished. It was because he recognized the visitor as the leader of the Misty Sect, who had assessed my spiritual roots 3 years prior. In an instant, I broke into a cold sweat, clutching Juan Linger's red apron. Was I about to face calamity? Could I salvage this situation? The system unexpectedly sighed, revealing a profound level of sophistication. The system had yet to upgrade. Should it do so, there might still be hope for you. However, at this moment, the situation was perilous. With a hearty laugh, Juan Hao entered and immediately spotted me sitting by the well in the distance. His gaze fell upon the crimson belly band in my hands, and though he was momentarily puzzled, he soon recognized the purple gown I had just washed and hung up. It belonged to none other than his daughter, Juan Linger. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him, and his expression shifted dramatically. I hastily interjected, attempting to salvage my life. "Master, please listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. I was sent by Miss Juan Linger to clean. As for the belly band in my possession, I assure you, it is mine. I simply enjoy wearing belly bands. Please do not misconstrue the situation." Juan Hao, with a stern countenance, took a few steps closer. Fear gripped me, and I bolted towards the inner room. The only one who could save me now was Juan Linger. As I ran, I called out desperately, "Miss Juan Linger, where are you? Help! Your father is about to commit murder. If you do not come out soon, you will lose the best cleaner." Juan Hao did not pursue me. Instead, he stood in the courtyard, his expression strange and unmoving. I soon reached the secluded chamber, pounding frantically on the door. "Please, sister, if you do not come out, it will be a matter of life and death." At that moment, a delicate hand gently patted my back. Hey, I'm right here. What are you knocking for?" Finally, I had found my lifeline. Without hesitation, I clung to Juan Linger's leg, exclaiming, "Your father is about to kill me. Please save me." Standing in the courtyard, Juan Hao's expression darkened as he confronted the audacity of the little rascal who dared to cling to his daughter's thigh. A surge of indignation welled within him, and he contemplated taking action. However, a sudden realization halted his steps. This should indeed be a cause for celebration. Juan Linger was momentarily startled by his behavior, instinctively attempting to extricate herself, yet his grip was unyielding, refusing to loosen. This was her most vital support. If she were to let go, her life could very well be at stake today. "Let go of me. Why are you clinging to my thigh? Speak your mind while standing." Juan Linger blushed. An unusual display for her. Observing his daughter's reaction, Wan Hao felt no anger. Rather, a sense of relief washed over him. I cannot release you. If I do, your father may appear in an instant to eliminate me. Only by holding on to you do I find solace. The skirt, the belly band, the socks, all are garments you entrusted to me for washing. If your father were to see these, he would surely wish to silence me. What shall we do? He clung tightly to Wan Linger's thigh, and at that moment, a delightful fragrance enveloped him. Inhaling deeply, his mood began to settle, and he savored the comfort of her long legs in his embrace. Unconsciously, his hands caressed her thigh twice. Wan Linger, now somewhat speechless, finally understood why he was so reluctant to release her. Any father, upon witnessing a man holding onto his daughter's red belly band, would likely descend into a frenzy, especially one as formidable as the leader of a grand sect. Wan Linger also sensed that her father was indeed present in the courtyard. Awakened swiftly. With your father's formidable strength, there is no escape for you. Should you cling to my leg, he would undoubtedly see you, sealing your fate. After a moment's contemplation, I released Wan Linger's long legs and stood upright. It was agreed that I would solely manage the cleaning. The boudoir and undergarments were tasks you imposed upon me. Clarify this to the sect leader. I must not be implicated. How audacious to even allow this young man into the boudoir. It appears my daughter truly harbors feelings for him, and Wan Hao couldn't help but chuckle softly. At that moment, the two emerged, and I concealed myself behind Wan Linger, too apprehensive to reveal myself. With a cautious glance, I observed the sect leader smile at him in a peculiar manner. A wave of dread washed over me, and my entire being felt as though it had turned to jelly. Collapsing onto the ground, I feared for my life. The sect leader's laughter, devoid of anger, only heightened my terror, suggesting my imminent dismemberment. Miss Wan, I beseech you, allow me a peaceful demise. Spare me from your father's soul lamp, lest I endure centuries of torment. Grant me the solace to reincarnate peacefully, if you will. Wan Linger fell silent, as did Wan Hao. Am I truly so fearsome? I merely smiled at him, yet it seems I have been mistaken for a fool. Father, I implore you to show him mercy. All of this was instigated by me. Direct your ire towards me instead. At last, Wan Linger spoke on my behalf. Wan Hao cleared his throat twice. When have I shown anger? I merely smiled at him. It is he who misconstrued my intentions. Upon meeting his daughter, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction in having found a competent disciple, and his joy was so immense that he could never entertain thoughts of harming her. As cultivators, they were above such trivialities. Wan Linger was somewhat astonished by her father's open-mindedness. However, as long as he did not delve into her affairs, she was indifferent to the rest. Ah, my daughter, you have attained the yuaning stage. What splendid news. Wan Hao eventually realized her advancement and was overjoyed. Her success was partly due to the meticulously arranged quilt, which had allowed her mind to become clear and led to the opportunity for her breakthrough. Thus, she achieved this milestone. Yet she had not yet expressed her gratitude for such a simple thing. Seeing that Wan Hao was not pursuing her past actions, Wan Linger finally revealed a smile. Oh, to what degree must a quilt be arranged to bring such clarity to your heart? Come, let me see. Wan Linger's cleanliness obsession could be traced back to Wan Hao, who was also a person of great tidiness and had instilled this value in his daughter from a young age, ultimately resulting in her fastidiousness. Hence, upon hearing that her breakthrough was prompted by a mere quilt, his curiosity was piqued. At this moment, I felt reassured and stood up. Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serving you henceforth. Little cotton-padded jacket, he mused, finding the metaphor apartment. Indeed, his daughter was his little cotton-padded jacket. And he laughed heartily as he entered the room. The three of them stepped into Wan Linger's chamber, and upon seeing the neatly arranged quilt on the bed, Wan Hao was taken aback. He observed the quilt closely, marveling at its precision. Taking a final deep breath, I understood why Lingo felt such clarity upon seeing this quilt. Even I, as her father, found my mind considerably illuminated. The way this quilt was folded approached the essence of the Tao, with each crease tracing the path of enlightenment. It is a pinnacle of artistry, nearly perfect in every aspect. Should it be presented at the next art competition, it would undoubtedly secure first place. This is no mere bed covering. It is an unequivocal masterpiece, a true work of a master artist. I would advise my daughter to refrain from using this quilt, preserving it for the next art contest, where it would surely elevate the reputation of our ethereal sect. The more I gazed upon it, the clearer my own thoughts became, as if the barriers I had faced for years were beginning to loosen. It is simply remarkable. I must retreat for further contemplation. Wanhua, filled with excitement, promptly vanished without a word. Meanwhile, I stood there, my mind swirling with questions. Is it possible that a simple quilt, crafted by my own hands, could be an artwork capable of aiding others in their breakthroughs? The notion seemed absurd. Yet, it does indeed bear traces of the Tao. The quilt you folded previously astonished this system, prompting a spontaneous appreciation that imbued it with a hint of enlightenment. I was taken aback. Are you indeed wise? I had assumed you were merely a mechanical entity. I am, in fact, a product of programming, yet I possess my own consciousness. Should you ever reach your ultimate destination, perhaps I too will. Well, let us not dwell on such possibilities just yet. I pondered deeply, realizing that this system possesses profound insight. On one side, Wanlinger gazed at him in disbelief, exclaiming, "You have managed to fold a masterful piece of art, and it even carries the traces of the Tao. Astonishing. Did you truly create this?" I replied with a confident smile, "Indeed, it is my handiwork. I merely did not anticipate crafting a piece of art. However, I suggest you keep it safe. Although I can still fold, I cannot guarantee it will retain the traces of the Tao. Perhaps I was in a state of enlightenment at that moment. You see, in just over a day, I have advanced from the third to the fifth layer of Qi refinement." Wanlingo then realized that I had indeed reached the fifth layer and noticed that I seemed to have become more handsome. For a moment, she found it difficult to divert her gaze. Could it be that my moment of folding had led to some form of enlightenment, leaving traces of the Tao, bestowing upon me certain benefits? Wanlinger stared at me, her eyes widening as she found me increasingly attractive. I sensed something was amiss and teased. Hey, what are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Wanlingo snapped back to reality, her cheeks slightly flushed, and quickly regained her composure. "I am exceedingly impressed with your abilities. Your cleaning is even more meticulous than mine. Congratulations, you are now my personal attendant. From now on, you will handle all matters concerning my daily needs." "What? I am already exhausted from cleaning and laundry, and you want to add more responsibilities?" "I refuse. You shall receive 2 superior spirit stones and 2 bottles of spirit essence each month," Wanlingo softly proposed. "Deal." Wanlingo smiled gently, then folded the blanket and retrieved a new one. Subsequently, I entered seclusion, as I needed several days to solidify my recent breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. After neatly folding my new quilt into a compact square, I returned to the courtyard to finish washing my uncleaned apron. Today's endeavors could be deemed concluded as I retreated to my chamber to commence my cultivation. According to my map, I had now soared to another henhouse. I refrained from immediate action, observing for the presence of a rooster king, and was soon delighted to discover that the white rooster king from yesterday had indeed respawned. Without hesitation, I drew my flying sword and charged forth, engaging in a fierce battle that spanned 300 exchanges. The rooster king did not yield easily, wielding its sharp beak as a weapon to fiercely counter my strikes. In a flash of blade light, the rooster king's beak vanished, prompting it to flee in terror. To my astonishment, it exhibited fear and took flight. "Where do you think you're running, O mighty chicken emperor?" Taste another strike from my sword. The rooster king was swift, yet it appeared to be confined to this location, forced to run in circles within the courtyard. Thus, it seemed that monsters were bound to fixed areas and could not escape. A mischievous smile crept upon my face at this realization. With a swift stroke, I sent the rooster king to its demise in the northwest. With a resounding crash, a plethora of equipment scattered across the ground, accompanied by a radiant beam of light. Lo and behold, another light beam. I marveled at the extraordinary drop rate. Casually, I swept the equipment into my bag and rummaged through it to locate the light beam. It revealed a tome entitled The Chef's Manual. I sighed in exasperation. Truly, it appeared I could obtain anything. I had come to pursue immortality, not to don the apron of a chef. After a moment's contemplation, I chose to study the manual, for knowledge is never a burden, and at least it required no strenuous effort on my part to learn. He is now tasked with attending to Wanlinger's daily needs, occasionally preparing meals as well. In the next moment, a multitude of culinary knowledge and techniques flooded into his mind. I took a moment to reflect, astonished by the intricacies involved in cooking. Initially indifferent, my interest in the culinary arts began to blossom. It was then that I recalled a flock of chickens yet to be dispatched. He did not rush to slay them. Instead, he conjured a small fireball. Though the fireball's speed was moderate, it was effective as only the chicken king evaded it, while the others were rather foolish. One unfortunate chicken was swiftly engulfed by the fireball, quickly succumbing to the flames and leaving a scatter of equipment in its wake. Indeed, the power was commendable, albeit slightly sluggish. I nodded in satisfaction and employed my sword control technique to direct my flying sword towards the flock. The sword moved with remarkable speed, swiftly dispatching 3 chickens in the blink of an eye. My eyes sparkled with excitement as I maneuvered the sword through the throng of chickens. Within mere minutes, over 200 chickens lay defeated. It was clear that the sword control technique was formidable. I casually collected the scattered items. I was eager to explore. Having developed a fondness for this exhilarating sensation, each slaughter revealed new treasures, heightening my anticipation. Before long, I discovered 2 new items in my backpack, a spirit control talisman and a beast taming ring. I promptly examined their attributes. The spirit control talisman could enslave a spirit beast below the foundation establishment stage for 1 hour, while the beast taming ring could capture a low-tier spirit beast. It seemed that today's greatest reward was not just the culinary manual, but these treasures as well. Subsequently, I sat down to meditate and cultivate, deciding that my daily routine would consist of a linear path, slaughtering chickens followed by cultivation. The outside world is perilous, particularly as one could easily meet a fatal end within these walls. It would be wiser to linger here for a while. The drop rate for chickens is quite satisfactory, and I shall venture forth to explore the map once my cultivation improves. It is nearly noon outside, and the thought of the newly acquired culinary master's manual stirs my enthusiasm. Taking advantage of Wan Ling's seclusion, I shall first familiarize myself with my culinary skills, so that I may prepare a meal for her upon her return. Should she delight in my cooking, she might generously bestow upon me enough provisions to last for several days. The kitchen lacks ingredients, as Wan Ling has long ceased her consumption of food, indulging only occasionally. Most of the time, the kitchen is attended to by her maidservants. I descended the mountain on my sword, procuring a variety of ingredients, which I placed into my system's backpack. It is high time I acquired a storage bag. After all, I have become quite affluent, I mused, as I glided to the trading market of the mysterious Cloud Sect. This market is a vast square where disciples of the sect set up their stalls, spaced about 4 to 5 meters apart. I wondered curiously, for this marks my first visit to the trading market in 3 years. The stall owners maintain a serene silence. Unlike the raucous atmosphere of a typical marketplace, they only engage in conversation when a passing disciple inquires about prices. Soon, I spotted a stall selling storage bags, manned by a strikingly beautiful female cultivator. "Friend, how much do you sell the storage bags for?" I approached and inquired. The woman, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, opened them to glance at me, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features at the sight of such a handsome man. The young woman unconsciously adorned her face with a smile as she observed the attire of her junior, noting that he was merely a servant disciple. "I do not mean to ridicule you, dear brother, but it appears you cannot afford such luxuries. However, if you were to accompany me for a few nights, I might consider gifting you one. What do you say?" I was taken aback by her forthrightness. Could it be that I possessed such charm? Surely, this must be a scheme. If I acquiesced, I would undoubtedly find myself in peril, perhaps losing something of great value. With this thought, I chuckled lightly and replied, "Sister, you jest. Though I may be a mere servant disciple, I serve a person of considerable stature who graciously bestows upon me ample spiritual stones. Purchasing a storage bag would be a trifle." The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Before she laughed, "It seems I have misjudged you. For 2 medium-grade spiritual stones or 200 low-grade ones, I shall offer you a discount of 10 stones, provided that you grant me a kiss." Once again, I found myself at a loss for words, pondering whether she believed me to be so easily deceived. If I were indeed this alluring, would I have endured such hardships over the past 3 years? It was plainly a trap. Perhaps with a kiss, I would be poisoned, subsequently coerced into a secluded location where I would meet my demise. No way. I promptly produced 200 low-grade spiritual stones and handed them to the female cultivator. "Sister, I appreciate your kind offer, but the esteemed individual I serve has cautioned me against engaging in frivolous pursuits. Should I behave recklessly, I would face severe repercussions. So I must decline." Feigning innocence, I scratched my head. The young woman sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity to share a moment with such a dashing young man. It seemed likely that the person he served was a woman, for otherwise, why would he be advised to avoid indiscretions? Perhaps he had already become her prized possession. Thus, the transaction was completed. I hastily made my departure. I repeatedly emphasized that I was not alone, and I presumed she must have been intimidated and would not dare to covertly seize my belongings. The realm of cultivation is indeed daunting. Merely purchasing a few items had drawn the attention of a female rogue cultivator. I needed to return swiftly. As I navigated through the crowd, numerous female disciples cast glances in my direction, but my urgency to return made me oblivious to their stares. Just as I passed a stall, the system unexpectedly spoke. Detecting something valuable nearby, I halted in my tracks, pondering what this treasure could be. I was unaware, only sensing that something precious was close. With the location conveniently marked for me to choose, a red arrow then appeared before my eyes, guiding me to a particular stall adorned with an assortment of items. The stall owner resembled a middle-aged man, and a woman stood with her back to me, engaged in conversation with him. The red arrow directed my attention to a beautiful silver bracelet displayed on the ground. At that moment, the woman had already negotiated the price of the bracelet with the stall owner, 100 low-grade spirit stones. I overheard this, after all. The system had highlighted it as a noteworthy item, undoubtedly a treasure worth acquiring. Without hesitation, I stepped forward and declared, "Hold on, I will offer 110 low-grade spirit stones." The middle-aged stall owner, who had been extending his hand with the bracelet, immediately paused. He then turned to me with a smile, asking, "Young brother, are you certain you wish to bid 110 low-grade spirit stones?" "I am certain. I can pay the spirit stones right now," I replied calmly. The woman beside me, flustered, turned to face me, ready to express her anger, but upon meeting my gaze, her eyes widened in surprise, rendering her momentarily speechless. Swallowing back the harsh words that nearly escaped my lips, I found myself captivated by a remarkably handsome man, far surpassing even the senior brother in allure. The woman before me wore a veil, obscuring her features from view. As she turned her head, I awkwardly said, "I apologize, senior sister. I have a deep fondness for this bracelet, and in my eagerness, I spoke without thinking." Rather than showing anger, the woman smiled and replied, "No harm done. This is merely a low-grade yellow artifact. I too was drawn to its appearance, and it will only gather dust in my collection. If you desire it, feel free to purchase it." The middle-aged vendor sighed in disappointment, lamenting that if the two of us had engaged in a bidding war, the price could have doubled. "Thank you, senior sister," I said, clasping my fists in gratitude, and then produced 110 low-grade spirit stones to hand to the vendor. I casually tucked the bracelet away and bowed to the woman, saying, "Thank you for allowing me to have it. I have matters to attend to, but I shall treat you to a meal another day." To my surprise, the woman broke from convention, saying, "There is no need to wait for another day. It is already noon, the perfect time for a meal. You can treat me now." My mind momentarily blanked. I had merely offered a polite remark. Yet she defied the expected response. How was I to respond? The woman smiled enchanting, her features hidden by the veil. Yet her devilish figure and elegant attire hinted at an undeniable beauty of catastrophic allure. While most men would likely be overjoyed, I found myself in a dilemma. What was happening? It seemed that today, every woman had ulterior motives towards me. Little did I realize, it was due to the allure of the enchanting physique I possessed. As I pondered, the soft, enchanting voice of the woman once again resonated. "Why not invite your sister to dine?" I snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile as I replied, "Very well, senior sister, where would you like to eat? It's my treat." The woman chuckled lightly. "Why not prepare a meal for me at your residence?" Startled, I responded, My abode is atop the main peak. If I bring someone there, I fear those I attend to might tear me apart." I found myself in a dilemma. The woman raised an eyebrow. "You actually reside at the main peak? Whom are you caring for?" "One linger," I confessed. To my surprise, it was indeed she. How could she possibly have found a man to care for her? Was it conceivable? As I contemplated this, the woman scrutinized me intently. Was it possible that this charming fellow had managed to win her over? Curiosity piqued, she declared. "So, it is one linger. She and I are good friends. I often visit her. It has been quite a while since my last visit. Let us go together." With a beguiling smile, the woman took my hand, and I was taken aback, attempting to withdraw but finding it impossible. She giggled, releasing a flying sword and pulling me onto it. Soon, we soared away amidst the envious gazes of nearby women. "What a pity. Such a handsome man has already been snatched up," one lamented. Indeed, I followed him all this way, only to have that woman intercept him, another sighed. Before long, we arrived at the main peak, landing directly at one Linger's residence. Stepping inside the living room, I said, "Senior sister, please have a seat. Miss Wanlinger is currently in seclusion and will not emerge for the next few days. I shall prepare a meal for you. Please wait a moment. My junior has yet to introduce me. I am Bai Xiao." I nodded in acknowledgement of the delightful name and replied, I am called by the characters for Leaf and Song. Bai Xiao chuckled softly, complimenting my name and appearance. I playfully touched my ear, chuckling in return, before heading to the kitchen. With a simple gesture, I performed a cleansing spell, instantly rendering the kitchen immaculate, devoid of any dust or grease. Satisfied, I nodded and retrieved an assortment of ingredients from my system pouch. Closing my eyes, I reflected upon the culinary manual, selecting a few cuisines to prepare. I began with stir-fried meat, and as I busied myself, the kitchen soon filled with a rich and enticing aroma. As I cooked, I couldn't help but salivate, marveling at how remarkable the culinary manual was in crafting such delectable dishes. I found myself indulging as I cooked, the flavors intoxicating me further. By the time I finished, I had consumed nearly half of the meat, but fortunately, I had prepared enough for a generous serving. Considering that I still had 3 more dishes to prepare, I realized it would take quite some time, potentially leaving Bai Xiao impatiently waiting. Hence, I decided it would be best to serve her some of the stir-fried meat to enjoy in the meantime. With that thought in mind, I carried the dish into the living room. There, Bai Xiao was seated comfortably. Suddenly, her nose twitched as she caught a whiff of the aroma. Her eyes sparkled with delight. What a fragrant scent! This enticing aroma stirred her appetite, and before she knew it, her mouth began to water. Realizing she had lost her composure, Bai Xiao quickly wiped her mouth, her heart racing with anticipation. At that moment, I entered the room with the dish in hand. I apologize for keeping you waiting, senior sister. I originally intended to serve 4 dishes simultaneously, but concerned that you might have to wait too long, I decided to present just one dish for you. This is stir-fried pork. I invite you to savor it. With that, I placed the dish down and turned to head back to the kitchen to continue my preparations. Seeing me depart, Bai Xiao could no longer restrain herself and eagerly picked up her chopsticks to indulge. She had refrained from expressing her gratitude earlier, fearing that speaking might cause her to drool, thus tarnishing her image. In this moment, however, she cast all reservations aside, lifting her veil with one hand and shoveling food into her mouth with the other. Between bites, she murmured, "This is exquisite. Truly a delicacy of the world. I never imagined that a meal could be so delectable." At this moment, Bai Xiao was utterly unconcerned with her appearance, with grease smudging the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, I continued to prepare the second dish, braised prawns. What appears to be a simple recipe is, in reality, rather intricate according to the chef's manual. Soon, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Naturally, I took a few bites myself to avoid any embarrassment later in front of senior sister Bai. Before long, I carried the finished prawns into the living room. At this point, Bai Xiao sat comfortably in her chair, having regained her prior elegance and charm. Yet, the empty plate before her betrayed her, entirely devoid of any remnants, as if it had been licked clean countless times. This sight left me momentarily stunned. Was it truly that immaculate? A vivid image formed in my mind, although I had yet to behold Bai Xiao's true visage. I could only imagine it would be nothing short of breathtaking. I envisioned a beautiful woman vigorously licking the plate. Bai Xiao also noticed my unwavering gaze fixed upon the dining plate. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "Junior brother, your culinary creations are simply exquisite." I couldn't help but indulge entirely, and I took the liberty of using magic to cleanse the dish. Please don't misunderstand. I wore an expression of understanding, and with a cheerful smile, I placed a second dish before her and turned to leave. As soon as I departed, Bai Xiao could no longer contain herself. She removed her veil, for savoring shrimp required both hands. While relishing the delicacies, she exclaimed, "Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Wan Linger is truly fortunate to have stumbled upon such treasure. I must show her this." In no time, the plate of shrimp was entirely devoured, and Bai Xiao instinctively considered licking the plate. No, it would be too shameful for someone as beautiful as I am to engage in such behavior. Yet, the allure of the dish was irresistible. Just a single taste wouldn't be noticeable. In the midst of these thoughts, I unknowingly succumbed to temptation and found myself licking the plate before I realized it. Soon, the predicament arose. She had unwittingly licked the plate clean once more. What to do? The first plate could be explained away, but how to account for the second? Should I leave to avoid embarrassment? No, there are still 2 dishes yet to serve, and I absolutely cannot depart. There must be another solution. Before long, I presented the third dish, braised eggplant. Bai Xiao spoke up, "Junior brother, I accidentally broke the first plate. I've already tidied it up for you." I maintained my knowing expression, "Just a plate. After all, sister, feel free to drop it." Even the chef himself could not resist sampling the fare while preparing it. Such a beauty indulging in licking a plate seemed entirely normal. Merely contemplating that image was rather stimulating. This time, Bai Shiyao, reflecting deeply, resolved not to indulge herself completely, but to leave some for her junior, firmly deciding against licking the plate, lest she lose her dignity. 10 minutes later, I returned with a pot of mutton soup. The table remained starkly empty, devoid of any dishes. Fortunately, this time, I had prepared a generous portion, with ample meat, served in a large bowl to prevent my efforts from going unrewarded. Although I was treating, it was essential to partake in the meal, ensuring Bai Shiyao's face was preserved. As I placed the soup down, Bai Shiyao couldn't suppress a burp. Oh heavens, what have I done? Bai Shiyao instantly felt a pang of despair. I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly feigned ignorance, warmly encouraging, "Sister, do try this mutton soup." "No, Junior, I am quite full, and I sincerely appreciate your hospitality," she replied, though her hands were already scooping the soup with a large spoon. I was about to agree but managed to stifle my response. Soon, she served herself a hefty spoonful of meat and began to eat. Initially, Bai Xiao maintained her ladylike demeanor, using one hand for the soup while lifting her veil with the other. However, the pace was too slow, and she eventually discarded the veil, abandoning any pretense of decorum, as there was little dignity left to uphold. The moment she unveiled herself, I was utterly captivated. Before me was a visage of breathtaking beauty, enchanting yet touched with innocence, her eyes sparkling with a myriad of charms. Regrettably, the scene was slightly marred by her earnest effort to enjoy the meal, detracting from the overall allure. As if sensing my gaze, Bai Shiyao's cheeks flushed, and she quickly regained her composure, adopting a demeanor of quiet elegance. Before long, the two of us had devoured a substantial bowl of lamb soup. Bai Shiyao felt a slight swelling in her stomach, perhaps the most she had ever eaten in her life. The dish was simply exquisite. While her stomach was satisfied, her palate yearned for more. In my presence, Bai Shiyu restrained herself from the urge to lick the bowl clean. Rising to take her leave, she straightened her back, clearly overindulged. Yet, before me, she showed no sign of discomfort and gracefully remarked, "Junior brother, since Wan Lingo is in seclusion, I shall visit again another day." After exchanging pleasantries, I escorted her to the door. Once outside, Bai Xiao eagerly summoned her flying sword and soared away, quickly disappearing from sight. Realizing she had flown far enough, she bent down, lamenting, "I am utterly stuffed. Today has been quite embarrassing, especially in front of Junior Brother Yi. It is all his fault for preparing such delicious food." She concocted an excuse for herself, noting that anyone would have succumbed to the temptation. After seeing Bai Xiao off, I returned to my room and retrieved the silver bracelet. I scrutinized it for some time, yet found nothing particularly remarkable. It was indeed a low-grade yellow artifact. When infused with spiritual energy, it would manifest a defensive barrier before me, which was quite satisfactory for my current abilities. System, what kind of treasure is this? Why can I not discern any special qualities? I could only inquire of the system, unable to unravel the mystery myself. The system reveals a celestial-grade inferior artifact, which had merely been concealed. Upon placing it into the system's inventory, its true form is unveiled. As soon as the bracelet entered the system's pouch, it transformed. Although it retained its silver hue, the intricate patterns altered. I swiftly examined its attributes. The illusion bracelet, a celestial-grade inferior artifact, possessing a unique skill, illusion. This skill grants a probability of rendering the opponent momentarily dazed, with the duration of the daze contingent upon the adversary's realm. Such a divine artifact, I exclaimed, unable to part with it after retrieving it from the system's pouch. Imagine engaging in battle, only for your opponent to be momentarily stunned. That fleeting second could grant you the opportunity to defeat them multiple times over. I commenced the arduous process of thoroughly refining the illusion bracelet. Being a celestial artifact, a mere drop of blood would not suffice, and lacking spiritual awareness, I resorted to a more rudimentary method, gradually nurturing it with my spiritual energy to establish a connection. After 3 days of dedicated effort, I finally forged a preliminary bond with it. During these 2 days, I had not practiced. Yet my avatar within the map continued to progress, honing my skills after slaying chickens. My cultivation smoothly ascended to the 6th level of chi refinement. However, over these 3 days, I had not encountered any notable treasures. As dawn broke, I rose to tidy up my surroundings. With the aid of the dust removal technique, I swiftly completed the task. Subsequently, I ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal for myself, having gone 2 days without sustenance, my stomach grumbling in protest. I quickly whipped up a generous pot of fried noodles. As I savored my meal in the kitchen, I marveled at the prowess of the culinary goddess manual, which could elevate a simple bowl of fried noodles to such exquisite heights. The entire kitchen was enveloped in an enticing aroma. After several days of cultivation, Wanlinger had firmly established her realm. She emerged from her seclusion early and immediately caught a whiff of a delightful scent. Her exquisite nose twitched, and her eyes sparkled with delight. "How fragrant!" she exclaimed, following the aroma to its source. Soon, she arrived at the kitchen. Could it be my cooking? Wanlinger pushed the door open. At that moment, I was seated on a stool in the kitchen, savoring a bowl of stir-fried noodles, slurping contentedly. "What are you eating?" I was startled, a strand of noodle dangling from my mouth, and turned to see Wanlinger. With a swift motion, I slurped the noodle back in. "Miss, you have emerged from your retreat. I am enjoying some noodles." Wanlinger gazed at the noodles in my hand, her eyes fixated. Swallowing hard, she said, "I just finished my retreat and am rather hungry. Please serve me a bowl as well." "But, miss, weren't you practicing fasting? How could you be hungry?" I blurted, my honesty getting the better of me. Wanlinger's face flushed with embarrassment. "Mind your own business. Do I need to inform you of my cravings? Hurry and serve me a bowl." "Ah, of course, Mississippi." I promptly set down my bowl and fetched a large bowl identical to my own, deftly filling it to the brim before placing it on the dining table. Wanlinger immediately seized her chopsticks and began to eat eagerly. With a single bite, her expression suddenly froze, as if a volcano erupted within her, ultimately transforming into the words delicious. How could such exquisite noodles exist in this world? Far surpassing even those made by my mother? Each mouthful became increasingly delightful, and Wanlinger abandoned all pretenses of ladylike behavior, lifting her bowl and chopsticks to indulge heartily. The sounds of slurping echoed continuously. "Another bowl, please." At that moment, Wanlinger realized she was far from demure. However, the noodles were simply too delectable. To hell with being a lady. I was taken aback, as I had not yet finished my own bowl when she had already devoured two. Yet, I dutifully fetched another bowl for her. Wanlinger lowered her head, continuing her feast. Another bowl in less than 2 minutes. I glanced at the pot of noodles, only to discover just one bowl remained. How absurd. I had prepared this for myself, and she had already consumed 2 bowls while I had barely touched mine. What a glutton! But given her status, I had no choice but to obediently serve her the last bowl. I hastened to eat my noodles, fearing that if she finished first, I would be left with nothing. Before long, Wanlinger's voice rang out again. "Another bowl." I stood up, exasperated, and said, "Miss, there are no more." Upon hearing this, Wanlinger instinctively glanced at the bowl in my hands. I was startled and quickly concealed it behind me. What did she intend to do? I had already taken several bites from that bowl. Wanlinger's face flushed with embarrassment, as she silently cursed herself for instinctively wanting to snatch the remnants of my noodles. "What are you thinking? If there's nothing else, just do something," she urged. I replied, somewhat exasperated, "Could you please wait until I finish this bowl of noodles?" "No, I want to eat now." Wanlinger finally revealed her stubborn side. Reluctantly, I set down my utensils and began to prepare. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a delightful aroma. Initially, Wanlinger was skeptical that I was the one cooking, but her doubt quickly vanished. The realization that not only was I handsome, but I could also create such delicious noodles made her feel as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Yet, she maintained a facade of indifference. Before long, the noodles were ready, and the moment they reached the table, Wanlinger lost her composure completely. The kitchen echoed with the sounds of slurping. Learning from my previous experience, I hastily grabbed my bowl and began to eat voraciously. Once I finished, I immediately served myself another bowl. Before long, the two of us had devoured the second pot of noodles. Wanlinger, now fully satisfied, remarked that she had never tasted such exquisite noodles in her life. Had she not felt so full, she would have certainly wanted more. Subsequently, she produced a bottle of chi condensation pills and tossed it to me, saying, "This is a reward for me." As I caught it, my earlier dissatisfaction dissipated. The pills she had given me were just what I needed, having nearly exhausted my supply over the past few days. "Thank you for your generosity, Miss Sia. Accompany me for a stroll later. I'm quite bored," Wanlinger instructed. "Of course," I replied, and together we exited the courtyard. Wanlinger summoned her flying sword, and with a swift motion, we soared into the sky. The sudden speed startled me, prompting me to instinctively wrap my arms around her slender waist. A piercing scream escaped my lips as I was suddenly embraced from behind by Wanlinger, causing me to jump in surprise. I instinctively attempted to shake her off, but upon hearing her shriek, I couldn't help but chuckle, slowing my pace. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I found myself still tightly holding onto her slender waist, her cries echoing in the air. All right, I've slowed down. Please stop yelling, or others might think I've done something to you, I said, noticing the faint blush on Wan Linger's cheeks. Had it been any other man daring to embrace her, he would have likely been sent flying in an instant. Yet, in my case, she exhibited no anger, only a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. I too felt a touch of bewilderment, pondering why she bore no resentment towards me. After much contemplation, I concluded it must be due to the delicious meal she had prepared for me. I was merely willing to overlook her antics for the sake of that favor. An hour later, we arrived at the city closest to the Piao Miao sect, aptly named Piao Miao City, which was under the sect's control and teeming with vibrancy. The streets were lined with shops run by cultivators, offering a plethora of entertainment, nourishment, and an array of magical artifacts and elixirs. With enough spirit stones, one could procure nearly anything one desired. This marked my first expedition beyond familiar grounds in 3 years, and I followed Wan Linger with immense curiosity, glancing left and right at the bustling surroundings. Suddenly, a notification echoed in my mind. Ding! Transaction map detected. Would you like to activate it? Without hesitation, I clicked to activate. Ding! Activation successful. To unlock the new map, the host must purchase any item from Piao Miao City. Was it truly that simple? I found it hard to believe. Upon opening the map, the system randomly decided my fate. Fortune smiled upon me as it casually conceived several methods of activation, ultimately rolling the simplest one with a die. I was left speechless. This was indeed feasible. I then began to scrutinize my surroundings, seeking any items that might pique my interest. Wan Linger led me into a boutique, a store dedicated solely to the sale of garments. The clothing within was no ordinary fare. Each piece was crafted from various ethereal materials. While they were not magical treasures, they were certainly beyond the means of an ordinary cultivator. As soon as Wan Linger stepped inside, a cultivator at the third layer of chi refinement approached her with a courteous demeanor. Miss Wan, please follow me upstairs. We have just received a new batch of garments, and your timing could not be more perfect. It was evident that Wan Linger was a frequent patron of this establishment. Soon, the two of them ascended to the second floor, which housed a vast exhibition hall adorned with an array of exquisite robes. Wan Linger quickly fixed her gaze upon a flowing white chiffon gown. Turning to me, she inquired, "How do you think I would look in this?" "Quite splendid. It suits your grace perfectly. You are already as beautiful as an ethereal being. Anything you wear would enhance your allure," I replied earnestly, expressing my genuine thoughts. Upon hearing my praise, Wan Linger's lips curled into a subtle smile as she instructed the chi refinement cultivator, "Please wrap this one up for me." The cultivator cast a surprised glance in my direction, for this was not his first encounter with Wan Linger. He was well aware of her discerning taste, as she typically shopped with her female companions. The presence of a male companion this time raised suspicions, but ultimately it was not his concern. He nodded in agreement. As I gazed around, Wan Linger glanced at my attire, her brows slightly furrowing. "Choose a garment," she declared. "As my subordinate, your appearance should not be too shabby." I was taken aback. She seemed to have an eye for several garments, yet upon casually inspecting the prices, I was astounded. I had thought that with my recent earnings of 5,000 to 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, I was relatively affluent, only to realize today that I remained a pauper. Here, even a single piece of clothing was priced at 1 or 2 high-grade spirit stones, or even 4 or 5. How could I possibly afford such expenses? Yet, to my surprise, Wan Linger was willing to purchase one for me. Without hesitation, I approached a white garment I had previously admired. "This one will do." Wan Linger nodded approvingly. "Your taste is commendable. Now head to the fitting room over there and try it on." I acquiesced and took the garment into the fitting room. Before long, I emerged, fully attired. Wan Linger turned around, about to speak, but was instantly rendered speechless by my striking appearance. A figure clad in flowing white robes, with an extraordinarily handsome visage, stood quietly not far away. He exuded an indescribable charm, reminiscent of an ethereal being descended from the heavens, captivating all who beheld him. Such a handsome man. How can there be someone so extraordinarily attractive in this world? At that moment, a young woman, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, exclaimed with unabashed admiration, startling Wan Linger back to reality. "Ning Kaier, what brings you here?" Wan Linger inquired, regaining her composure. "Oh, so it's you, Wan Linger. Why is it that you are allowed to come, but I am not?" This woman is the daughter of an elder from the Misty Sect. and she often has minor skirmishes with Wanlinger. Humph. What are you staring at? This is a servant disciple dedicated to my service. Do not look at him. He belongs to me, Wanlinger huffed, her voice laced with ire. What? Such a handsome junior disciple is merely your servant? Wanlinger, you are truly despicable to treat someone like him in this manner. Ninkaya said earnestly, Junior brother, if you wish, you may accompany me now. I assure you that my treatment will far exceed what Wanlinger offers you. You need only to be by my side. Impudent. You dare to covet what is mine before my very eyes. Have I been too lenient in dealing with you previously? Wanlinger finally revealed her domineering side. The aura of the nascent soul stage pressed down upon Ninkaya. Ninkaya's expression shifted. When did you break through to the nascent soul stage? None of your concern. Before my breakthrough, you were no match for me. Now, you are even less so. Leave quickly, lest I be compelled to discipline you. Wanlinger proclaimed with the authority of an empress. You. Ninkaya gritted her silver teeth, ultimately refraining from further words. She understood all too well that Wanlinger was a person of her word. Being chastised in such a setting would utterly disgrace her. With a frustrated stomp, she descended the stairs. Before leaving, Ninkaya turned to me and said, Junior brother, my words hold value at any time. Should you find this demoness unbearable, feel free to seek me out. I am Sister Ninkaya. You can inquire about me freely. Wishing to continue, Wanlinger cast a fierce glance at her, causing Ninkaya to flee in fright. Once her adversary had vanished, Wanlinger retracted her imposing aura. She glanced at me, her eyes still shimmering with a trace of admiration, albeit concealed. If you wish to leave, I shall not hinder you. Wanlinger feigned nonchalance. I pretended to ponder. I've noticed that many women have been looking at me with such allure lately. Could it be that I am truly so attractive? A flicker of surprise crossed Wanlinger's eyes before she replied earnestly, You are merely average. That Ninkaya and I have had our differences. She tends to exaggerate. While you are decent in appearance, you have yet to reach that level. I stroked my chin in contemplation. Indeed, if I could rely solely on my looks for sustenance, I would not be in such dire straits. Rest assured, miss, I shall not depart. You are my pillar of support, and having embraced your leg once, only a fool would choose to leave. Upon hearing this, Wanlinger's face flushed slightly, recalling the day I had clung to her leg, and an unexpected joy blossomed within her. She produced a mask and handed it to me, saying, To avoid encountering my rivals, you should wear this. I have many adversaries. Wear it when you venture out, and remove it upon your return. I accepted the mask, a mid-grade yellow artifact, designed to obscure only the area around the eyes. Wearing it was entirely comfortable, and my vision became remarkably clearer. I instantly fell in love with this mask, as it enhanced my sight by more than fivefold. The visage of my senior sister appeared even more vivid with the mask on. Indeed, it accentuated your beauty further. Wanlinger expressed her satisfaction, saying, Very well. Feel free to speak more. From now on, you may call me Shiji instead of Miss. Upon my return, I shall elevate you to an inner sect disciple. Thus you will be my junior brother. However, you are still required to attend to my needs. The prospect of obtaining the privileges of an inner disciple filled me with immense joy. How delightful it is to cling to the powerful. To bypass the outer sect and become an inner disciple. What bliss. Very well, miss, I promptly replied. Call me Shiji. Certainly, Shiji. The two of us then exited the clothing store. Wanlinger, while casting furtive glances at me, feigned indifference, stating that she had no further purchases in mind and encouraged me to browse. I will accompany you, and if you lack spirit stones, I shall lend you some. You are truly kind, miss, I exclaimed with great delight, quickly expressing my gratitude. This is because of the delicious noodles you made. Hurry and shop, so we can return for lunch. Recalling the taste of the noodles, Wanlinger couldn't help but salivate, quickly wiping her mouth and pretending nothing was amiss. Not a problem. I shall procure more ingredients later. As long as you enjoy them, I will prepare them for you every day, I assured her with a firm pat on my chest. The two of us then began to meander about, avoiding the larger stores since I knew my limited spirit stones were insufficient for such indulgences. Thus, I requested Wanlinger to lead me to the bustling stalls. She frequented this area for her purchases, as it often provided opportunities to uncover hidden treasures at bargain prices. The world of cultivation is filled with marvelous items, and there are always those who, lacking knowledge, sell valuable goods for a pittance, regardless of their wealth. Cultivators are drawn to explore the bustling marketplace. Soon, the two of them arrived at a vast square teeming with vendors. The scale of this place far surpassed that of the Pyamyao sect's trading area. They approached a stall selling cultivation techniques, and I halted in my tracks. His skills were rather limited at present, making this an opportune moment to seek suitable tomes. Squatting down, I began to browse. Fireball technique, object manipulation, compendium of spiritual herbs. Comprehensive guide to celestial materials, basic alchemy techniques, fundamental swordplay, and basic water condensation technique, among others. The more I perused, the more satisfied I became. All of these texts contained essential knowledge I yearned to master. Fellow cultivator, I shall take all of these books. How much do they cost? I inquired, confident that these foundational texts would not prove too costly. The stall owner, a small man with a gaunt face and sharp eyes, exuded a shrewd demeanor. Ah, fellow cultivator. Your generosity is evident. You possess discerning taste. I assure you, all of these are exquisite techniques. Since you wish to purchase all 20 volumes, I shall offer them to you at a reduced price of 4 low-grade spirit stones each. That totals 80 stones, but for you, I shall make it 78. How does that sound? He said earnestly. I inwardly cursed the merchant. Such elementary techniques could be easily copied in abundance, yet he dared to demand 4 spirit stones each. He truly underestimated my intelligence. Just as I was about to haggle, an arrow appeared before me, swiftly landing on a battered alchemical furnace at the stall. My eyes lit up. With the system indicating the presence of something noteworthy, I altered my approach. 78 low-grade spirit stones seems reasonable. But if you include that dilapidated furnace as well, I shall make the purchase. I feigned indifference as I spoke. Wan Linger furrowed her brow, despite her wealth. She was unwilling to see me be taken advantage of and was about to interject. However, I immediately silenced her with a glance. The stall owner examined the broken alchemy furnace and readily agreed to the sale, revealing that he had acquired it from a relic site. It had been damaged and remained unsold for a year, and he had long wished to dispose of it. To his surprise, today it could serve as a little bonus, which made it worthwhile. Soon, I paid with spirit stones. After we had walked quite a distance, Wan Linger queried with puzzlement, "Junior brother, you were taken for a fool. At most, that would be worth 1 spirit stone for a book, perhaps even 2 books for 1 spirit stone." I was fully aware of this. My willingness to purchase stemmed primarily from my interest in the alchemy furnace. I harbored an instinctive feeling that this battered furnace was extraordinary, and I planned to study it thoroughly upon our return. As we walked, I chuckled, though I am uncertain of what treasure this dilapidated furnace holds. The system has indicated its significance, which assures me it must be something valuable. Wan Linger was about to respond when she scanned the furnace with her spiritual sense multiple times, finding no remarkable qualities. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against discouraging me, as there were only a few spirit stones involved. We continued our stroll when suddenly, a man and 2 women approached from the opposite direction. The man in the lead, clad in white, possessed a tall and strikingly handsome figure. Upon spotting Wan Linger, his expression brightened, and he hastened toward her. Wan Linger also recognized him, her face momentarily shadowed by a look of disdain. "Junior sister, what a coincidence! I did not expect to encounter you here," exclaimed the man, who was Su Cha-ching, the holy son of the Daju Peak, one of the 18 peaks of the mysterious Cloud Sect. This individual is one of the holy sons pursuing Wan Linger. Today, upon receiving a message from his subordinate that Wan Linger had emerged from her seclusion, he hastily followed and arrived here in advance, feigning coincidence. Is it truly a coincidence? Could it be that you are waiting for me? Wan Linger mercilessly exposed his ulterior motives, a tactic he had employed more than once. Su Changqing displayed no signs of embarrassment, clearly accustomed to Wan Linger's demeanor. It is well known that Wan Linger never condescends to show any favor to men. "Miss, may I inquire who this is?" I stepped forward to ask. "He is Su Changqing, the holy son of Daju Peak, an incessant nuisance who pretends to cross paths with me every time I venture out." "Quite bothersome, indeed," Wan Linger retorted without a hint of courtesy. A realization struck me. A liking for Wan Linger, yet still a holy son. Observing him trailing behind her, based on my extensive experience from reading countless novels in my past life, I surmised that he would undoubtedly target me and seek revenge, perhaps even plotting my discreet demise. Indeed, upon witnessing Wan Linger's unexpected civility towards me, Su Changqing's expression darkened. I quickly stood up and declared, "So you are the holy son of Daju Peak. It is an honor to meet you. I have long admired your reputation. I am but a humble servant of Miss Wan Linger, entrusted with her daily needs. My greatest delight lies in maintaining cleanliness, which is why I have been chosen for this esteemed role." Upon learning that I was merely a servant of Wan Linger, Su Changqing's ire dissipated, realizing that, despite my gender, I posed no significant threat. Immediately, I exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Ah, it is my junior brother. The trust you have garnered from Sister Linger surely speaks to your adeptness in caring for others. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall certainly resolve them for you." I reciprocated with warmth. "Brother Xingzi, feel free to approach me for any concerns. Although I may lack other skills, I am quite proficient in the culinary arts, and the young lady greatly enjoys the meals I prepare." Su Changqing's eyes sparkled with delight as he stepped forward to grasp my hand. "If the opportunity arises, I must sample your culinary prowess." As he spoke, a storage bag discreetly found its way into my embrace. He then communicated telepathically, "Junior brother, I kindly ask that you mention me favorably in Sister Linger's presence. These spirit stones are but a small token of my appreciation." Though I lacked the ability to transmit thoughts, I simply winked at Su Changqing to convey my agreement. Soon after, he turned his attention back to Wan Linger. However, she did not afford him the chance, smiling at me as she said, "Time is of the essence. Hurry and procure the ingredients to prepare a meal for me." She then cast a displeased glance at Su Changqing, adding, "Do not bother me." I promptly acquiesced, and the two of them departed swiftly. At that moment, a woman behind Su Changqing remarked, "Brother, something feels amiss." Wan Linger actually smiled at him. I have never heard of her smiling at a man before. What do you know? I have already gathered information. This individual is a disciple of menial duties, chosen by Linger precisely because he keeps the steps and entrance impeccably clean. He was only recently transferred here, so it stands to reason that his cleaning skills are indeed commendable. Moreover, Linger just mentioned that he should hurry and cook for her. It seems that there truly exists a connection between them, and I must earnestly cultivate my rapport with this individual. If they frequently speak well of me in Linger's presence, my chances of advancement will surpass those of the other holy sons. Everything lies within my grasp. Su Changqing, brimming with self-satisfaction, believed he had secured an advantage. He lavished gifts upon me, seeking my assistance and speaking favorably on his behalf. Meanwhile, Wan Linger suddenly remarked, "What sort of familiarity are you forging with that fellow? Do not think I am oblivious to the storage bag he gifted you." I replied helplessly, "Miss, you reside high above, untroubled by fear. I am but a mere servant disciple, though I have been fortunate enough to be promoted to an inner sect disciple due to your support. Yet, he is a holy son, and especially since you smile upon me. If I do not take some action, do you believe that in a few days, I may vanish from your sight?" Wan Linger furrowed her brow. He would dare not. Setting aside other matters, during my 3 years as a servant disciple, I have witnessed numerous individuals mysteriously disappearing after provoking higher-ranking disciples. While you are indeed my pillar of support, it is unreasonable to expect you to watch over me constantly. Should a holy son hold a grudge against me, I could very well evaporate into thin air during a routine trip for supplies. I elucidated the fundamental logic to Wan Linger. Recognizing one's own weakness necessitates diligent cultivation. Wan Linger swiftly absorbed my words. She is not oblivious to the trials of the world, merely unacquainted with them. Of course, you can observe my recent meteoric progress. I have now reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Upon this note, Wan Linger acknowledged my rapid advancement, attributing it to the benefits I acquired upon entering the path a few days ago. The two swiftly procured a copious amount of ingredients and returned with their swords. In gratitude, Wan Linger gifted me her clothing, and I prepared 10 exquisite dishes in one go. Wan Linger relished the food, disregarding any semblance of decorum. As she savored each bite, she extolled my culinary prowess, exclaiming, "I thought you could only make noodles, but your other dishes are equally delectable. They surpass the meals my mother prepares. She is a celestial chef, using ingredients imbued with spiritual energy, which taste delightful. Yet, compared to your creations, hers pale in comparison. They are not of the same caliber. I recommend you pursue the path of a celestial chef. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable." Wan Linger continued to eat, her small mouth smeared with grease. I, too, indulged in the feast, perplexed by her mention of a celestial chef. What exactly is a celestial chef? I inquired. A celestial chef is one who specializes in preparing dishes made from ingredients infused with spiritual energy, such as the meat of various magical beasts and spirit creatures, as well as vegetables rich in spiritual essence. Many ingredients possess such energy, and when crafted by a celestial chef, not only do they taste exquisite, but their effects are magnified manifold. A skilled celestial chef wields influence comparable to that of a master alchemist, Wan Linger explained, sipping her soup with immense satisfaction. I understand now. Soon, the two of us had devoured every dish on the table. Wan Linger retired to her chamber, and I returned to mine. I retrieved the broken alchemy furnace and placed it directly into the system's inventory. Indeed, as soon as the broken furnace entered the system, it revealed its true form, an ancient bronze, three-legged alchemy furnace. Its exterior was extraordinary, and I immediately began to examine its attributes. The Chaotic Unity Furnace. A treasure of exceptional quality is the first alchemical furnace birthed from the primordial chaos, capable of enhancing the quality of elixirs 100-fold. Within the furnace lies an intrinsic technique of chaos. At that very moment, my breath quickened. Even without prior knowledge, one could discern that the chaotic treasure was extraordinary. The novels of my past life were not read in vain. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate. This is a monumental opportunity. Although it is still far from being comparable to my system, it is already quite astonishing. I merely detected the presence of a treasure before its true form revealed itself. I had no inkling of its nature, and I never anticipated it would be such a divine artifact. You are indeed a person of great fortune. After being bound to me for merely a few days, you have stumbled upon such a treasure, the system remarked with astonishment. A treasure that earns such praise from the system must be formidable, though I did not acquire it in reality. Instead, I commanded my avatar within the map to summon the Chaotic Unity Furnace. The novels were not read in vain. Such a divine artifact, when it reveals even the slightest hint of its aura, will undoubtedly attract a host of formidable beings. Indeed, well done. Caution is the right approach. The system commended once more. I wore a self-satisfied expression and replied, "Thank you for the praise. I am not a person of mere empty reputation. I have perused hundreds of fantasy cultivation novels in my previous life." The system fell silent. The alchemical furnace stood quietly in the palm of my hand. I lifted the lid with curiosity, eager to discern whether the technique was inscribed within the furnace. In the next instant, a surge of purple energy erupted from the furnace, piercing directly into my eyes. I was momentarily stunned as 108 runes suddenly appeared in my mind, only to have 72 of them vanish shortly thereafter. Only 36 runes remain. At first, I found it utterly incomprehensible, but gradually, various insights began to emerge, leading to a profound understanding over the span of 2 days and nights. On the third day, I completely grasped the essence of the 36 runes. My eyes opened wide, imbued with a faint violet aura that slowly dissipated. Truly, the chaotic techniques are remarkable. Even the initial layer of the chaotic alchemy formula is so extraordinary, ensuring that I shall no longer worry about the availability of elixirs. The first layer I comprehended is specifically aimed at potion crafting, while the subsequent 2 layers elude me for the moment, likely due to my insufficient cultivation level. As for the chaotic chi furnace, I am currently unable to utilize it, as my realm is too low. I must first acquire a proper alchemy furnace and venture out to procure some herbs for condensing chi elixirs. Although they can be found on the map, their scarcity is disheartening. Suddenly, I recalled the newly activated map. It is time to investigate. The new map is not far from the starting point, situated just beneath the mountain gate. From atop the mountain, I could see clearly. Fortunately, the descent was close, and there were hardly any monsters. I swiftly descended the mountain gate and arrived at the new map. Indeed, the new map closely resembles the Misty City. Cautiously, I entered the city, and my initial trepidation vanished, replaced with sheer elation. For the main avenue of Misty City was teeming with wildfowl, a veritable throng of over 1,000. I wiped the drool from the corner of my mouth and exclaimed excitedly, "System, what is this situation?" The system replied nonchalantly, "This is a welfare map. Merely a slightly larger city, devoid of formidable monsters. The true threats reside within your sect. Wildfowl, I shall enlist your aid in my cultivation." I withdrew my flying sword and dashed into the chicken coop. Upon awakening to the outside world, I could not suppress the excitement that crept into the corners of my mouth, but the next moment, my stomach grumbled loudly. Having gone 3 days without sustenance, my belly protested. Immersed in my cultivation, I had been oblivious to the passage of time, but the moment I disengaged from my practice, the pangs of hunger struck me fiercely. I hurried into the kitchen, frantically preparing a meal. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air, and before long, Wan Lingo arrived. Drawn by the enticing scent. "Oh, so you wish to starve your dear master, do you? 3 days of seclusion and you are not hungry?" she reproached me. With a beaming smile, I replied, "Miss, I have been deeply engrossed in the study of alchemy these past few days, and I inadvertently lost myself in it. I have thoroughly comprehended the foundational compendium of alchemy. It feels remarkably easy." Wan Linger furrowed her brow and said, "Enough boasting. Do you have any notion of how intricate alchemy truly is? Merely perusing a book on foundational alchemy does not equate to mastery. Even if you have absorbed the text, it is of no avail. Alchemy demands practical application, which is entirely different from mere reading. It requires an abundance of spiritual herbs and innate talent to cultivate a true alchemist. You should refrain from reaching too high and focus on perfecting your culinary skills instead." With a chuckle, I presented a plate of braised pork. Wan Linger's spirits lifted immediately as she seized her chopsticks and began to eat, exclaiming in delight at the deliciousness. "It is different. While I was studying the foundational compendium of alchemy, I entered a new realm. In that extraordinary state, it felt as if I had devised my own alchemical technique, and now I am eager to find an alchemical furnace and herbs to experiment." Wan Lingo, astonished, exclaimed, "You have entered a new realm again. How could it be possible that you entered the path twice in such a brief span of time?" I am equally perplexed. I merely found myself engrossed, and suddenly, I was on the path, I casually remarked. Wan Linger, while savoring her meal, responded, "Well, if that is the case, you should give it a try." Yet, I remained skeptical. After all, alchemy is exceedingly challenging. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura enveloped me, and I successfully advanced to the 7th level of chi refinement. Wan Linger nearly choked, her face a mask of disbelief as she exclaimed, "You have broken through again. It has only been a few days since your last breakthrough." I scratched my head, feigning ignorance, and replied, "I cannot explain it. I have merely felt my cultivation soaring in recent days." Wan Linger extended her consciousness to investigate, finding no anomalies. "Strange, with your yellow-grade mid-level aptitude. This should not be possible. Could it be the mystery of entering the path?" Wan Linger furrowed her brows, unable to comprehend the situation. I feigned astonishment, saying, "You claim my aptitude is yellow-grade mid-level? Yet, when I entered, I was assessed as yellow-grade low-level. Even your father, the sect leader, personally examined me and confirmed my yellow-grade low-level aptitude with a mutated waste spirit root. I contemplated leaving myself an avenue for the future, laying the groundwork for a potential improvement in my aptitude." At this moment, Wan Linger set down her chopsticks, exclaiming in shock, "You mean your aptitude has transformed from yellow-grade low-level to yellow-grade mid-level? What spirit herb or elixir have you consumed?" I shook my head. "I haven't taken anything." This was indeed peculiar. I was aware that certain extraordinary elixirs could alter one's aptitude. Yet even yellow-grade mid-level aptitude is still inferior and should not allow for such rapid cultivation. Could it be related to entering the path? Never mind. I shall inquire with my father when I have the opportunity. This is a fortuitous matter, and there is nothing to be concerned about." Wan Linger continued to stuff her mouth with meat. Just as I intended to take a bite, I realized that the dish had been entirely consumed. "My dear lady, do you not find such a copious amount of meat rather overwhelming?" Wan Linger delicately wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and replied with elegance, "Address me as senior sister. I find it utterly delightful and could easily devour another plate." I felt a sense of helplessness, as I prepared dishes only to see them vanish before I could partake. I was left with no choice but to hastily boil a pot of noodles, while I meticulously sliced cucumbers and bean sprouts, preparing them for cooking. I then sautéed diced meat along with garlic, ginger, and scallions in oil until fragrant, before adding sweet bean sauce to create a delectable topping. Once the noodles were cooked, I drained them and generously ladled the sauce over the top, garnishing with the freshly cut vegetables. I presented 6 ample bowls of noodles on the dining table. Before Wan Lingo could begin her meal, I reserved 4 bowls for myself and offered her 2. Instantly, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "What is this? Why do you receive 4 bowls while I am allotted merely 2? Is this how one serves their master?" I quickly donned a flattering smile and replied, "My lady, you just indulged in a large plate of braised meat. I feared you might not have room and would waste food." Wan Lingo promptly snatched a bowl from the table, huffing, "I can consume it all. I would never waste a morsel." With that, she began to eat, exclaiming praises for the deliciousness of the dish. I was at a loss for words, waiting for her to mix the vegetables and sauce together, as it would enhance the flavor. "Is this how it's done?" she inquired, and upon stirring the mixture, she found it indeed more delightful. As I observed the rapid speed of my opponent, I too felt a sense of urgency and immediately set about preparing a bowl to devour. Just as I finished half of my first bowl, Wan Linger had already polished off an entire one. Goodness, I thought, hastening my pace. Alas, her superior cultivation allowed her to consume her meal with astonishing swiftness. By the time I finished my second bowl, Wan Linger had already devoured 3, her gaze menacingly fixed on the 4th bowl, my third. I swiftly moved to embrace my 3rd bowl, only to find that Wan Linger had done the same. This is mine. I've only had 2 bowls, I protested fiercely, determined to guard my food. How dare she? Even you are mine, let alone a mere bowl of noodles. In a ruthless display of her culinary prowess, Wan Linger sent me flying with a kick. Before the allure of fine cuisine, she exhibited her brash and domineering nature without reservation. I cast a resentful glance at her, lamenting that such elevated cultivation allowed for unbridled behavior. I silently vowed to train diligently, determined to reclaim my dignity in due time. That afternoon, I set out early and arrived at the trading market of the mysterious Cloud Sect, intent on purchasing an alchemical furnace and the necessary herbs for refining chi-condensing pills. Soon, I spotted a stall selling alchemical furnaces. The vendor, a rather attractive female cultivator, greeted me. "Sister, how much for the furnace?" I inquired, examining the 3 furnaces displayed. Upon noticing my garb as a mere servant disciple and my cultivation at the 7th layer of chi refinement, her demeanor swiftly turned frosty. "You, a servant disciple of mere 7th layer cultivation, can you even afford it?" "I have no time to entertain you," she retorted. I had changed back into my inconspicuous attire to avoid drawing attention, yet here I was, underestimated. Rather than feeling anger, I deliberately patted the storage bag at my waist. The woman's eyes sparkled, and her demeanor instantly improved. If she could afford a storage bag, her wealth must amount to at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. My junior brother had mentioned earlier that it was my sister's poor judgment. Thus, I decided to introduce him to the alchemical furnaces. On either side were low-grade yellow furnaces priced at 400 low-grade spirit stones, while the one in the center was a mid-grade yellow furnace, priced at 800 low-grade spirit stones. I hesitated, questioning the exorbitance of the prices. Just a few days prior, I had purchased a low-grade yellow bracelet for merely 110 low-grade spirit stones. "Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me." The female vendor promptly defended herself, stating that my junior brother had wronged her. The difficulty of refining a furnace surpasses that of crafting any weapon, and considering the substantial materials involved, the prices are entirely justified. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire elsewhere. Seeing her earnestness, I was convinced she was not deceiving me. Nevertheless, I feigned reluctance, requesting a discount for the mid-grade yellow furnace. The vendor's expression brightened. "Very well. I shall grant you a discount of 10 spirit stones, the utmost concession I can offer." I persisted in my negotiation for some time, yet she remained steadfast, seemingly confident that I would not walk away. It appeared that I had no choice but to employ my trump card. I removed my mask, flashing her a gentle smile. "Sister, could you possibly grant me an even better price?" The vendor cast a dismissive glance my way, ready to refuse. However, her gaze suddenly intensified. "What a handsome young man. How charming. Sister, isn't there any possibility of a discount? If not, I shall take my leave." I feigned an intention to depart. Instantly, the female cultivator grasped my arm, exclaiming, "Wait, brother, how about this? I will reduce the price by 20 spirit stones. What do you say?" I mentioned the number 50. The female vendor gritted her teeth and agreed to the deal, "But you must promise me one condition." I, perplexed, asked what condition. The vendor, with a mischievous glint in her eye, suggested that my senior sister should give me a kiss. Her gaze was unwaveringly fixed on me. I was at a loss for words. I could at most offer a playful kiss. If that suffices, then we have a deal. If not, I shall take my leave. The vendor, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced, and soon the transaction was complete. I bestowed upon her a fleeting kiss and promptly departed. The vendor gazed after me, starry-eyed, pondering how such an exquisite young man could exist in this world. I should have been a bit more daring. Perhaps I could have enjoyed a more intimate moment. Following the incident involving Wan Linger delivering clothes to me, I had finally realized that I had become more handsome, attributing this transformation to the effects of the charm god body. I had intentionally tested this earlier. Indeed, women seemed to have little resistance to my allure. This indicated that I could easily indulge in a life of luxury. I now understood why Wan Linga treated me so well. She was clearly enamored by my presence. Next on my agenda was to procure the herbs for the spirit chi pill. The most basic of elixirs, the spirit chi pill, requires no complex formula, as it is readily available in the foundational compendium of alchemy. It is remarkably simple, requiring only a single herb, Spirit Chi Grass. Although it is merely one type of herb, the process of refining it into a pill is not so straightforward. Successfully creating the Spirit Chi pill signifies entry into the ranks of a first-tier alchemist. Before long, I discovered a stall selling Spirit Chi Grass. The vendor was a young man clad in a blue robe, undoubtedly possessing greater strength than I, as only inner Sect disciples could operate such stalls. I crouched down to examine the Spirit Chi Grass and nodded silently to myself. All of it was fresh spiritual herb, brimming with potent efficacy. Upon mastering the first tier of the chaotic alchemy technique, I have undoubtedly become an expert in the realm of herb identification. The chaotic alchemy technique encompasses not merely the art of alchemy itself, but also all the knowledge pertinent to it, including the identification of herbs. I raised my gaze to the man clad in blue robes and inquired, "Senior brother, how much does the concentration herb cost?" The vendor, perceiving the opportunity for a sale, chuckled amiably. "Junior brother, one concentration herb is 5 low-grade spirit stones. If you wish to purchase in bulk, I can offer you a discount." I exclaimed. "Is it truly so expensive?" The vendor, recognizing my novice status, revealed a slight smile, relishing the presence of a beginner. "Oh, it is hardly costly, junior brother. With your proficiency in alchemy, one herb can yield 10 concentration pills per batch. Each concentration pill is valued at 2 low-grade spirit stones in the market. Where's the exorbitance in that? Even if you successfully produce 5 pills, it would amount to 10 spirit stones, ensuring a profitable venture." Upon reflection, I concurred. Armed with the chaotic alchemy technique, I was certain to avoid losses. Nevertheless, I feigned reluctance, stating, "While you make a valid point, I am merely a novice in alchemy, and the likelihood of producing waste is considerable. Please, offer me a better price." The man pretended to deliberate, then proposed, "How about this? If you procure over 100 herbs, I shall reduce the price to 4 low-grade spirit stones each. Does that seem fair? Given your talent, I estimate you will master the techniques in no time, rendering any losses improbable." Pleased with his offer, I nodded in agreement. Then, "Senior brother, I would like to purchase 100 concentration herbs." "Excellent." The vendor's demeanor was exceptionally amiable. He retrieved 100 concentration herbs from his storage pouch, and after confirming their quality, I placed them into my own storage pouch. After spending 400 low-grade spirit stones, the stall owner beamed with joy as he bid farewell to his junior disciple, promising him the best prices on his next purchase of condensing grass. I turned and smiled, expressing my gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." He felt that this senior brother was exceptionally kind and accommodating, even offering a discount of 1 spirit stone, which prompted him to decide to return for future purchases. Subsequently, he found another stall and acquired several hundred potion bottles, spending 5 low-grade spirit stones. I was thoroughly pleased with my shopping spree. With money in my pocket, I felt at ease. Soon, I soared back to the main peak on my sword. Wan Lingo happened to be sipping tea in the courtyard. Upon my return, an involuntary smile graced her face, one she was unaware of. "Miss, I am back," I said respectfully. Wan Linger regained her aloof demeanor, snorting coldly as she reminded me, "How many times must I tell you to call me sister?" "Yes, Mississippi." Wan Linger lifted her teacup and took a sip, inquiring, "So, have you gathered everything? How many spirit stones did you spend?" Excitement illuminated my face as I replied, "I got everything for 750 low-grade spirit stones, including a yellow-grade mid-tier alchemy furnace." Wan Linger nodded, acknowledging that I had not overpaid. The seller had not profited from me. I chuckled. That's still a bargain, especially since the senior brother who sold me the condensing grass was exceptionally generous, giving me each plant for just 4 spirit stones. A discount of 1. Isn't that a good deal? I added, a hint of pride in my tone. Just as Wan Linger took a sip of her tea, she abruptly spat it out. I wiped the tea from my face, bemused, and asked, "What on earth are you doing?" "Ha ha ha ha." Wan Lingo laughed heartily, her mirth causing her to double over. I was utterly bewildered, contemplating whether she had lost her sanity. After a considerable time, Wan Linger finally managed to suppress her laughter. "Do you know why I find this so amusing?" she asked. I shook my head in earnest. "It's because a single condensed chi herb should cost no more than 2 inferior spirit stones. If you purchase in bulk, it could be even cheaper. Yet, they charge you 4 inferior spirit stones, and you still feel like you've struck a remarkable deal. You aim to make me die of laughter." With that, she burst into laughter once more. My expression darkened immediately, filled with an impulse to return and confront the vendor. However, upon reflection, I realized I was no match for him. The more I contemplated, the angrier I grew, prompting me to resort to self-hypnosis. I extended my arms, closed my eyes, and began to chant, "How beautiful this world is! How refreshing the spiritual energy!" I repeated this mantra a dozen times. Gradually, I felt my mood lift. After all, it was merely 200 inferior spirit stones. I could easily earn that by catching a few chickens. Moreover, I received 2 superior spirit stones every month, mere pocket change. With that thought, I turned away from Wanlinger and retreated into my room. Is this truly acceptable? How splendid this world is, how invigorating the spiritual energy. Wanlinger also attempted to raise her arms and chant. After a few repetitions, her eyes brightened, and she genuinely felt a sense of comfort washing over her. Eagerly, I made my way into a secluded chamber. Wanlinger's residence boasted more than one cultivation room, including a dedicated alchemical chamber. Although Wanlinger lacked the ability to concoct pills, the chamber still existed. I retrieved the alchemical furnace, preparing to engage in alchemy. I had no intention of practicing within the map. I needed Wanlinger to know that I was diligently studying the art of alchemy. Moreover, a new welfare map has emerged, leading to an increase in chickens. I find myself compelled to hunt for chickens everywhere, yet the time is unpredictable, which is detrimental to alchemical refining. The experience gained from chicken hunting surpasses that of cultivation significantly. It is imperative that I do not cease. Alchemy requires flames, the most common of which is the practitioner's own danfire. This necessitates the transformation of spiritual energy, yielding mediocre results. A superior alternative is the earth vein spiritual fire, which is reserved exclusively for the higher echelons of sections. The most exceptional flames are those legendary spiritual fires, of which the realm of cultivation boasts a variety, collectively referred to as spiritual fires, yet I am unable to acquire such resources. Given my current circumstances, I am limited to utilizing the diminutive fireball's flames, with the better option being danfire. However, neither of these are suitable for my needs. The chaotic alchemy technique possesses a unique danfire that surpasses various spiritual fires in efficacy. As I channel my technique, I swiftly condense a trace of purple danfire seed within my dantian. With this seed, as long as I infuse it with spiritual energy, I can obtain a continuous supply of danfire. Furthermore, once it is condensed, there is no need for further concern. It will autonomously operate within my body, storing danfire, serving as a formidable means of attack. I lay out all the chi-gathering herbs before me. Once all preparations are complete, I point towards the dan furnace, and the lid of the furnace opens. A wisp of purple flame enters the furnace, instantly igniting it, causing the temperature within the entire chamber to soar. The purple danfire differs from ordinary danfire. It does not require constant infusion of flames from the practitioner. A single wisp of danfire can burn for an extended duration without the need for continuous flame supply, thereby conserving spiritual energy. A faint smile graced my lips as I prepared to forge elixirs today, heralding the birth of a master alchemist. I cast a single herb of condensed essence into the alchemical furnace, which promptly sealed itself, releasing a fragrant aroma of medicinal vapors shortly thereafter. My current level of cultivation remains insufficient, devoid of spiritual awareness, thus I am unable to perceive the activities within. I can only observe through a small aperture left in the furnace. As the herb entered the cauldron, it swiftly dissolved into a liquid form under the embrace of the purplish flames. I meticulously controlled the heat, feeling a twinge of anxiety for the first time. As the herbs transformed completely into elixir, I swiftly cast a spiritual incantation into the alchemical furnace. At that moment, a burnt odor wafted from the furnace. Upon catching the scent, my expression shifted, and I immediately withdrew the flame. Alas, it was too late. The elixir had been entirely scorched. I closed my eyes to reflect, realizing that my incantation had been introduced too late, resulting in excessive flame temperature. I retrieved the burnt elixir and reignited the furnace, tossing in another portion of condensing grass. This time, I observed closely. The instant the elixir began to melt, I unleashed the incantation. As the incantation entered the furnace, the flames enveloped the elixir and began to swirl fiercely. This step was crucial for refining impurities. After a few breaths, the impurities in the elixir were completely eradicated. The flames reverted to their original state, and the potion had diminished by 1/5, clearly indicating that portion had been impurities. A sense of joy washed over me. According to the records of the chaotic alchemy technique, once this first step was successfully completed, failure would no longer be an option. This was the simplest of elixirs, requiring only one type of spiritual herb, without the need for any fusion of liquids. Next, I proceeded directly to the formation of the elixir. I executed the formation incantation from the chaotic alchemy technique. The incantation entered the furnace, and the flames once again enveloped the elixir. Subsequently, they split into 20 small fireballs, which spiraled chaotically in place. After a few breaths, the flames dissipated, leaving behind 20 elixirs floating within the furnace. A wave of delight surged through me as I retrieved a vial, removed its cork, and directed the elixir-gathering incantation towards the furnace. In the next instant, the 20 elixirs flew out in perfect formation from the furnace. Steadily, I placed the medicinal pills into the vial. I promptly extracted a condensed energy pill, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, I gasped in astonishment. This particular pill bore 10 distinct patterns, signifying it as a superior-grade elixir. This indicated that the efficacy of this pill had been magnified tenfold. It is a remarkable feat for an alchemist to successfully concoct a potion. The creation of pills adorned with patterns is a rarity. An alchemist capable of producing 2 or 3 patterns is already considered exceptional, while those who can craft superior-grade elixirs are exceedingly rare. I was utterly amazed, never expecting that my inaugural attempt at alchemy would yield a superior-grade elixir, and no less than 20 at that. According to the comprehensive guide on basic alchemy, a single batch typically produces a maximum of 10 pills. The fact that I managed to create 20 was nothing short of miraculous. This incredible achievement was entirely attributable to the chaos alchemy technique. I envisioned a future where I could amass wealth through my alchemical endeavors. Alas, such thoughts were fleeting, as I was acutely aware that if this elixir were to circulate, I would be at grave risk. After securing the pills, I resumed my alchemical practice, this time aiming to produce ordinary elixirs. After brewing over 20 batches, I finally mastered the chaos alchemy technique, gaining the ability to control the type of potion produced at will. Satisfied with my progress, I continued without pause. During this period, I also discovered a method for crafting ordinary elixirs within the chaos alchemy technique and produced several batches. Despite being an ordinary method, it still proved formidable. For 3 consecutive days, I immersed myself in this practice without rest. Whenever my spiritual energy waned, a single superior condensed energy pill would restore it instantaneously, delivering effects no less potent than those of a second-tier elixir. Once again, I cannot help but marvel at his prowess, further solidifying my resolve to keep this matter concealed. He stowed all the exquisite elixirs into the system's pouch, while the ordinary chi condensing pills, each bearing a single pattern, were placed into a storage bag. Thus, even if the storage bag were to be lost, I would have no cause for concern. At this moment, as I relaxed, my stomach began to rumble audibly, and I instantly felt the pangs of hunger, as if my abdomen were pressed against my spine. Stealthily, I emerged from my secluded spot and, with utmost caution, entered the kitchen. I carefully closed the door, ensuring that Wan Linger remained oblivious to my presence. Sighing in relief, I thought to myself that should she catch me, I would be deprived of sustenance for quite some time. Typically, Wan Linger is rather amiable. However, when mealtime approaches, she transforms into an entirely different person, fiercely protective of her food. She is the sort who will guard even your portion, making it impossible for you to eat until she has had her fill. While this might usually be tolerable, my current hunger was unbearable. The mere thought of inhaling the delectable aromas without the ability to partake would be torturous. After all, my culinary creations are utterly delightful, and I often find myself salivating while cooking. I swiftly prepared a pot of ramen and simmered a batch of beef. To expedite the cooking process, I employed a touch of violet flame. What would typically require 2 hours of simmering was completed in a mere 10 minutes, coinciding perfectly with the ramen's readiness. Before serving, I once again stealthily peered out the window, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was in sight. Finally at ease, I promptly filled a large bowl with ramen and added a generous portion of beef. Without further ado, I began to indulge. At this moment, not far away, 2 female cultivators soared towards the main peak on their swords, one captivating and alluring, the other as graceful as a blossoming flower. Soon, the 2 landed at the residence of Wan Linger. They were none other than Wan Linger herself and Bai Xiao. Having secluded herself for several days, Wan Linger had grown weary from hunger and boredom, prompting her to venture outside for a stroll. Upon her return, she fortuitously encountered Bai Xiao, a dear friend of hers. Without hesitation, she invited Bai Xiao to her home for a visit. Bai Xiao, having come with this very intention, sought to see if she could win me over. Even if that proved futile, She certainly wished to enjoy a meal before departing. Typically aloof in the presence of outsiders, Wanlinger now radiated joy, engaging in laughter and conversation with Bai Xiao, showcasing their close bond. As the two entered the house, a rich aroma of noodles wafted through the air, striking their senses. Instinctively, they sniffed the air, their eyes lighting up in delight. Without uttering a word, Wanlinger dashed towards the kitchen, with Bai Xiao closely trailing behind her. At that moment, I had just finished a bowl of noodles and was in the process of filling another large bowl. Before I could turn around, a sudden crash reverberated behind me. The kitchen door was forcefully kicked open. My expression shifted as I instantly recognized the intruder. Before I could even pivot, a delicate hand pushed me aside, swiftly claiming my freshly filled bowl and rushing to the table, chopsticks in hand, ready to feast, disregarding Bai Xiao entirely. My expression darkened. I had intended to protest that it was my bowl, but seeing Wanlinger already digging in, I promptly swallowed my words. I had no desire to invite trouble upon myself. Internally, I could only coldly mutter, "You wish to snatch it? Enjoy my saliva." Upon further reflection, one might wonder if this could be considered an indirect kiss, and the thought stirs a flicker of excitement within me. At this moment, Bai Xiao, disregarding all else, urged, "Junior brother, please haste and serve me a bowl as well." Regaining my composure, I recognized her presence. "Senior sister, you have arrived. Just a moment. I shall attend to it immediately." With that, I promptly retrieved a bowl, ready to serve her noodles. However, Bai Xiao halted me, and I gazed at her in confusion. With a flush upon her cheeks, she fetched a larger bowl, comparable in size to Wanlinger's. "Use this one, junior brother." Enlightenment dawned upon me. She found the previous bowl too diminutive. With a quiet sigh, I realized I might not indulge today, as she had specifically chosen a larger bowl. Having only just consumed a single serving, I had merely laid the foundation for my appetite. Now, with Bai Xiao joining in, my chances of enjoying a meal were dashed. I filled her large bowl to the brim. "Thank you, junior brother," Bai Xiao exclaimed with immense delight, lifting a bowl larger than her own head, and began to devour the noodles voraciously. The sight of two exquisite ladies, wielding bowls surpassing their own heads in size, indulging in their meal without a care for appearances, was too beautiful to behold, evoking a sense of awe. I gazed into the pot, which contained a meager amount of ramen, and hastily served another bowl to Zio. Just as I was about to indulge, Wanlinger had already finished her portion and swiftly dashed over, intent on seizing my noodles. Startled, I exclaimed, "You are forcing my hand." Wanlinger immediately withdrew her hand. Her face contorted with indignation as she retorted, "You are quite ruthless. Hurry, serve me a bowl." With a sly grin, I finally managed to secure a bowl for myself, and promptly filled Wanlinger's bowl, for this was the last serving. She immediately began to eat, and I followed suit. At that moment, Bai Xiao also finished her meal and urgently declared, "Junior brother, another bowl, please." "Apologies, senior sister, but it is all gone. That was indeed the final bowl. Please wait a moment while I finish, and I shall prepare another for you." I was acutely aware that neglecting to cook would be futile, as Wanlinger would undoubtedly insist on my continuing to cook until she was satisfied. Bai Xiao, crestfallen, replied, "All right," then turned to Wanlinger, her expression one of pitiful longing. "Is it delicious?" "Indeed, this noodle is exceptional, far superior to fried noodles," Wanlinger replied between mouthfuls. "We are close friends. I shan't complain. You could spare me half." "Considering how large your bowl is," Bai Xiao implored, her eyes wide with yearning. Upon hearing this, Wanlinger immediately wrapped her arm protectively around her bowl of noodles and declared, "No way. Just wait a bit longer. Once I finish, I'll make you some. What would be the point of you snatching this bowl from me? But the aroma is irresistible. Watching both of you eat, how can anyone endure such temptation? I feel so pitiful," Bai Xiao lamented, wiping the corner of her mouth. "No, do not even think about sharing my noodles. Anything else is negotiable, but the noodles are off the table," Wanlinger retorted amidst her meal. Bai Xiao found the soft approach ineffective. Soon, her companion was nearly finished with the meal, prompting her to take matters into her own hands and snatch it away. The two friends were far too familiar with each other, and Wanlinger, ever vigilant, quickly evaded the attempt. Bai Xiao relentlessly pursued her, while Wanlinger dodged repeatedly, seizing the opportunity to take a few bites of the noodles. I was at a loss for words. Truly, they resembled a pair of superficial sisters. Was it really worth it, senior sister, to quarrel over a bowl of noodles? Perhaps I could offer you some of mine? The two ladies exclaimed simultaneously. I promptly recognized the cue to remain silent. Thus, while Wan Lingo continued to evade, she managed to consume the entirety of her meal, having reached the nascent soul stage. In contrast, Bai Xiao had only just entered the late foundation establishment stage, revealing a significant disparity in their capabilities, leaving her at a distinct disadvantage. When the bowl was finally empty, Bai Xiao, visibly frustrated, took a seat. Wan Linger chuckled lightly as she set down her utensils. At that moment, I too had finished my meal and, wiping my mouth, remarked, "Senior sister, do not fret. I have something for you below." I deliberately paused on the word below. Bai Xiao, oblivious, merely nodded. I swiftly prepared 2 additional pots of noodles, as my previous provisions had proven insufficient. With ample beef still available, I served both ladies generous bowls before finally attending to my own meal. Half an hour later, the 2 large pots of noodles had been consumed entirely by the 3 of us. I reclined with my legs crossed, sipping tea, feeling somewhat full. The 2 ladies appeared even more stuffed, their bellies protruding as if they were 4 months pregnant. Most of the noodles had vanished into their mouths. After all, their higher cultivation allowed them to eat with remarkable speed, far surpassing my own capabilities. Bai Xiao, sipping her tea with satisfaction, declared, "This truly is the best noodles I have ever tasted. Once it enters the mouth, one cannot help but indulge, as if under a spell. Linger, you are indeed fortunate to have found such an exceptional chef, and one so remarkably handsome at that. I have an idea, my dear sister." At once, Wan Linger became alert, casting a glance at me as I sipped my tea, and chuckled, "You might as well abandon any notions. I know precisely what you are thinking, and I will not divulge anything." Bai Xiao laughed lightly, donning her veil, and said, "I suspected as much. You surely cannot bear to part with him. How about this? I shall stay with you for a while since I have no pressing matters at hand. Surely, that would be agreeable?" Wan Linger nodded in acquiescence. "That is perfectly fine. To be candid, have you perhaps been swayed back?" Bai Xiao's enchanting eyes remained fixed on Wan Linger, eager to glean some insight. Wan Linger was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Pay no heed to the rumors. I simply have no interest in those men. That is a relief. Considering our close relationship, I have always harbored some concerns." Bai Xiao feigned a reassuring gesture. However, her ample bosom caused a slight tremor with the motion, leaving me utterly captivated. "You vixen!" Wan Linger shot a discontented glance at her. Then, raising her voice, she exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" I snapped back to reality, hastily averting my gaze to the ceiling, my expression betraying my unease. Bai Xiao stifled a giggle. "What is this? Still in denial? I know you too well. You must have developed feelings." "Nonsense. Do not speak so carelessly. By the way, I noticed that you two seem to be acquainted." Wan Linga swiftly redirected the conversation. Subsequently, Bai Xiu recounted their shared experiences of how they came to know each other. Wan Linger cast a glance at me, surprised to realize that you were the very first person to partake of my hospitality. No wonder our encounter today felt so serendipitous. It seems it was all meticulously planned, a ruse to enjoy a meal. The more I listened, the more perplexed I became, as their conversation was a tangle of the comprehensible and the obscure. Deciding it best not to linger in confusion, I rose and ventured outside to tidy up. After several days of neglect, the surroundings had accumulated a layer of dust. Wan Lingo had initially intended to clean on her own, yet soon discovered that her efforts fell short of her expectations, particularly with the bedding, which she felt was never as neatly arranged as I could manage. Ultimately, she abandoned the task and spent 3 days wandering outside. Before long, I had utilized my dust-clearing technique to refresh every room, restoring them to a pristine condition, with the bedding folded into perfect, neat squares. Perfect, I mused. Subsequently, I gathered 3 sets of Wan Linger's discarded garments, intending to wash them. Stealthily glancing towards the kitchen, I saw the 2 women still engaged in their conversation, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. I lowered my gaze to sniff the clothes, instantly enveloped by a wave of nostalgia for the aroma that had eluded me during my recent days of alchemy. I then observed the 3 distinctively colored undergarments, grappling internally with the decision of whether to wash them with water or employ my dust-clearing method. Ultimately, virtue triumphed over vice, and I resolved to wash them with water instead. Carrying the garments, I made my way to the courtyard, filled a basin with water, and began the task of washing. The clothes were hardly soiled, for those who cultivate immortality do not perspire or secrete oils like ordinary mortals. Even after wearing it for a week, It still retains its delightful fragrance, all thanks to its magical properties that repel dust. Only one Ling air possesses such a fastidious nature. Thus, I merely gave my outer garment a gentle rub, and it was as good as new. Only 3 undergarments remained, which I deemed more challenging to wash. Hence I approached the task with utmost seriousness. As I washed, an inexplicable urge to sing overtook me. At that moment, the sect leader arrived to visit his daughter. And upon landing, he was immediately captivated by the melodious singing, prompting him to pause and listen intently. The laughter of the vast sea echoes. The tides surge on both shores. Amidst the undulating waves, I only remember today. The heavens smile as the tides of the world ebb and flow. Who triumphs and who falters, only the heavens know. The sect leader found the melody increasingly enchanting, absent-mindedly stroking his beard as his head swayed in rhythm with the song. Meanwhile, the 2 ladies inside the room were also drawn to the enchanting voice and emerged to witness the scene. In that moment, my companions and I were utterly astonished. The 2 ladies were enraptured by the song. I was so engrossed in washing the undergarments and lost in my singing that I remained oblivious to the addition of 3 listeners. The gentle breeze laughs. As if in solitude, the spirit of heroism lingers in the evening glow. The masses no longer feel lonely, their spirits still reveling in laughter, la 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 la. With each note, I felt increasingly like a master of song, resurrecting the effortless spirit and ambience of melodies from my past life. Such is the marvel of cultivation. The ability to control one's vocalizations with ease. Even a mere practitioner of the 2nd or 3rd layer of chi refinement in this modern age would possess the prowess of a singing maestro. As I concluded my performance, I too was enveloped in the reverie of the moment. Outside the wall, Wan Hao could no longer contain his curiosity and yearned to discover the identity of the remarkable individual capable of singing with such grandeur. Moreover, this individual is a man. Could it be that Linger has befriended a male disciple from another peak? Instinctively, I dismissed the thought of myself. That coward could not possibly be the one. It must be some young prodigy from another peak. Ha ha, Linger, do you have a guest? Let me see which celestial talent can sing such a grandiose song. Wan Hao pushed the door open and entered. Upon hearing his voice, I felt a wave of annoyance. It seemed that every time I washed Wan Linger's undergarments, this old fellow would make his appearance. Wan Hao burst into laughter as he walked in, only to find me directly across from him, washing 3 of his daughter's undergarments. His face instinctively darkened. I immediately noticed his strong desire to survive. He quickly stood up and stammered, "Sect Master, please let me explain. I told you last time. I enjoy wearing undergarments. These 3 are mine. As a man, isn't it perfectly normal for me to wash my own undergarments?" Meanwhile, Wan Ling, with her hand on her forehead, wore an expression of helplessness, feeling a bit sorry for me, and was about to offer an explanation. Wan Hao soon regained his composure, his expression shifting from gloomy to bright, and he laughed heartily. "Normal, quite reasonable, I believe you." Wan Linger and Bai Xiao could scarcely believe their ears, thinking they must have misheard. Wan Hao's smile gradually faded as he fixed his gaze on the 2 women's protruding bellies. I immediately sensed a surge of hostility. My previously relaxed demeanor tightened once again. Wan Hao trembled as he said, "Linger, you wouldn't be expecting this young man's child, would you?" My mind was suddenly overwhelmed, and as I glanced at Wan Linger's abdomen, I felt a profound sense of injustice, yearning to voice my explanation. Wan Hao glared at me fiercely, commanding, "Silence. I wish to hear from Linger." Wan Linger, surveying her own belly, appeared somewhat speechless. She furrowed her brow and remarked, "Father, what on earth are you thinking? It's only been a few days since your last visit. How could my belly possibly grow so large? I simply overindulged and feel bloated. What are you imagining?" At that moment, Wan Hao's demeanor shifted. He suddenly realized that indeed, only a few days had passed, making it implausible for her belly to have expanded so rapidly. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, and he cleared his throat, admitting, "It appears that I misinterpreted the situation." I breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that this was merely a misunderstanding. However, Wan Hao's gaze turned toward me, sending a shiver down my spine as I instinctively raised the belly wrap to shield my face. Initially, I felt unjustly reprimanded and harbored a twinge of guilt. Yet, witnessing this scene, my expression darkened instantly. Although for certain reasons he did not exhibit anger, a sense of amusement flickered within him. Nonetheless, witnessing that scoundrel using his daughter's belly wrap to cover his face right before him ignited his ire. Wan Linger, unable to suppress her discomfort, lowered her head and pinched her brow, unable to bear the tension. Fearing her father might strike me down, she quickly interjected, "Father, please do not misunderstand. This is not my belly wrap. It belongs to Xiao, who has been staying here these past few days." As she spoke, she placed her hand on Bai Xiao's waist and gently squeezed. Bai Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment, making it difficult for her to admit that she too was a person of pride. If she were to confess, how would she ever face others again? At that moment, she heard Wan Linger's voice in her mind. "Hurry and confess. If my father gets too agitated and harms me, you'll have no more delicacies to enjoy." Upon hearing the mention of food, Bai Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to sacrifice for the sake of sustenance. "Indeed, it is my apron. I have been staying with Linger these past few days, and in the spirit of not wasting human resources, I had someone wash it for me." Wan Hao was no ordinary individual. He was the master of a prestigious sect, and it was impossible for him not to see through such trivial matters. Realizing the peril she was in, she hastily discarded the apron and cautiously approached Wan Linger. In critical moments, one must cling to powerful allies. Wan Hao glanced between me and Wan Linger, stroking his beard. Although this lad seemed to possess mediocre talent, I recently discovered that he was unexpectedly handsome. How had I not noticed this before? By appearance alone, he was worthy of my daughter. No wonder she was taken with him. As long as Linger favored men, it mattered little if his aptitude was lacking. With enough resources, one could cultivate to the nascent soul stage and live for a millennium. Reflecting on this, a subtle smile unconsciously appeared on Wan Hao's face as he endeavored to present a benevolent demeanor towards me. However, in my eyes, it appeared as an exceedingly sinister smile, foreboding a deadly intent. After all, I was toying with his daughter's apron in front of him, a provocation that would surely incite his wrath. Moreover, as the leader of a sect, it would be a miracle if I were not struck down on the spot. "No, I believe I can still salvage the situation," I exclaimed, filled with trepidation as I fled. "Miss Wan Linger, save me. Your father seeks to end my life." In a moment of desperation, I dashed forward and clung to Wan Linger's thigh, refusing to let go. Caught off guard, she found herself grasped by my embrace. An unusual sensation coursing through her as I clung to her left leg. Previously, I had held her right. "I have wrapped my arms around both of your legs. Should I not just strike him down?" She pondered, but ultimately dismissed the thought. After all, despite his lack of appeal, I could not act rashly, especially considering the prospect of food. "Let go of me," Wan Linger hissed, her teeth clenched. "My father is smiling at you. What do you fear?" As she spoke, she attempted to shake me off, though she refrained from applying any real force, knowing full well that a genuine effort would send me flying. Wan Hao, observing the scene, was left speechless. Why is it that when I smile at this rascal, he clings to my daughter's leg? He mused, bewildered. Is my smile truly so terrifying? He casually retrieved a mirror, examining his reflection with a grin, convinced there was nothing amiss. I clung on for dear life, knowing that if I released my grip, the master might very well strike me down with a single blow. Even an ordinary father would surely feel compelled to defend his daughter upon witnessing a man playing with her undergarments, let alone the sect leader. The sinister smile he had displayed moments ago hinted at his intent to eliminate me. Fortunately, my cleverness in grasping Wan Linger's thigh had thwarted any opportunity for him to act. Otherwise, I feared I would now be lying in a pool of my own blood. Marriott suddenly comprehended the issue at hand. Indeed, his behavior had been rather peculiar. As a father, how could he possibly smile at a man who was playfully toying with his daughter's apron? Wasn't he that a tad bizarre? Wan Linger, too, recognized the oddity of the situation. Previously, her father had darkened with displeasure, only to later offer a smile. This time, it was no different. How could he still muster a smile? It felt somewhat unsettling. Wan Linger gazed at Wan Marriott in confusion. Why didn't you immediately reprimand him, father? Instead, you chose to smile at him? Wan Marriott was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to address such a delicate subject. Ahem, my dear daughter. You may be overthinking this. It is indeed a rare occasion for you to find someone who caters to your needs. As your father, I must naturally support you. Besides, I have witnessed his abilities. He has transformed the bedding into a work of art, which I find quite impressive. Furthermore, as practitioners of the Tao, we should not concern ourselves with trifles such as laundry. We are above such trivialities. Moreover, I am known for my good temper. Have you ever seen me berate anyone? Why would I wish to reprimand him? Is there anything wrong with my smile? After considerable contemplation, Wan Marriott finally devised a rationale. Really? Wan Linger expressed skepticism, feeling that her father was concealing something from her. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao stifled a laugh, seemingly aware of something but choosing to remain silent. Listen here, young man. I'll tell you this. If you dare to cling to my daughter again, you should be wary of receiving a proper thrashing. Now, release her at once. Marriott restrained his impulse to strike the young man and spoke loudly. I still find it somewhat hard to believe. The reasoning seems rather far-fetched. However, considering my own safety, I ultimately relented. A twinge of reluctance lingered within him as he embraced the long legs twice. Preoccupied with the act of saving his life and neglecting to fully appreciate the moment. Deeply regretting this oversight, he silently resolved that if another opportunity arose, he would savor the experience properly. Upon witnessing my release, Marriott's expression brightened considerably. Internally, I chastised him, thinking, this expression chameleon, alternating between joy and anger. Why not pursue an acting career? This transformation of countenance could rival even the greatest of actors. Was that song you just performed your creation? Marriott inquired, echoing the curiosity of the two women who gazed at him with interest. Fortunately, having perused numerous novels in my past life, I anticipated such a question and had thick skin enough to respond. Yes, it was indeed my work. What of it? Marriott nodded in satisfaction, awarding me an additional 10 points for my modest talent. I find this song quite appealing. It possesses profound meaning. The poem from last time was commendable as well, though I can't shake the feeling that it isn't truly your creation, as it doesn't align with your temperament or life experience. A hint of guilt washed over me. Yet I retorted, who dictates that composing music or poetry must correspond with one's character or experiences? Art is naturally occurring, a serendipitous gift from skilled hands. Inspiration flows unimpeded when it arrives. Do you not understand? What a splendid phrase. Art is naturally occurring, a serendipitous gift from skilled hands. It appears I underestimated you. Marriott laughed heartily. Wan Linger and Bai Xiao exchanged astonished glances, a mysterious light flickering in their eyes. Is there something urgent that brings your father here? Wan Linger inquired. There is nothing much happening. Your mother has prepared your favorite dish, the celestial delicacy, and I am here to invite you to dine. However, given your current state, it seems you may not have an appetite. Wan Hao gazed curiously at the two of them, pondering what delectable treat could lead to such a state. Yet, he hesitated to inquire further. Upon hearing the mention of a meal, Wan Linger immediately displayed a lack of enthusiasm. Though her mother is a celestial chef whose dishes possess the ability to aid in cultivation, exquisite ingredients are rare, and she usually consumes only ordinary fare. For Wan Lingo at this moment, such meals are of little significance. In the past, she had found her mother's cooking delightful, but now it seemed rather mediocre, failing to stimulate her appetite. Well, I can't eat anymore, so I won't join you. You can dine with my mother, she said, patting her belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Wan Hao glanced at me and nodded, forcing a smile he deemed gentle before taking his leave. I exhaled in relief, feeling an inexplicable strangeness in Wan Hao's final smile. The two women also relaxed, glancing at each other's bellies, which indeed resembled the appearance of pregnancy. Upon returning to the room, Bai Shiyu laughed lightly. I never expected you would have him wash your belly wrap. Do you have feelings for him? Wan Lingo blushed, attempting to maintain her composure, retorting, what nonsense. Previously, my undergarments were washed by the maid. Now, it is merely a change of gender. Is there a problem? Should I wash them myself? A flicker of understanding crossed Bai Shiyao's enchanting face, and she chose not to pursue the matter further. The topic has taken a strange turn. The master's attitude towards me seems somewhat peculiar. Have you noticed? Wan Linger also finds it odd. Her father indeed behaves differently towards me, exhibiting a certain indulgence. According to his understanding of paternal authority, he ought to have dealt with me harshly, yet the reality remains that I continue to thrive. It strikes me as bizarre. My father's demeanor is undoubtedly enigmatic. Haven't you grasped it yet? Over the years, various signs indicate that your father believes you are attracted to women. You need not refute this. To be honest, when I first met you, I also perceived your inclination towards women and even entertained the notion that you might have feelings for me. You have rarely conversed with men, often disregarding them entirely, leading to widespread rumors that you do not favor their company. Throughout these years, there have indeed been a few women who captured your interest. Yet the master has consistently found excuses to distance them from you, fearing you might develop feelings for them. Thus, when the master discovered that you had engaged a male steward, he was naturally elated, and I suspect he has already devised plans to marry you off. Bai Xiao's assertions were both rational and compelling, leaving Wan Linger unable to refute her. She was aware of the rumors circulating outside, but had never taken them seriously. To her astonishment, It seems her father has misunderstood the situation, likely with her mother sharing the same misconception. Reflecting on the peculiar behavior of her parents over the past few years, everything suddenly makes sense. Wan Linger rubbed her temples in frustration. It was one thing for outsiders to misunderstand, but for her own parents to be misled was quite another. She merely held high standards for men, finding none of them appealing. Certainly, her demands are rather peculiar. She insists on cleanliness in appearance, attire, hygiene, and living conditions. Few men have caught her discerning eye. I happen to be the first. Let them misunderstand, for it spares me from their incessant botherings, yet still, numerous men continue to intrude upon my peace. Wan Linger cast a glance at Bai Xiao, as if to say, don't think I'm oblivious. You harbor feelings for me as well. However, I must inform you, that is a futile hope. Bai Xiao, with a charming smile, replied, perhaps it is not so simple. I might just find myself drawn to someone like you. If it comes to that, I would not mind sharing. Ah, you little enchantress, your true intentions have been revealed. You wish to encroach upon my territory? I shall not permit it. With that, Wan Linger playfully pinned Bai Xiao down, and the two began to tussle. After washing my undergarments and hanging them up, I retreated to my chamber to cultivate. I retrieved a superior elixir and consumed it. Instantly, a surge of pure spiritual energy coursed through me. Upon careful examination, I noted its potency was over 5 times that of an ordinary qi condensation pill. Moreover, it was far more readily absorbed by the body, devoid of any impurities. Contentedly, I nodded and closed my eyes to begin my practice. In the realm depicted on the map, I was currently engaged in a foul slaughter, having already decimated 2 chicken coops within the sect. As I continued my endeavors, I found myself dispatching the last remaining bird. In the following moment, I successfully broke through to the 8th level of qi condensation. Observing the street behind me, it lay strewn with a plethora of items, including several glowing columns. Feeling the enhanced spiritual energy within me, I let out a triumphant roar, exhilarating. With a wave of my hand, I summoned all the items from the street into my system's inventory. As soon as the items entered the package, I could barely contain my excitement and eagerly began to inspect them. Upon opening the package, I immediately discovered 3 luminous items. Their artistic style was distinct from that of ordinary objects, easily setting them apart. One of them was a book titled Secrets of the Celestial Chef. A wave of joy washed over my face, for this was indeed a treasure. I had recently been delving into the mysteries of celestial cuisine, albeit with little progress. To my astonishment, just as I had wished for guidance, I found it readily available. Without hesitation, I clicked to learn. In an instant, a plethora of knowledge and techniques about celestial cooking flooded my mind, which took me quite some time to thoroughly assimilate. I couldn't help but exclaim, incredible! I never realized the intricacies of celestial cuisine. Without the benefit of someone to pass down these teachings, it would have been impossible for me to gain entry on my own. With the assistance of celestial delicacies, my cultivation speed could advance even further. Exquisite elixirs, celestial dishes, fundamental training, experience from slaying chickens, and map song cultivation. What a perfect combination. With my hands on my hips, I gazed skyward and shouted, who else dares challenge me? I was confident that with such abundant external aids, my cultivation speed would rival that of any prodigy with heavenly aptitude. Speaking of aptitude, I suddenly recalled the possibility of refining mine. With over 2,000 gold coins at my disposal, I could afford to refine my aptitude 20 times. Perhaps I would soar to new heights in an instant. Suppressing my excitement, I continued to examine the other 2 luminous items. The second luminous object was yet another book. This one detailing the alluring divine body, which I had previously acquired. I frowned slightly. Why was this particular item persistently surfacing? I wished to remain low-key, yet it seemed to keep drawing attention to itself. With a level 1 alluring divine body, I pondered, if I were to learn another level, wouldn't I become extraordinarily captivating? It seems I have decided not to pursue my studies any further. At this moment, the long silent system spoke up. This is indeed a valuable opportunity. You are quite fortunate to have swiftly acquired 2 volumes of the enchanting body technique. Should you master all 10 levels, you will attain a supreme skill. Why do you still harbor discontent? Moreover, with this system at your disposal, why are you preoccupied with mere survival? You should venture out and engage. I was at a loss for words. If I encounter danger, will you be able to save me? I inquired. No, at least not at this moment. The system replied candidly. If you cannot assist me, then what good are you? I am merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. Who am I to confront others? A moment's inattention could lead to my demise. How can I not be cautious? I retorted with frustration. The system remained silent. After venting my grievances, I proceeded to study the enchanting body technique. Since the system had promised a supreme skill upon reaching the maximum level, what rationale could there be for me to abstain? Henceforth, when I ventured outside, I would merely need to don the mask provided by Wanlinger. My exquisite visage would be reserved for alluring purposes, ensuring that my admirers would be motivated to safeguard me. Having completed my studies, I turned my attention to the third item emanating light, a book titled Foundational Magical Artifact, the Starry Tower Crafting Manual. This manual pertains to the magical artifacts required for foundational cultivation, and my eyes brightened at the prospect. Given my current pace of cultivation, it would not be long before I reached the foundational stage. This manual arrived at a most opportune time. The foundational stage is a critical threshold in the realm of cultivation, akin to the foundation of a towering edifice. The sturdier the foundation, the higher the building can soar. There are two primary methods for establishing this foundation. The first, employed by the majority of cultivators, involves consuming foundational elixirs to break through. This is the most commonplace approach. The second method entails utilizing foundational magical artifacts to achieve this goal. As long as one can achieve success, they would vastly surpass an ordinary foundation establishment practitioner, representing a disparity akin to heaven and earth. Remarkable foundation establishment treasures can even empower cultivators to battle beyond their rank, endowed with various intrinsic functionalities. These treasures can grow stronger in tandem with the cultivator's advancement, presenting limitless potential. However, the path to acquiring such treasures is fraught with challenges, even upon obtaining one. Success is not guaranteed. Compatibility with the individual's essence is crucial, and numerous obstacles abound. Nevertheless, should one succeed, they would undoubtedly stand among the elite. Even those of mediocre talent would garner respect from their sect if they could successfully wield a foundation establishment treasure. I clicked to learn, and in an instant, the method for crafting the Star Tower materialized in my mind. After a considerable time, I opened my eyes, furrowing my brow at the sheer volume of materials required. Moreover, proficiency in artifact refining is essential, presenting a troublesome dilemma. Does the system possess a map that includes a refining manual? The system affirmed, contingent upon the host's fortune. With sufficient luck, anything could be uncovered on this expansive map. My spirits lifted. What about the chicken? The system, devoid of a face, would surely express exasperation, remarking, on such a vast map, why fixate on a chicken? Although the map boasts an outrageous drop rate, the likelihood remains, yet it may require years of effort. By then, the opportunity might well have passed. I recommend venturing to your sect's artifact refining peak to battle monsters, where the drop rates are significantly higher, yielding various materials. I know that. However, my current cultivation level is low. What can I possibly defeat? Even if I could vanquish a larger monster, there's no guarantee it would drop anything. From my extensive experience in countless games in my past life, I have come to the conclusion that defeating a boss yields far less valuable loot than that obtained from vanquishing lesser foes. Given that there exists a chance to obtain rewards from defeating chickens in the game, I firmly believe that such creatures are the key to acquiring everything desirable. I adjusted my non-existent glasses, and a glimmer of wisdom illuminated my eyes, for I had already seen through it all. The system, you make a compelling argument, rendering me speechless and reluctant to engage further. I examined other items, discovering a plethora of low-grade yellow artifacts. Selecting a few at random, I refined those that were of use. Now came the moment to alter my destiny, as I prepared to spin the wheel of fortune. With practiced ease, I activated the grand roulette, my gaze fixed upon the pinnacle of celestial-grade potential. I swallowed hard. This was the ultimate objective, and whether I could ascend to divinity depended solely on this moment. Without hesitation, I clicked to begin. The grand wheel, entwined with the threads of fate, commenced its rotation. After several seconds, it began to slow, ultimately halting at the threshold of low-grade yellow potential. I was utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly happening? A sense of something vital slipping away within me left me speechless. Fortunately, my reserves of gold were plentiful, and with 19 attempts remaining, I felt no urgency today. I must exchange this yellow for something greater. The grand wheel spun once more, and I gazed unblinkingly at its surface. Yet again, the pointer rested upon low-grade yellow. I refused to be disheartened. I demanded another turn. I would not succumb to despair. After another 3 spins, the pointer once more landed on low-grade yellow. I could not deny the truth. I was indeed a most unfortunate soul. The yellow-grade qualifications occupied but a mere fraction of space. Yet I have consecutively drawn 5 times the yellow grade inferior qualifications. What unparalleled misfortune! I expressed my dissatisfaction to the system, questioning whether the spinning wheel was indeed malfunctioning. How could it be that I repeatedly landed on yellow grade inferior qualifications? The grand wheel of the system operates in such a manner. Acquiring superior qualifications should be effortless. So why resort to a spinning wheel? The system ought to grant them directly, for this is a matter of defying fate. A struggle between the system and destiny itself. Such endeavors are not easily achieved. You currently possess boundless opportunities for altering your fate. If you persevere, success will inevitably come one day. Your words resonate with profound wisdom, rendering me momentarily speechless. Having imbibed the system's motivational elixir, I felt rejuvenated once more. Let me spin, I commanded. Round and round it went, and this time the arrow landed more favorably, halting at the yellow grade medium qualification. With a push of my hands through my hair, I finally shattered the curse. Next time, I shall surely transcend the yellow grade qualifications. By the divine spirit, I implore you, O Supreme Lord, manifest thy power. As long as it is not a yellow grade qualification, I am willing to accept anything. Once more, I spun. Yellow grade inferior qualification. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Again, yellow grade medium qualification. My eyes burned with fury as I struck the ground with my fist. Again, yellow grade superior qualification. I exhaled in relief, having made a slight advancement. Yet it remained far from my expectations. Again, yellow grade inferior. I felt on the verge of retching. After the 15th spin, I beheld the arrow pointing to the yellow grade inferior qualification, succumbing to a profound sense of self-doubt. With a final resolve, I took the plunge, indifferent to the outcome. Vowing not to turn back, the great wheel of fortune spun once more, gradually coming to a halt at the lowly grade of Xian level. Overcome with joy upon witnessing this result, I wept with elation, finally liberated from the cursed Huang level aptitude. I felt revitalized, my heart brimming with delight. Though merely at the low tier of Xian level, it undoubtedly surpassed the medium tier of Huang level in speed. I deactivated the spinning wheel. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon the section for spiritual roots, and I recalled that my mutated spiritual root had yet to be activated. I reached out and tapped on it to initiate the unlocking process. Instantly, a notification appeared, stating that activating the spiritual root required 1 million gold coins. I gasped in disbelief. What a steep price. When would I ever accumulate such a fortune? This mutated spiritual root is quite extraordinary, the system interjected. Theoretically, it is merely a semi-finished product, a waste root. However, with the expenditure of 1 million gold coins, the system will provide a slight enhancement, rendering it an undeniable bargain. With the system's endorsement, it became apparent that my mutated spiritual root was indeed remarkable. A surge of determination filled me. After all, gold coins were merely a matter of perseverance. With relentless efforts in hunting, I would surely amass them. After slaying the chickens, I consumed a premium qi condensation pill and commenced my cultivation. I immediately noticed the advantages of possessing a low-tier Xian level aptitude. My cultivation speed was at least 1/3 faster than before. I silently marveled at how those with superior aptitudes truly reaped the rewards of their efforts. I could scarcely imagine the cultivation speeds of those with immortal, spiritual, or heavenly grades of aptitude. As I opened my eyes, I realized that night had fallen outside. As I was about to rise and prepare a meal, a series of sharp knocks echoed against my room's door. Are you awake? I'm starving. Why haven't you started cooking yet? Came the irate voice of Wan Linger, accompanied by Xiao's complaints. Generally, Wan Linger is quite agreeable, but when it comes to matters of food, her demeanor transforms entirely. One can only surmise that my culinary skills have rendered her dependent on me. A smirk crept across my lips, for she had indeed achieved culinary freedom. Why all this noise? What is there to fuss about? A day without a meal will not lead to death. I attempted to sound a bit stern. Having thoroughly grasped her appetite, I felt no need to tread lightly. Wan Linger turned to Bai Xiao, bewildered. Did he just shout at me? Bai Xiao, equally astonished, replied, Indeed, he did shout at you. Such an incompetent servant deserves to be beaten senseless and thrown out. Snapping back to reality, Wan Linger shot a glance at Bai Xiao, retorting, Even if I were to beat him half to death, he would still remain in my home. So, do not harbor such dreams. He belongs to me. Bai Xiao smiled alluringly. Very well. Let us see how you manage to beat him half to death. At that moment, I opened the door and stepped out. Wan Linger, about to confront me, was momentarily taken aback. How audacious of her to dare reprimand her senior. as she took a step forward. Both she and Bai Xiao froze in astonishment. Observing their expressions, I realized that the second-tier charm had taken effect. With my head held high and hands behind my back, I strolled leisurely to the kitchen. It took quite some time for the two women to regain their composure. Heavens, have I transformed into a more handsome version of myself? In that fleeting moment, I was nearly breathless. Bai Xiao cupped her cheeks with her hands, her face slightly flushed and radiant. Wan Linga was equally blushing, her complexion warm and her breath a tad hurried. She was genuinely captivated by my sudden allure. Indeed, I appeared several times more appealing than I did in the morning. A glance back at Bai Xiao revealed that she was still savoring the moment. An inexplicable irritation surged within me, prompting Wan Linger to dash into the kitchen. Startled by her sudden entrance while I was busy cooking, I exclaimed, "What are you doing?" She swiftly retrieved the mask I had gifted her and insisted, "Put this on. You can only remove it in my presence. Do you understand?" Wan Linger displayed her authoritative side. I retorted, "What nonsense. Why would I wear a mask at home?" Without turning back, I continued my task. In the next instant, I let out a cry as she twisted one of my arms behind my back. "Will you wear it?" she pressed. I promptly acquiesced. "Fine, I'll wear it." Satisfied, she released me. I donned the mask and glanced back at Wan Linger, huffing, "Is this acceptable now?" At that moment, Wan Linger regained her composure, gazing at me with a soft smile and nodding gently. "You're insane," I muttered once more, returning to my cooking. Yet, Wan Linger remained unfazed, smiling as she exited the kitchen. Hearing my yelp, Bai Xiao snapped back to reality and rushed over, her voice tinged with concern. "What have you done to me?" Wan Linger shot her a glance and retorted, "What is yours is clearly mine. Wake up, you're merely here to mooch." Bai Xiao, caught off guard, flushed in embarrassment, having been momentarily dazzled. Regaining her mature and charming demeanor, she chuckled, "What, are we no longer allowed to gaze upon one another?" Upon her return to composure, she immediately employed her spiritual sense to envelop the kitchen, noticing the mask adorning my face, and instantly grasped the situation. Indeed, no gazing allowed. Wan Linger unabashedly admitted, "Then how about this? I shall play the elder sister and you the younger. Is that acceptable?" Bai Xiao, undeterred, added, thoroughly captivated by the earlier scene, "No way, don't even think about it. If you do, you shan't be permitted to dine." Wan Linger declared as she rose and made her way towards the kitchen, lured by the enticing aroma wafting through. Bai Xiao, too, took notice and hurried into the kitchen. The reason for their haste was that I had just produced 2 roasted chickens, placing them on plates and bringing them to the dining table. The 2 women rushed in, sitting down without a word and diving into the meal. The moment they tasted the first bite, their eyes brightened, repeatedly exclaiming how delicious it was. Yet after a moment, both sensed something amiss and simultaneously uttered, "Celestial delicacies." They then turned to me in disbelief, with Wan Linger munching away, inquiring, "Have you mastered the art of celestial cooking?" As I continued to prepare the meal, I replied without turning my head, "I've merely scratched the surface. I am currently delving into it." Attaining the first tier of celestial culinary skills is not particularly challenging. The 2 women immediately brightened, and Bai Xiao, with an expression of greasy delight, unabashedly praised her junior disciple as a culinary genius. "You are the youngest immortal chef I have ever encountered, and your dishes possess unparalleled flavor. Your future is boundless." A formidable immortal chef is far more sought after than an accomplished alchemist, and their rarity only enhances their value. Even a first-grade immortal chef is fervently pursued by various sects eager to take them as disciples. There was once a fierce battle between 2 sects vying for a 1-star immortal chef, illustrating the scarcity of such culinary talents. I paid them no heed and took out 2 roasted chickens to silence their chatter, lest they disturb my focus. At this moment, I was eager to prepare a few celestial delicacies. Crafting such exquisite dishes is far more intricate than preparing ordinary meals. The quality of the ingredients is of paramount importance. And currently, I possess only commonplace ones. Even the most skilled celestial chefs would find themselves challenged under such circumstances, no matter how proficient one may be. The lack of quality ingredients renders their talents futile. However, there is no cause for concern, for the culinary techniques I have mastered are extraordinary. Among them is a method that employs spirit stones to infuse ingredients, thereby elevating their quality. The higher the grade of the spirit stone, the superior the ingredient becomes. I possess only low-grade spirit stones, and naturally, even if I had medium or high-grade ones, I would not part with them. After all, Why should I bear the expense of providing for my own meals while merely assisting the host? Miss, Senior Sister by Xiao, would you care for some exquisitely delicious celestial dishes that could even enhance your cultivation? I turned with a smile. Why do you always call me Miss? Just call me Senior Sister, Wanlinger replied, somewhat displeased. Addressing you as Miss highlights how you are unique in my company, does it not? I responded. I am unsure why I prefer this term. Perhaps it is a remnant of my previous life's mindset. Wanlinger beamed and said, call me whatever you like. I too believe Miss sounds more delightful than Senior Sister. Bai Xiao shot an exasperated glance at Wanlinger, internally rolling her eyes at her love-struck demeanor. Junior brother, of course. I would like to partake. Bai Xiao exclaimed. Wanlinger nodded in agreement, smiling. What difficulties could possibly arise? I laughed like a little fox, step by step guiding myself to discover a method to infuse ingredients with spiritual stones. The higher the grade of the spiritual stone, the better the ingredient. However, I possessed only inferior-grade spiritual stones, which were of little use to the young lady and my senior sister's cultivation. After finishing her roasted chicken, Wanlinger took out a handkerchief to wipe the grease from the corners of her mouth. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, 10 superior-grade spiritual stones materialized on the table and were swiftly taken away. After all, this young lady had an abundance of such stones. Bai Xiao also smiled charmingly, producing another 10 superior-grade spiritual stones. In total, there were 20 superior-grade spiritual stones, which seemed modest at first glance. Yet, when converted to inferior-grade stones, it amounted to 200,000 inferior-grade stones. I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. These two extravagant young ladies were indeed wealthy, and a pang of jealousy reddened my eyes. I casually collected the 20 superior-grade spiritual stones, and my demeanor instantly brightened. After all, these were my benefactors. Just by pilfering a few superior-grade stones, I could become a person of considerable means. Two lovely ladies, please hold on for a moment. The first dish will be served shortly. I prepared a pot of tea for them and meticulously cleaned the table, ensuring excellent service. Returning to my workstation, I carefully recalled the records in the Immortal Chef's manual. I took out 4 superior-grade spiritual stones and placed them beside 4 different ingredients. Channeling 4 spiritual incantations into the stones, they immediately began to radiate a spectrum of vibrant colors, capturing the attention of Wanlinger and Bai Xiao. Soon, the spiritual energy within the stones began to soar into the air, gracefully floating without any sign of dissipating. The first step of drawing out the spiritual essence had been successfully achieved. I revealed a faint smile, for once the initial procedures were successfully completed, the subsequent steps would pose no difficulties. I extended my hand to place 4 orbs of spiritual energy upon 4 ingredients. Once again, I executed 4 spiritual techniques upon the ingredients. Astonishingly, the ingredients began to radiate a kaleidoscope of colors as the spiritual energy gradually assimilated into them, disappearing entirely. Yet the ingredients continued to emit a gentle glow. Success! I exclaimed in delight, astonished that I achieved it on my first attempt. I could not help but muse that I was indeed a culinary prodigy. This scene left the two women utterly mesmerized. They initially assumed I was merely asking them for money, albeit in a more courteous manner. They never anticipated that I would transform ordinary ingredients into ethereal ones imbued with spiritual energy. Both women, of distinguished status, understood the magnitude of this feat. Even Wanlinger's mother, a third-tier celestial chef, could not perform such a technique. The essence of a celestial chef differs entirely from that of alchemists and blacksmiths. All dishes can be prepared, albeit with varying degrees of efficacy. The higher the chef's rank, the more potent the dishes they create, capable of amplifying the inherent properties of the ingredients several-fold. For instance, a dish that could aid in the enhancement of one's cultivation. A first-tier celestial chef can double the effectiveness of the ingredients, while a second-tier chef can triple it, and so forth. Naturally, certain high-grade ingredients necessitate assistance from chefs of elevated realms, as the success rate for higher-ranked celestial chefs is significantly greater. I infused the ingredients with spiritual stones to create a dish aimed at enhancing cultivation, which is also the most common type. After employing various techniques and intricate processes, the 4 dishes, replete with color, aroma, and flavor, were successfully completed. The dishes served were the exquisite jade belt shrimp, spicy chicken cubes, mapo tofu, and sweet and sour fish. Wanlinger and Bai Xiao could no longer contain their excitement. From the moment the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, they had been utterly captivated. As soon as the dishes were placed upon the table, They eagerly seized their chopsticks and began to feast. I hastily removed my apron and took my seat, aware that if I delayed, I might miss out entirely on this culinary delight crafted from 4 precious high-grade spirit stones and over 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such extravagance was truly remarkable. With a swift motion, Wanlinger picked up a shrimp with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. In the next instant, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her chopsticks fell from her grasp. A series of electrifying sensations surged within her, coalescing into 4 words: unparalleled deliciousness. Bai Xiao, too, was left speechless. Her chopsticks tumbled from her hands as an internal volcano erupted, manifesting in the sky as the words, delectable, delectable. Soon, the 2 young women regained their composure, tears of joy streaming down their cheeks, overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors. Without a moment's hesitation, they grabbed fresh chopsticks and resumed their fervent eating, completely oblivious to their image. Even as they savored one bite, another was already on its way to their mouths. Observing their reactions, I nodded in satisfaction before also taking a bite. In that moment, a tempest of flavors engulfed me, an endless delight that was almost suffocating. It dawned on me that I should not be overwhelmed. This dish, worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, had been refined by the celestial chef, purifying the spiritual essence to several higher levels and enhancing its potency by more than double. With each bite, I essentially consumed the equivalent of nearly 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones worth of spiritual energy. It seems that the divine dish I prepared has at least doubled its potency. Upon ingesting this celestial delicacy, it instantly transformed into a sphere of spiritual energy, continuously emanating power. Fortunately, it did not erupt all at once. Otherwise, I would have either exploded or succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. Without a moment to spare, I immediately sat down to meditate and absorb the energy. My meridians throbbed painfully under the immense influx of spiritual energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as I felt I could no longer endure, a spark of inspiration struck me. I envisioned my counterpart on the map also meditating to absorb the energy. Indeed, there was a wondrous connection between the two. If the version of me on the map could enhance my cultivation, it could naturally draw from my spiritual energy as well. With the map's assistance, the energy finally stabilized. Meanwhile, Wanlinger and Bai Xiao quickly noticed my predicament, just as they were about to intervene. They were astonished to see that I had managed to gain control. I had momentarily forgotten the potency of the celestial dish. Not only was its spiritual energy pure, but it had also been amplified twofold. Such a feat is characteristic of a second-tier celestial chef. Could it be that I have already attained that status? Wanlinger exclaimed in disbelief. It cannot be. He has only just grasped the essence of celestial cuisine. Perhaps his method of infusing spiritual energy is rather extraordinary. Bai Xiao remarked in astonishment. The effects of my cultivation were remarkable. Merely consuming a single dish equated to half a month's arduous training. Wanlinger closed her eyes to sense her surroundings, exclaiming in astonishment, my cultivation at the early stage of the nascent soul has significantly improved, equivalent to at least 5 or 6 days of arduous training. Goodness! Although the effects of what my mother provides are far superior, ingredients that can enhance one's cultivation are exceedingly rare. We scarcely consume them throughout the year, yet he has managed to achieve this with a single high-grade spirit stone. Imagine if one were to partake daily. The 2 women exchanged glances, each unable to conceal the delight reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 24. Shocked. The man bargains while shopping, questioning life once again after 2 days of cultivation. I found myself propelled directly to the 9th layer of chi refinement under the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Slowly, I opened my eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. I had been careless. I hadn't anticipated the profound potency of the celestial delicacies, and I must exercise caution next time. Just a single dish elevated me to the 9th layer of chi refinement. It seems I must now begin crafting foundational treasures. At this rate of cultivation, I estimate I could achieve full chi refinement in no more than 10 to 15 days. It was now just past 9 o'clock on the second morning. I realized I was in my own chamber, knowing that Wanlinger had brought me here. Rising, I began to jot down the materials required for forging the Star Tower, which necessitated over 20 different ingredients. Donning my mask, I soared on my sword towards the trading market of the disciples of the mysterious Cloud Sect, scanning the vicinity for any needed materials. After traversing most of the stalls without finding a single ingredient for the Star Tower, I finally stumbled upon one at a particular booth. A wave of excitement washing over me. However, upon examining the stall owner, my expression darkened instantly. It was the same vendor who had sold him the chi-nourishing grass. When adversaries meet, their eyes brim with animosity. I narrowed my gaze, realizing that I had reached the 9th level of chi refinement. Surely, I could engage in a contest with my opponent. However, I soon discovered that I still could not discern the depth of their cultivation. Despite my own advancement, I remained unable to perceive the other's realm, leading me to a singular conclusion. They must be at least at the foundation establishment stage. My eyes immediately lost their fervor, and with a smile, I approached. As I drew near, the stall owner recognized me. After all, it is a rarity to see someone in a mask, especially one who had previously proven to be a lucrative customer. Upon my arrival, his expression brightened. Another opportunity had presented itself. He likely speculated that I had returned to procure spiritual herbs after a failed alchemical endeavor. Ah, my junior brother has returned. What do you wish to purchase today? Still in search of the condensation grass. Maintaining my composure, I replied with a smile. What are you saying, senior brother? Just as you mentioned. That mere condensation pill is a first-tier elixir. I could easily produce it in dozens of batches. I only failed once. It's quite simple. The stall owner's expression twitched. This fellow was clearly unconventional. Such boasting, yet claiming to have failed only once. Surely, I know how difficult it is to refine. If it were truly easy, would I be here manning this stall? I have seen hundreds of failures without producing a single successful pill, and he dares to tell me he has only failed once. It seems he is aware that I have been taken advantage of. Haha, my junior brother is indeed a prodigy. Since you're not here for the condensation pill, what do you seek? I surveyed the array of metallic pieces laid out on the stall, known as star iron, the primary material for forging the star tower. This collection would suffice for 5 or 6 rounds of refinement. To prevent any failures in the refining process, I resolved to purchase the entire stock. My purpose for this visit was to acquire these celestial iron pieces, as I intended to learn the art of crafting. I crouched down to examine the celestial iron, and the vendor's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he promptly began his sales pitch. My junior brother possesses a discerning eye. This celestial iron is indeed the finest material for forging treasures. It is exceedingly rare, formed from extraterrestrial meteors, which I gathered during my recent field mission. Pray tell, how many pieces do you wish to buy? I picked up a small fragment, scrutinizing it closely, and nodded in satisfaction, echoing the vendor's praise. Brother, how much do you charge per piece? The vendor, eager to please, quickly responded. As we are old acquaintances, rest assured, I shall not overcharge you. Let us see. 1 pound of celestial iron is 30 medium-grade spirit stones. I was taken aback. What? Why is it so expensive? He recognized the value of the celestial iron. Yet he had not anticipated such a steep price. Expensive? Not at all, my junior brother. This is celestial iron, though not the pinnacle of heavenly materials. It is exceptionally rare and difficult to procure. If you doubt my word, take a stroll around the trading market. You may not even find a second vendor selling it. The vendor spoke with confidence, his words bearing truth, as he had no fear of losing a lucrative sale. I nodded thoughtfully, having perused nearly half of the trading market. Indeed, I had not discovered any alternatives. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to learn from my previous experience. I spoke up. If you could lower the price a bit, I would be willing to buy the entire lot. The vendor's eyes gleamed with delight. Truly, I was a promising customer. It was merely a matter of reaching the 9th level of chi refinement in just 7 or 8 days, which astonished the vendor. The last time he visited, he distinctly remembered that the other party was only at the 7th layer. It seems there is a bit of a backstory here. No wonder someone at the chi refinement stage possesses such wealth. However, he felt unperturbed. This was the sect, and once the goods were sold, they bore no responsibility. He was no ordinary individual himself. With this in mind, the vendor smiled and said, "Let us do it this way. Since you are a regular customer, and you genuinely wish to purchase, I will offer you a price of 29 medium-grade spirit stones per pound. You might think I am being unfair, but I am allowing you to save 100 inferior-grade spirit stones. I have 4 to 5 pounds here, so you are saving at least 400 to 500 inferior-grade spirit stones." Just as the vendor anticipated that I would nod in agreement like last time, I firmly declared, 15 medium-grade spirit stones per pound. If you sell, I will buy. If not, I shall take my leave. I spoke with absolute certainty. The last time, he had made a profit of over double. Surely, it would be the same this time. I intended to cut the price in half right from the start. I was curious how he would manage to profit from me this time. When I expected the vendor to negotiate further, to my surprise, He nodded without hesitation and said, "No problem, it's a deal." As I smirked with amusement, my expression faltered. What was going on? Why was he agreeing so readily? The vendor, already adept at weighing the goods, measured out a total of 6 pounds and 1 tael of stellar iron. The total weight of the stellar iron was 6 pounds and 1 tael, with the extra tael being a gift for the junior brother. The total came to 90 medium-grade spirit stones, which equated to 9,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. How does the junior brother intend to pay? The vendor inquired enthusiastically, wrapping the stellar iron and placing it in my hands, entirely unconcerned about the possibility of my fleeing. It was only then that I regained my composure, accepted the stellar iron, and paid the 9,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, yet I couldn't pinpoint what it was. I exchanged pleasantries with the vendor before departing. Upon my departure, the vendor revealed a sly grin reminiscent of a fox, as if to say, "You think you can outsmart me? I've encountered many like you before. You believe I will profit from you once more." Thus, he haggled me down, yet in truth, I was still reaping a profit of 1.5 times. Even after his discount, I was earning an additional 5 mid-grade spirit stones per pound above the normal market price. As I walked away, thoughts began to swirl in my mind. Had I indeed overpaid? His acceptance of my offer was far too swift. The more I pondered, the less right it felt, and I contemplated turning back to request a refund. However, I dismissed the idea, reminding myself that I was now quite affluent. Setting aside my recent endeavors in poultry, I had amassed nearly 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. I also had 16 high-grade spirit stones in my pocket, with 2 more expected by the end of the month. Even if I returned, I could only surmise that the vendor's character would not allow him to refund me. I preferred to maintain a low profile. It was best to avoid trouble. I engaged in a bit of self-hypnosis, affirming to myself that I was a person of wealth, unconcerned with monetary matters. How splendid this world is, and how invigorating the spirit energy. I closed my eyes and inhaled the fresh air, momentarily releasing all burdens. This was my strength and ability to dismiss inner turmoil, to quickly forget unpleasant occurrences. Chapter 25. Astonishment as a man selling roast chicken is surrounded. I wandered through the trading market, ultimately acquiring only 5 materials for the Star Tower. While the components required for the Star Tower were not exceedingly rare, they were certainly not commonplace. It was not easy to come across them, as some individuals may not even set up stalls to sell. I found myself in a predicament, pondering where I might source the necessary materials. If one has contribution points, they can eventually exchange them within the sect and surely gather what they need. The challenge lies in the fact that I possess only a meager number of contribution points, rendering me incapable of purchasing anything substantial. There are merely 4 avenues to accrue such points. First, by completing tasks. Second, by rendering sufficient service to the sect. Third, by trading spiritual stones with others. Exchanging 2 inferior spiritual stones for a single contribution point. And fourth, by bartering items, whether with fellow disciples or by submitting items to the sect, both of which yield task points. I have resolved not to undertake tasks, as the outside world is fraught with peril. Thus, I am left with only the third and fourth methods. After a moment of contemplation, I turned and retraced my steps, swiftly returning to the black merchant. The vendor appeared taken aback, perhaps wondering if I had returned to seek a refund after realizing I had been deceived. Nonetheless, he greeted me with a cheerful facade, inquiring, "Why have you returned, younger brother? Is there something else you wish to purchase?" "Brother, I wish to set up a stall beside yours to exchange some items. Would that be permissible?" I articulated my intentions. The black merchant, momentarily surprised, quickly acquiesced, eager to maintain such a lucrative patron. Expressing my gratitude, I positioned myself next to the vendor, prompting the map singer to search for a signboard within the map, which I placed into my system's inventory. He then retrieved it and inscribed some text upon it. Before long, a sizable advertisement stood before me, conspicuously large and eye-catching, inscribed with the following: purchasing task points, 2 inferior spiritual stones for 1 point. Also seeking to acquire meteorite iron, solar crystals, and other materials from the Star Tower. In addition, I am collecting refining manuals, acquiring a substantial quantity of herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill, shimbing flower, tianling fruit, and qixing grass. Selling celestial delicacy roast chicken for 10 low-grade spirit stones each. Offering a single Dan and condensation pill for 40 low-grade spirit stones per vial. Selling 2 Danwin condensation pills for 1 medium-grade spirit stone. The vendor glanced over and chuckled. "Ah, junior brother, you have quite the business here. I lack sufficient task points to assist you, but I can procure a fair amount of these 3 herbs for the Foundation Establishment Pill. They are from old acquaintances. I can offer them to you at 3 medium-grade spirit stones each, an absolute bargain. I smacked my lips. That's rather expensive. It's not overpriced. The herbs for the Foundation Establishment Pill are challenging to cultivate, and they must be at least 20 years old to be effective. The market demand is immense. Besides those cultivated by the sect, it is exceedingly difficult to grow them on your own, the vendor explained. Well, I don't have enough money right now. Let me sell some elixirs and roast chicken first. I'll buy them once I have the funds, I replied dismissively, thinking to myself. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you crafty old vendor. The vendor chuckled. After all this time, I still don't know your name. I'm Hushua. I smiled slightly. I am I. So it's you, brother Hushua. Would you care to sample my celestial delicacy roast chicken? I acquired it from a first-tier celestial chef. Its flavor is exquisite and can even aid in cultivation. It's definitely worth it. Is that so? A celestial chef is indeed rare. Bring me one. Hushua, whose greatest passion besides scheming was eating, immediately handed over 10 low-grade spirit stones without a hint of hesitation. After receiving the spirit stones, I produced a roast chicken. As soon as it appeared, a rich aroma wafted through the air, and Hushua, upon catching the scent, couldn't he help but drool uncontrollably. Impatiently, I seized the roasted chicken and took a bite, only to be momentarily stunned. After a prolonged pause, tears of emotion welled in my eyes as I murmured, "Delicious. Is it possible that such exquisite flavors exist in this world?" I had long heard of the culinary prowess of the celestial chef, and today, I was fortunate enough to experience it firsthand. This was truly delightful. Imbued with an ethereal essence that surpassed even that of mid-grade spirit stones, albeit in lesser quantity, seemingly equivalent to merely 2 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. A wicked smile crept across my face. My dear fellow, having indulged in my chicken, your fate is now sealed. Soon, the aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of passers-by who instinctively gravitated towards me, including nearby vendors who hastily closed their stalls. Dozens gathered around Hushua, their eyes fixated on him as he savored the chicken, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Hushua felt a pang of anxiety, for their gazes were piercing, akin to blades. Fixated intently on the chicken in his grasp, he sensed that his precious meal was in imminent danger of being snatched away. In a moment of desperation, he pointed toward the large sign beside me. As the crowd followed his gaze, they discerned the inscription. Upon reading Celestial Roast Chicken, 10 low-grade spirit stones each. Realization dawned upon them, and one by one, they produced their coins to purchase. I chuckled inwardly. What an excellent advertisement this was. Swiftly, I collected the payments and dispensed the chicken, and soon, over 20 individuals were enjoying the roasted delicacy. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely divine, they exclaimed. Never had they tasted such delectable chicken, reminiscent of a mother's cooking. Truly, this was the work of a celestial chef. One couldn't help but ponder what they had consumed over the past 2 decades. Passers-by, overwhelmed with delight, shed tears of joy, and before long, the commotion attracted attention from all around. A multitude of onlookers gathered, drawn by the spectacle. At that moment, a refined gentleman clad in an ethereal white robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely made his way into the crowd. My stall was already surrounded by a throng of over 100 people, jostling for space. Some, having finished their purchases, squeezed back in line. The lack of decorum displayed by my junior disciples was astonishing, as they huddled together like a single entity. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, more delectable than even the culinary masterpieces crafted by my masteress wife. The gentleman immediately tapped the shoulder of a man at the edge of the crowd, requesting him to make way. The man glanced back, his face betraying unfamiliarity, before turning away to push further into the throng. Realizing that mere words were futile, the gentleman grew impatient, overwhelmed by the tantalizing scent that caused his mouth to water uncontrollably. Meanwhile, I was reveling in the collection of spirit stones, finding the act of earning money delightfully effortless, achieving financial freedom merely through the sale of roasted chicken. In that brief period, I had amassed over 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, a formidable aura descended upon us, and the crowd of buyers recoiled, their faces paling under the weight of an immense pressure that forced them to bend at the waist. I, too, felt the crimson flush on my face, my knees trembling, teetering on the brink of collapse, just as I felt I could endure no longer. The oppressive force dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived. The crowd collectively exhaled, each person hastily parting to create a path, aware that a significant figure had arrived. The gentleman in white nodded in satisfaction, advancing step by step. Someone in the crowd recognized him and exclaimed in astonishment, "It is the holy son of the main peak, Lu Mingxian, the chief disciple of the sect master." A flicker of recognition crossed my face. It was none other than the esteemed holy son of the main peak, which meant he was the senior brother of Wanling. Lu Mingxian approached the stall, casting a glance at the signboard, feigning composure while inwardly yearning with great intensity. Maintaining his facade, he declared, "Junior brother, please procure for me 1 roasted chicken, though I would not refuse 20. As he spoke, he presented 2 medium-grade spirit stones. I accepted the stones and produced 20 roasted chickens. However, upon receiving the chickens, Lu Mingxian did not indulge immediately. After all, he was a holy son and was acutely aware of his demeanor. Instead, he retrieved a comprehensive tome on artifact forging from his storage ring and handed it to me with a smile. "Our meeting is a stroke of fate, junior brother. This tome, a compendium of my personal insights on artifact crafting, is a gift for you." I felt a surge of goodwill and quickly responded, "Thank you, senior brother," as I handed him another 20 roasted chickens. Had it been anything else, Lu Mingxian would have politely declined, but these were delicacies of the celestial realm. A true gourmand could not resist such temptation. He had initially considered purchasing more but hesitated, fearing that depleting the entire stock would compromise his dignity. The notion of the illustrious holy son competing with a throng of inner and outer disciples for roasted chickens was far too vulgar for his refined sensibilities. Thus, he reluctantly settled for 20. As Lu Mingxian regarded the youthful stall owner, his fondness grew. "Junior brother, let us exchange contact information," he suggested, producing a token. I likewise presented the inner disciple token I had recently acquired. When our tokens touched, a connection was established, enabling us to communicate across distances, remarkably convenient. Lu Mingxian nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself that now he need not worry about securing a victory in the game. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed. After selling several hundred roasted chickens, I announced that they were all sold out. Although I had a fair amount left, I wished to reserve some for myself, not wanting to attract excessive attention. Upon hearing the news of the sellout, many regretted not purchasing more during their first visit. Alas, they could only wait for the next opportunity, each one silently memorizing my appearance. I was quite memorable, after all, sporting a half-mask. Once the crowd had dispersed, Hu Shua approached me with a sheepish grin. "Junior brother, do you have any roasted chickens left? Sell me a few more. I know you must have some." I offered a harmless smile, knowing that nothing could be concealed from my senior. Indeed, I had a few left, but they were meant for my own consumption. Hu Shua's eyes lit up. "Then could you possibly sell me a few? I simply adore them." I countered, "Can you truly procure a substantial quantity of foundation-building elixir materials?" With a firm hand on his chest, Hu Shua asserted, "I assure you, I never lie." "And how many spirit stones per herb?" I feigned ignorance. As I mentioned earlier, each herb is 3 medium-grade spirit stones, which is already my cost price. Any lower, and I would incur a loss, Hu Shua patiently explained. I nodded. Then my roasted chickens are all gone. You might want to seek out someone else." I began to pack up, preparing to leave. Hu Shua, suddenly anxious, exclaimed, "Wait. Junior brother, let's discuss this properly. How about this? I'll take a loss and sell them to you at 250 low-grade spirit stones each." Upon hearing this, I continued to pack up. "Senior brother, you should really find someone else. I need to go procure supplies from the celestial kitchen." Once again intercepted by the other party, Hu Shua, with a pained expression, lamented, 2 mid-grade spirit stones. It cannot be any less. If it is, I will truly suffer a loss. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you cunning old vendor. It is not that I am unwilling to sell to you, my senior brother. It is simply that I have none left. Perhaps next time." With that, I turned to leave. This time, Hu Shua did not attempt to retain me. As he watched me walk away, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "This little rascal is rather astute, attempting to turn the tables on me. Such a dreamer. I have navigated the Maelstrom sect for decades. It is only I who swindles, and no one has ever swindled me. What is it but a mere chicken? I shan't even bother." Losing his enthusiasm for the stall, Hu Shua packed up his belongings and departed. I wandered through the trading market once more, yet again failing to uncover anything of interest. Few would exchange contribution points, for spirit stones are easily acquired while contribution points are scarce. Only a handful of condensing chi pills were sold, as they are merely elixirs for qi condensation cultivators and hold little appeal for those at the foundation establishment stage. Qi condensation cultivators are often impoverished, with few able to afford such luxuries. Today's greatest acquisition was the tome on weapon forging. Along with 5 or 6 materials for the Star Tower, I sighed and returned on my sword. It was already midday, and I needed to hasten to prepare a meal for Wan Ling. Otherwise, I would face her reprimand upon my return. In the living room of Wan Ling sat a refined gentleman in a white robe, accompanied by Shi Yao. The three were engaged in tea when the elegant man suddenly spoke. "Junior sister, I visited the trading market today and procured 6 exceptionally delectable celestial roast chickens. I couldn't bear to eat them alone, so I came here to enjoy them with you. It is fortunate that junior sister Shi Yao is present as well, allowing us to each indulge in 2. The man in question is none other than the esteemed disciple of the Master Peak, Lu Mingxian, who also happens to be one of Wan Linger's admirers. Wan Linger raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, "Are you here merely to present a roasted chicken, senior brother? How utterly tedious. Do you believe I am the sort of woman who would be swayed by mere sustenance? Senior brother, you would do well not to squander your time on me. There is no possibility for us. I am drawn to individuals who are pristine in appearance, immaculate in hygiene, pure in character, and untainted in thought. People who embody cleanliness in every aspect. While you meet many of these criteria, your thoughts are far from pure, which is the very trait I loathe above all. You squander your time pursuing women instead of honing your cultivation. Continue down this path, and you may find your esteemed position as a disciple jeopardized, for your 2nd and 3rd senior brothers are ever watchful." Lu Mingxian displayed no sign of displeasure, seemingly accustomed to her rebuke, and instead responded with a smile. "Junior sister, are you expressing concern for your senior brother? Rest assured, my cultivation has not faltered. Aside from the moments I spend in your company, I dedicate all my time to practice. Today's offering is not merely an ordinary roasted chicken, but a divine delicacy. Its aroma alone surpasses the culinary creations of our master's wife, I assure you." With that, he produced 6 roasted chickens from his storage bag and placed them on a platter. The instant the chickens appeared, the entire room was enveloped in a rich and tantalizing fragrance. Both women turned their gazes toward the source, and moments later, their expressions shifted. Unaware of their reaction, Lu Mingxian assumed they were captivated by the aroma and boasted, "Did I not tell you the truth? Is it not utterly delightful? This roasted chicken is highly sought after outside. It is simply exquisite. Had it not been for my assertive suppression of them, I would have secured not a single one." The moment I acquired it, my thoughts immediately turned to my junior sister. The enticing aroma indeed stirred a sense of desire in the 2 women, and I pondered when I might return. Wan Linger was about to acquiesce when suddenly, her expression shifted. She hastily withdrew her hand and remarked coolly, "Senior brother, such delectable roast chicken is best enjoyed by you. I am currently on a diet and wish to refrain from overindulgence." Bai Xiao also sensed the change, her charming visage instantly brightening with a smile. "Senior brother, I am not hungry either. Please indulge yourself." Lu Mingxuan's expression of triumph froze abruptly. He could not fathom it. His junior sister had always been an ardent lover of exquisite delicacies. How could she possibly refuse? With such a mouth-watering aroma, he believed that no one could resist it. Who would turn down such a treat presented before them? Wan Linger, growing somewhat impatient, spoke up, "Senior brother, it is getting late. You should return and enjoy it alone. I have matters to attend to." This was a clear dismissal. Yet, Lu Mingxian remained undeterred. This was not the first time he had been sent away, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. It was a rare occasion to have a valid reason to visit his junior sister for conversation, and he was unwilling to leave without indulging in further discourse. He was resolute in his belief that Wan Linger could not possibly resist, and thus he began to eat the roast chicken right before the 2 women. As he tore into the chicken, the aroma intensified. After merely a single bite, Lu Mingxian lamented the money spent so frivolously. Inadvertently, the exquisite taste elicited a groan of pleasure from him. At that moment, Lu Mingxian had completely forgotten the purpose of his visit. His sole focus was the roast chicken, and he ceased to speak, devouring piece after piece. This sight left the 2 women utterly enticed, even though a grand feast awaited them outside. However, the aroma was simply irresistible. The 2 young women were tempted multiple times to rush over and seize a roasted chicken. Yet, having indulged in finer delicacies, they exhibited restraint and managed to endure the temptation. Had I not returned, their ability to resist would remain uncertain. Before long, Lu Mingxian devoured a roasted chicken, his face glistening with grease, completely bereft of any trace of elegance. He even licked his 5 fingers in front of the 2 women. Grabbing a second chicken, he continued to feast, all the while extolling its virtues. Wan Linger and Bai Xiao sensed that I had prepared 6 dishes, which were now elegantly arranged on the table. With no intention of inviting them to partake, I had even seated myself and commenced my meal. This was intolerable. It was beyond bearable for Wan Linger and Bai Xiao. They sprang to their feet, with Wan Linger exclaiming fiercely, "How dare you eat without us?" Lu Mingxian was jolted from his gastronomic reverie, mistakenly believing that his junior sister was addressing him. He hastily responded, "My apologies, junior sister. This roasted chicken is simply delectable. I couldn't resist after tasting just a bite." I was wrong. Although he spoke these words, his heart swelled with delight, believing his junior sister yearned to taste the chicken he had purchased. To his surprise, Wan Linger and Bai Xiao paid him no mind and promptly exited the room. Lu Mingxian stood there, bewildered, clutching the half-eaten chicken as he hurried after them. With a resounding kick, Wan Linger forcefully swung open the kitchen door, startling me as I indulged in my solitary feast. The 2 women entered without uttering a word and took their seats, swiftly devouring the dishes before them with the ferocity of a whirlwind. I busily declared, "These 2 dishes are for my own consumption, infused with inferior spirit stones, offering no cultivation benefits for you. Please refrain from taking them." The 2 women paid no heed and proceeded to indulge in my dishes. Their flavors, albeit lacking in spiritual essence, were not diminished in taste. Their actions were deliberate, a punishment for my solitary enjoyment. At that moment, Lu Mingxian, who had been trailing behind, entered the room and was immediately captivated by the rich aroma that enveloped the air, far surpassing that of roasted chicken. Gazing at the spread before him and then at the roasted chicken in his hand, he suddenly found it lacking in appeal. Chapter 27. A clear resolution, all benefits. No wonder my junior sister declined my chicken. She had discovered something far more delectable. The individual seated opposite, was he not the younger disciple selling roasted chicken? How embarrassing. I had unwittingly boasted in front of my junior sister. Lu Mingxian swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the irresistible fragrance. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he shamelessly inquired, "Junior sister, might I join you for a meal?" The response he received was mere disregard from the 2 women. The 2 dishes I had prepared for myself were swiftly devoured by them, leaving only 4 remaining. I found myself speechless. Was it truly such a grave offense to not invite them to dine? With the last 4 dishes remaining, I decided against consuming them for the time being, as their potency was too great for easy digestion. My immediate priority was to refine the foundational artifact. My cultivation could be elevated at any moment. Raising my gaze towards the entrance, I looked on pitifully, like a forlorn saint. Wan Linger and Bai Xiao may be indifferent, but I cannot afford such luxury. Clearly, I am a suitor for Wan Linger. I must not grant anyone the opportunity to cause me trouble. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" I inquired, glancing at Lu Mingxian, who held a roast chicken in his hands, and I suddenly comprehended. It appears he is merely a sycophant, destined to end up with nothing in the end. Lu Mingxian revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness. "I heard them say you were selling yourself for someone else, but I didn't expect that someone else would be you." I hastened to clarify, "Senior brother, I did not intend to conceal the truth. I am merely Miss Wan Linger's male caretaker. Naturally, I must maintain a low profile to avoid embarrassing her. What does it mean to be a male caretaker? It entails attending to all her needs, from food to shelter. My relationship with Miss Wan Linger is purely contractual. She compensates me with 2 superior spirit stones each month in return for my services. Please do not misunderstand." I spoke with earnestness, firmly establishing our relationship and leaving no room for him to create trouble for me. Meanwhile, Wan Linger, who was eating, looked somewhat speechless. "Is it really necessary to distance yourself so hastily?" Bai Xiao chuckled as she dined, unable to contain her amusement. Upon realizing that I was merely a servant, the flicker of doubt on Lu Mingxuan's face vanished instantly. His attire was unremarkable and rather unkempt. He wore a mask, undoubtedly due to facial injuries, further indicating a lack of cleanliness. With these 2 attributes alone, he could not possibly be the type that junior sister would fancy. He chuckled, "So that is the case. I was wondering how junior sister could allow a man into her residence. Given junior brother's status as a celestial chef, anyone would be eager to have him stay." I casually took out a storage bag and discreetly handed it to him, whispering, "Just a small token. Please refrain from speaking, junior brother. I hope you will speak kindly of me in front of the junior sister in the future. There will be rewards for you later." My face lit up with joy as I nodded repeatedly, indicating my understanding. You see, once the relationship is clarified, it is all benefits. If the relationship remains ambiguous, it is fraught with trouble. After speaking, Lu Mingxian, emboldened, attempted to join us to partake in the meal. To his astonishment, he discovered that all 4 dishes had been completely devoured, leaving not a drop of sauce behind. How delectable must they have been! Even the junior sister has not savored such culinary delights prepared by Master's wife. Inhaling the lingering aroma in the air, Lu Mingxian swallowed hard and remarked, "I hope to have the opportunity to taste your culinary skills in the future." "Absolutely. I will certainly cook for you when the chance arises," I replied, somewhat dismissively. As the dishes were all consumed, I felt a bit awkward standing there. Lu Mingxian bid farewell to the 3 of us and left without looking back. Once the senior brother departed, Wan Ling finally exhaled in relief. The senior brother was quite amiable, and their previous relationship had been rather pleasant. However, ever since Lu Mingxian began to pursue Wan Linger, their connection had waned. She had been avoiding him daily, as his persistent advances had become quite bothersome. Growing up surrounded by a multitude of esteemed suitors had raised her standards considerably. Apart from her father, she looked down upon any man and particularly detested those who groveled before her. "Why did you venture out today to sell roasted chicken? As if I were mistreating you and withholding spiritual stones? Should word get out, it would seem I am abusing a celestial chef, a shame I cannot afford." Wan Linger, well-fed and satisfied, commenced her inquiry. "Miss, why should I not sell roasted chicken? As if I were being supported by you," I retorted. "Is it not true that he is quite impressive nowadays?" Wan Linger's cheeks flushed. "That is not my intention. Who would care to support you? My question is, what prompted you to suddenly sell roasted chicken? People might think I am exploiting a celestial chef. In truth, it was not a matter of great significance. With the foundation establishment imminent, I intended to refine a foundational artifact and procure several materials at the trading market. Thus, I resorted to displaying the roasted chicken to attract attention, hoping to acquire more items. To my surprise, while the chicken sold abundantly, I obtained not a single item in return, and attempts to exchange spiritual stones for contribution points yielded no responses. As I explained, I sat opposite the 2 women, feeling no sense of being an outsider. "You wish to refine a foundational artifact? Given your aptitude, it seems quite challenging to find a compatible artifact." Wan Linger contemplated before speaking. Bai Xiao nodded in agreement. "Your talent makes basic foundation establishment difficult, let alone establishing an artifact. It is truly a daunting task. With the time and spiritual stones you have, it would be more practical to purchase a few foundation pills." Yet, I remained unfazed. Sipping my tea, how can one know the outcome without attempting? The effort lies in human endeavor. Wan Linger nodded, surveying the entire realm of cultivation, where numerous practitioners of lesser aptitude still existed. Those who successfully established their foundations with magical artifacts soared into the skies. A well-founded foundation is not inferior to that of advanced spiritual roots and talents. Many foundational artifacts possess the means to enhance both cultivation speed and offensive power. With my innate talent, if I could acquire a superior foundational artifact and achieve successful foundation establishment, it would undoubtedly serve as the greatest boon to my cultivation journey. Otherwise, I would be fortunate to reach the nascent soul stage in this lifetime. Hand over your materials list. I shall seek out the necessary components for you, Wan Linger declared. I crossed my arms, astonished, and retorted, "You can't possibly intend to support me in a lavish manner, can you? I must inform you that I sell my art, not my body. You shall not lay claim to me in that regard." At that moment, Bai Xiao, who was sipping her tea, erupted in laughter. I wiped my face, exclaiming, "Xiao, do you harbor any grievances against me?" "Absolutely not. I merely find your physique quite tempting," Bai Xiao replied with a playful smile, wiping her mouth. Wan Linger, with a serious expression, insisted, in all honesty, presented. "Within a day at most, I shall gather everything for you." Recognizing her earnestness, I refrained from being coy and produced the meticulously prepared note. I had initially intended to return and request Wan Linger's assistance. Yet I was taken aback that she proactively sought me out. It seemed this girl had developed feelings for me. Such was the extent of my irresistible charm. I had even managed to sway a woman from her original inclinations. How extraordinarily handsome must I be, I mused with pride. Handing the note to Wan Linger, she glanced at it and remarked, "No wonder you find it challenging to procure a few items. Although these treasures may not be the finest of their kind, they are indeed quite rare. Generally, ordinary disciples wouldn't possess them. Only the Sect's treasury could provide such goods swiftly." It requires a considerable number of contribution points, doesn't it? I must inform you, I cannot procure contribution points in a short span. Should you have a change of heart later, I cannot return what I do not possess. I chuckled and replied, if you cannot return them, then you shall cook for me for a lifetime. A subtle smile graced Wan Linger's lips, and her exquisite visage momentarily revealed a hint of peculiarity. Fear not, junior brother, when the time comes, your senior sister will repay you. And I shan't make you toil endlessly in the kitchen, occasional cooking will suffice. Bai Xiao chimed in with a playful laugh. I appreciate your kind offer, senior sister. Should I find it untenable to remain with Miss Lingo, I shall seek refuge with you. It appears I have gained another ally. It seems my destiny is to be supported by women throughout my life. My appetite is rather hearty. Why does fate always seem to tempt me with a life of dependence? By the way, upon your induction as an inner sect disciple, you may visit the Technique Pavilion to select 2 sets of techniques, along with a single opportunity to venture into Foundation Establishment Mountain, where you may seek a suitable Foundation Establishment treasure. Wan Linger suddenly interjected. I have heard of Foundation Establishment Mountain. It is said to be replete with countless Foundation Establishment treasures, accumulated over many years by the sect. There are treasures crafted at the refining peak, which, if they do not resonate well with their hosts or fail to attract them, will be sold to the sect in exchange for some compensation. Disciples also submit treasures obtained from outside to the sect. There are also some disciples and elders who, upon facing their impending demise, remain behind. In summary, although there are numerous foundational treasures available, each individual's constitution and aptitude differ significantly. Hence, it is rare for a disciple to encounter a treasure that perfectly aligns with their needs. To find one with an 80% compatibility is already considered fortunate. Most only achieve a compatibility of 1 or 2%, and only those exceeding 50% stand a chance of successfully establishing their foundation. Each year, thousands of disciples seek to solidify their foundation, yet only a handful, merely dozens, manage to discover a treasure that resonates with their essence upon the Foundation Establishment Mountain. True prodigies. Those with genuine depth often forge their own foundational treasures or seek out master artisans to craft bespoke items tailored to their unique requirements, ensuring the highest compatibility. However, not all prodigies succeed. Even when consulting the most esteemed masters, there remains a 50% chance of failure. Some prodigies exhaust their fortunes without ever producing a foundational treasure that suits them, ultimately having to settle for lower compatibility treasures or even resorting to ordinary foundational practices. This illustrates the formidable challenge of treasure foundation establishment. Do you require my assistance in finding a master artisan to craft one for you? Wan Linger inquired. That won't be necessary. I still have ample time, and I intend to explore the art of crafting myself. Just provide me with the materials. 3 or 4 portions of each will suffice. I scratched my head, initially inclined to accept help, but reconsidered, realizing I couldn't depend solely on others. I should at least attempt it myself first. Stop joking around. Do you think crafting is child's play? It is by no means simpler than alchemy. You mentioned wanting to learn alchemy some time ago, yet I haven't seen you practice it lately. How would you know how difficult it is? Refining artifacts is equally challenging. One should not aspire too high. Wan Lingo furrowed her brow and remarked. I, in an air of pretentiousness, retorted, is alchemy truly so difficult? I have only attempted a few batches and successfully concocted the chi condensing pill. During my seclusion, I directly refined over 100 batches. And now I possess an ample supply of elixirs, hence my lack of current endeavors. Both women gasped in unison. Wan Linger exclaimed, impossible. No matter how talented one may be, during their initial attempts at alchemy, especially under the guidance of a master, success is unlikely to come so swiftly. At the very least, it takes a month to produce a finished product. You claim to have succeeded after just a few attempts, with no guidance whatsoever. How could that be? Bai Xiao also exhibited an expression of disbelief. The truth is seldom acknowledged. I chose not to elaborate. Instead, I produced my furnace, having reserved a few spirit herbs for my last alchemical endeavor specifically for this moment. I refrained from utilizing the purple flame of alchemy, opting instead for the ordinary flame and conventional methods. Remarkably, in just a brief span of a quarter of an hour, I successfully crafted a batch of pills, 10 in total, without a single one missing. As I placed the elixirs into a vial and handed it to the 2 women for examination, they remained in a state of shock, only returning to their senses when I presented the pills. They continued to regard me with incredulity. From the jade vial, a single pill was extracted, revealing 2 distinct alchemical patterns on its surface. Indeed, it was the chi condensing pill, specifically a low-grade variant with dual patterns. One linger turned to me and remarked, "Although your innate talent may be lacking, it appears that your comprehension in these external arts is exceptionally profound. You might even be deemed a prodigy." Reflecting upon it now, I merely mentioned the matter of the celestial chef to you, and within days, you grasped it independently. As for alchemy, you have remarkably achieved the first grade in a short span of time. Perhaps you shall swiftly master the art of crafting as well. I find great satisfaction in Juan Linger's imaginative deductions, nodding in agreement, for I too believe that my rapid learning stems from having entered the path twice before. It appears effortless to acquire these skills. After all, boasting is not a crime, and I unabashedly revel in my own brilliance, convinced that I am indeed a prodigy. After enjoying a midday meal, Juan Linger and Bai Xiao went to procure materials for him. Having already troubled them, I thought it wise to extend the request further, asking them to bring back a complete set of crafting tools upon their return, suggesting that the cost be deducted from my salary. The two ladies readily acquiesced. I then rose and made my way to Foundation Establishment Mountain. Although I had obtained the blueprints for the Star Tower, which appeared impressive from the description, I wondered why I should not seize the opportunity to explore, in case I might encounter something even more remarkable. With a whistle on my lips, I mounted my flying sword, hands clasped behind my back, and proceeded with a nonchalant grace to Foundation Establishment Mountain, riding the wind upon my sword. Banishing demons across the realms, I remain impervious to inebriation, for I am the wine sword immortal. I found that my current sentiments perfectly resonated with this verse, which I recited spontaneously, infused with a certain vigor. Just as I was about to descend the sword's tip to seek the treasures of Foundation Establishment, an elderly voice suddenly echoed with excitement, exclaiming, "Riding the sword and soaring with the wind, banishing demons across the realms, impervious to inebriation. For I am the wine sword immortal." It appears that this young friend is one among many of my kind. Why not descend for a drink? I lowered my gaze and beheld an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his hair, beard, and eyebrows a striking white, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom. He was seated atop the mountain in a quaint courtyard. Before him, on a stone table, lay a flask of wine and 2 cups, clearly awaiting my descent to share a toast. I refrained from being overly formal, recognizing that I had encountered a person of great stature. With his white hair, white eyebrows, and white beard, he could either be a wealthy benefactor or a humble cook. No, that's not quite right. With his white hair, white eyebrows, and white beard, he must be either the sect leader or an elder. As I am acquainted with the sect leader, it was evident that he was the latter, most likely an esteemed elder, perhaps even a venerable one. I gradually descended into the small courtyard, sheathing my flying sword and respectfully clasping my fists in gratitude, expressing my appreciation for the invitation from the elder. Having spoken, I took a seat on the stone bench with an air of generosity. According to the narratives, it is essential to project an aura of grandeur and disregard for trivialities in such moments. For it is through this demeanor that the elders may come to regard you favorably and bestow upon you their blessings. Indeed. The old man gazed at me with evident admiration and remarked with a smile, "It seems, young friend, that you too are fond of fine spirits. Do partake of this newly brewed spiritual wine." As he poured me a cup, an intense fragrance wafted forth the moment the liquid met the vessel. Inhaling deeply, I felt an invigorating clarity wash over me, recognizing it as an exceptional wine, rich in spiritual essence. At merely 15 years of age, I had never tasted wine before, and to encounter such exquisite quality for my first experience was an occasion I could not forego. I raised my glass in thanks to the elder and, without hesitation, drank it in one go. The liquid slid down effortlessly, devoid of the acridity typical of ordinary wines, instead offering an extraordinarily sweet and refreshing flavor, akin to a gentle embrace of nature itself, a truly delightful sensation. In mere moments, I felt a profound surge of spiritual energy radiate from my surroundings, swiftly converging into my Dantian cyclone. Instantly, I settled onto the ground in a meditative posture, channeling this newfound power. The energy was remarkably gentle and easily absorbed, purer by several folds than that derived from high-grade spirit stones, rivaling even the finest celestial delicacies crafted by the elder. Although the energy was vast, it posed no harm to my meridians, a marvel in itself. The elder, with a twinkle in his eye, also indulged in a cup, for this was no ordinary wine. It took him a decade to brew a single pot, a rarity he seldom allowed himself to enjoy. Yet, Who could resist the allure of that particular verse? This poem vividly reflects the essence of his youth, a fleeting glimpse of his lost adolescence. The elderly man becomes ensnared in nostalgia. Meanwhile, I find myself in dire straits, overwhelmed by a torrent of spiritual energy. Soon, my cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refinement. Yet my dantian can no longer absorb any more spiritual power, and further breakthroughs seem unattainable. The influx of energy continues unabated. During the foundation establishment phase, one typically relies on foundational artifacts or elixirs, neither of which are at my disposal. The elder, initially intending to intervene and seal away the remaining spiritual energy until my foundation establishment is complete, becomes lost in his reverie, showing no signs of action. I feel as though I might explode, desperate to call for help, yet I am utterly immobilized. What in the world is this? How can a single cup of wine contain such an abundance of spiritual energy? Is this intended to cost me my life? What to do? What to do? This elder, appearing ethereal and otherworldly, turns out to be quite the liability. I am on the brink of being undone by him. Suddenly, I recall the map song and resolve to channel the spiritual energy there. The map song immediately settles into meditation and begins to absorb the power. There remains space within him to take in spiritual energy. As the connection between us is established, the energy accumulated within me finds its release. It surges forth, swiftly filling the dantian of the map song to capacity. No further spiritual energy can be absorbed. I strive to regain my composure, my mind racing as the map song finds itself in a deadlock. However, there is no need for concern, as it can be resurrected. But wait, it can be resurrected. While I cannot, if I perish, the map song will too. What on earth am I contemplating? At this moment, engulfed in despair, I found myself unable to remain calm. Yet, ultimately, he devised a solution. System, my savior, rescue me. The system responded with silence. You only thought of me now? I presumed you had forgotten. However, considering your commendable character as a host, I shall impart to you a technique. With those words, a method entered my consciousness. Though referred to as a technique, it was, in truth, a clever stratagem, the means to transcend the 10th level of chi refinement. It necessitated the use of a special item to be introduced into the dantian's energy vortex, thus providing an opportunity to reach the 10th tier of chi refinement. I had no time to ponder the implications of suddenly having to confront the 10th level of chi refinement. My mind was solely occupied with thoughts of special items. I possessed one, the chaotic chi furnace. However, I was immobilized, and even if I could retrieve it, how could I possibly insert it into my dantian? The system, exasperated, could no longer watch my plight. The food is right at your lips, and you still do not comprehend? Can't you see the purple seed of Dan fire within your dantian? Finally, realization dawned upon me, and I was filled with joy. I hastily directed the purple seed of Dan fire to leap into the energy vortex. At that moment, my dantian was on the verge of explosion. Fortunately, as soon as the purple seed of Dan fire entered, the previously overflowing vortex suddenly became capable of absorbing spiritual energy once more. With a resounding crack, an imperceptible barrier was shattered. In the next instant, a wave of comfort washed over me as I successfully ascended to the 10th level of chi refinement. The energy vortex within my dantian expanded more than tenfold, and all the spiritual energy accumulated within me surged into the vortex. The cyclone on the map has expanded tenfold, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy within my dantian. A look of comfort spreads across my face. The aura from my recent breakthrough jolts the elder from his reverie. Suddenly, he recalls the need to seal me. Oh no, how long have I been lost in thought? Is that young man's dantian ruined? The elder quickly turns his gaze toward me, and upon doing so, his expression sharpens with surprise. He exclaims, 10 layers of chi refinement. How is this possible? My spiritual wine has such an effect, yet I was unaware. After taking another sip of the spiritual wine and savoring it, he remarks after a long pause. It doesn't seem to have any special properties. Perhaps it only works for those in the chi refinement stage? I shall seek another opportunity to test it. The cyclone within my dantian, having increased tenfold, now absorbs spiritual energy at an accelerated rate. The essence produced by the spiritual wine can no longer accumulate within my dantian. I reflect that the better one's aptitude, the faster their body absorbs spiritual energy. This is tantamount to having an aptitude improved tenfold. Yet, I am left wondering whether this enhancement will persist after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, I have absorbed all the spiritual energy produced by the wine. My cultivation level has reached the mid-stage of the 10th layer of chi refinement. I click my tongue in astonishment. The amount of spiritual energy required for this 10th layer is indeed excessive. The energy absorbed post-breakthrough is more than tenfold compared to what was required before. Given that such a vast quantity of spiritual energy has only brought me to the mid-stage of the 10th layer, one can only imagine how much more is needed. However, am I one to lack spiritual energy? A single high-grade spirit stone, when transformed into a celestial dish, is worth a cup of wine. And the purity of the spiritual essence is impeccable. In the solitude of my home, I refrained from consuming anything, all in the name of prevention. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refining, I found myself unable to absorb the spiritual energy. Thus, I deliberately slowed my progress in cultivation. To my astonishment, an elderly man beckoned me to partake in a drink, which I initially believed to be an ordinary spirit. However, the potency of its spiritual essence was overwhelming, nearly costing me my life. Yet, from this misfortune emerged a fortuitous turn. As I ascended to the 10th level of chi refining, I sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy within me had surged, at least 20-fold compared to before, rivaling even that of a first level and foundational establishment. This experience has imparted wisdom upon me. One should not indiscriminately consume the possessions of others. Having been taught from a young age the importance of refraining from such actions, I was perplexed as to how I had forgotten this lesson upon entering the realm of cultivation. Henceforth, I must reclaim this principle. Fortune favored me this time, but I may not be so fortunate in the future. This merciless world of cultivation is indeed rife with peril, where even a simple cup of wine can be lethal. A single drink nearly precipitated a calamity. I opened my eyes, exhaled a breath of murky air, and turned to the elder. Senior, that cup of wine nearly sent me away. Do you realize? The elder, feeling a bit awkward, stroked his beard. I had intended to assist you in sealing away the other spiritual energies once your own was replenished. Alas, your poem inadvertently stirred memories of my youth. A time long past, the elder fell into reminiscence once more, where memories often bring tears. Solitude can be a heavy burden. I was at a loss for words. How swiftly nostalgia can strike. Senior. The elder snapped back to reality, sharing an embarrassed smile. Old age begets reflection. I digress. It was indeed my fault earlier. Fortunately, young friend, you possess a robust constitution. Otherwise, I would have erred gravely. As he spoke, the elder retrieved another flask of wine and poured for both of us. The previous flask contained my treasured spiritual wine. I never anticipated it would nearly cause a mishap. This one, however, is undoubtedly safe. Do give it a taste. I cautiously lifted the wine cup and took a small sip, waiting for a while before feeling a slight surge of spiritual energy. Only then did I drink with ease. The elder's intentions were noble, although good intentions can sometimes lead to unintended consequences. Yet, in this instance, fortune had favored me. As the 2 cups of wine settled in, I found my courage growing. Wine without food is hardly a feast. Saying this, I reached into my storage pouch and produced 2 roasted chickens, offering one to the elder. His eyes lit up. Celestial roasted chicken. He accepted the chicken without hesitation, tearing off a leg and savoring the first bite. The savory aroma filled the air, and he praised its deliciousness, claiming it surpassed even that made by young Shun. I chuckled. If it's to your liking, indulge further. I have plenty more. As he spoke, he produced 4 roast chickens. The old man's eyes sparkled with delight. The 2 of us indulged in food and drink, and soon I found myself slightly intoxicated, for it was indeed spirit wine. However, the old man seemed entirely unaffected. He chuckled and inquired, "Are you perhaps a celestial chef?" I took another sip of wine and replied with a smile, "Indeed, though merely a first-grade celestial chef, it suffices for this feast, does it not?" "Quite enough, indeed. Absolutely sufficient. Though merely a first-grade celestial chef, the taste surpasses that of a third-grade chef by several folds. It nearly rivals the flavor of a fifth-grade celestial chef. May I ask, to which peak do you belong?" The old man's mouth was never idle, and he scarcely found a moment to speak. "I belong to none of the peaks. I am merely the cook serving one linger, also taking on miscellaneous chores and cleaning." She plucked me from the ranks of the common disciples. It is only recently that I have grasped the essence of celestial cooking. I had indulged a bit too much. Casting aside my earlier caution, he too had not anticipated that this spirit wine would intoxicate so easily. The old man paused in his consumption of chicken, a flicker of something unusual crossing his gaze, before he resumed eating. How did you manage to break through to the 10th level of chi refinement? He finally probed. Addressing the crux of the matter, I intended to speak the truth, but my mouth seemed to betray me. I'm not entirely certain. It was only when my dantian felt on the verge of exploding that I suddenly broke through. I thought I was doomed. The old man fell into silence, his pace of eating slowing. You've had too much to drink. Refrain from speaking carelessly. Had it not been for me, you would have revealed the truth. The voice of the system echoed in my mind. Subsequently, a cool wave of energy coursed through my body, aiding in my sobriety. Soon, I regained consciousness. A wave of trepidation washing over me. I pondered the consequences of inadvertently revealing the secrets of the system. Would I become a mere guinea pig? I couldn't help but lament the ruthlessness of the cultivation world, where a single misstep could lead one into the schemes of the elderly man. Henceforth, I vowed to exercise utmost caution. I resolved to abstain from alcohol, rising to take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality, esteemed elder. It is getting late, and I must venture to the Foundation Establishment Mountain in search of fortune. You intend to go to the Foundation Establishment Mountain? He exclaimed. With your low-grade Shin aptitude, you would have had no chance ordinarily. However, having now ascended to the 10th level of chi refinement, you find yourself in a unique realm. Throughout history, only a select few have fortuitously entered this stage, which is quite remarkable. Perhaps you will discover a Foundation Establishment treasure suited to you. I clasped my hands in gratitude. Thank you for your auspicious words, esteemed elder. With that, I took to the skies on my sword. The old man gazed at my departing figure, chuckling softly. An intriguing lad, indeed. Linger has found herself a manservant. Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? Although masked, he still exudes an extraordinary aura, not inferior to my youth. He claims to have recently grasped the essence of immortal cuisine, which surely piques her interest. In that case, How will likely be delighted and seize the opportunity to join him for a meal. The Foundation Establishment Mountain looms at a height of 100 meters, adorned with countless Foundation Establishment treasures of all grades and varieties. I descended to the mountainside, intending to search upwards. There I could observe many disciples at the 9th level of Chi refinement, all eager for their own fortuitous encounters. Disciples in the Chi refinement stage are numerous, with thousands attempting Foundation establishment each year. Yet, the path to obtaining treasures for Foundation establishment, let alone the ordinary means to establish a foundation, remains exceedingly challenging. The Foundation establishment elixir is distributed sparingly by the sect, with each member receiving only 3. Should one fail to break through with these 3, they must seek alternative means. This allocation is a privilege of the larger sects. Smaller factions may not even offer a single elixir for free, relying solely on task completion for such rewards. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed that every few steps revealed a Foundation establishment treasure, each possessing a unique design, some resembling dragons, others horses, flying swords, blades, and cauldrons, encompassing a myriad of forms. I imitated the actions of others, placing my hand upon a dragon-shaped artifact, but it yielded no response. According to Wanlinger, if one has a high affinity with an artifact, mere contact would cause it to emit light. An exceptionally high affinity could even prompt the artifact to come forth on its own. I remained unperturbed. With so many treasures present, it would require days to explore them all thoroughly. After touching over 1,000 artifacts without eliciting any reaction, my patience began to wane. I decided to ascend to the mountain peak, where the finest artifacts are said to reside, albeit with the most stringent requirements. For decades, it is rare to encounter a disciple who meets these criteria. The summit is relatively flat, spanning over 1,000 meters, likely shaped by the hands of cultivators. Countless Foundation establishment treasures lay scattered across the ground. Only a handful of individuals were present, all congregated at one spot, seemingly engaged in a collective effort to extract something from the earth. Curiosity piqued, I approached, only to find a group struggling to pull a hammer from the ground. Yet none succeeded. "What are you all doing?" I inquired, unable to contain my curiosity. The group furrowed their brows, glancing up to find that they could not discern my cultivation level, which sent a shiver through their hearts. One individual immediately chuckled and remarked, "This friend must be visiting Foundation Establishment Mountain for the first time." I nodded in acknowledgement. "This hammer is renowned throughout Foundation Establishment Mountain, its origins shrouded in mystery, with legends claiming it arrived on its own accord. Since its emergence, it has remained here, its quality so exceptional that even the elders cannot discern its true nature. Thus, rumors abound that whoever can wield this hammer for Foundation establishment will be on the brink of immortality." Luck, it is said, is ever-changing. Many have touched this artifact countless times without success, only to achieve mastery on an unexpected day. Consequently, every day, individuals come to make their attempts. We have all tried numerous times. Yet, each visit to Foundation Establishment Mountain compels us to give it another go, for who knows when fortune might favor us. I nodded again, signaling my understanding. Observing that others could not lift the hammer, I stepped forward to give it a try. Summoning all my strength, I gripped the hammer's handle firmly. "Rise for me," I bellowed, exerting every ounce of power to pull it free. In the next moment, I found myself bewilderingly propelled backward, still clutching the hammer. What on earth? Wasn't it said to be unyielding? This was far too effortless. Despite my utmost effort, the hammer felt remarkably light, throwing off my balance and sending me tumbling several meters backward, landing heavily on the ground. The 5 onlookers, their mouths agape and eyes widened in disbelief, stared in astonishment. One even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, he had truly lifted the hammer, which could only mean that this individual possessed the potential for transcendence. My heavens! If this news spreads, the entire Misty Sect will be thrown into a frenzy. I rose painfully from the ground, my body aching all over. Damn it! Had I known I could rise, I would never have done so in front of them. Now that my actions have been revealed, how can I possibly survive? What if someone with malicious intent takes notice? Should I resort to silencing them permanently? After some contemplation, I decided against it. Fortunately, my mask conceals my identity. Esteemed brothers, I am a person of modesty, and I kindly ask you not to disclose that it was I who lifted the hammer. I drew forth 20 bottles of the second pattern chi consolidation pill and presented them to the 5 individuals. Upon receiving them and discovering their contents, their faces lit up with joy. They promised to keep the secret, for if the rumors were true, the recipient could ascend to immortality. Offending such a person would yield dire consequences. They readily agreed. I attempted to stow the hammer away but found it impossible to fit into my storage pouch. After several attempts, I successfully placed it within the system's inventory. There was no time to inspect its attributes. After bidding farewell to the group, I swiftly made my escape, winding through several paths and finally removing my mask. Only after confirming that I was not being followed did I return to my dwelling. Wan Linger and Bai Xiao had yet to return. I hurried into a secluded cultivation chamber. Once the defenses were secured, I collapsed onto the floor. This is it. I have undoubtedly become notorious now. In a matter of days, the entire sect will learn that someone has taken the hammer. I do not trust those individuals to keep the secret. The pills were merely a means to pacify them, ensuring they wouldn't immediately divulge the truth. Fortunately, the mask I wear conceals my appearance. Thus, even amidst chaos, I have no cause for fear. If it comes to it, I can simply choose to forego the mask in the future. After a considerable time, I finally regained my composure and opened the package that only I could see. Within, I discovered a hammer and examined its properties. It was labeled as a foundation hammer, forged by a great power, yet its efficacy remained uncertain. Is that all? This is rather dismissive. I implored the system. Could you not provide more detail? The system merely stated that it could only offer this vague information, suggesting it was crafted by an extraordinary being, with its grade unknown, leaving me to decipher it myself. I was at a loss for words. Such an impressive system, yet it cannot yield further insights. What am I supposed to research? A mere hammer. Indeed, that is precisely what I am attempting. With the foundation treasure now in my possession, I resolved to utilize it for my foundational cultivation. This is the legendary hammer said to grant immortality, despite its lack of radiance. It is a tool only I can wield, undoubtedly indicating a high degree of compatibility. The first step is to refine this treasure. I let a drop of my blood fall upon it. After a long while, I noticed no sign of the blood being absorbed. Sighing, I realized it was futile. This outcome had been anticipated. Only through foundation cultivation does one gain spiritual awareness, and as such, refining treasures is most swiftly achieved with such awareness. Lacking this, I could only employ my own spiritual energy to nurture and refine it, a rather cumbersome approach. After 2 days, despair set in. 2 days had passed without a hint of the hammer being refined. What is this? This is purportedly a foundation treasure. Yet it cannot be refined by someone in the chi refinement stage. Whose brilliant mind conceived this? To establish a foundation, one must refine the treasure, allowing it to diminish and become ethereal before it enters the Dantian. At present, the prospect of refining seems unattainable. Such a colossal hammer. How could it possibly fit into such a diminutive Dantian? It is a conundrum. With a sigh, I resign myself to the notion that this hammer and I are fated to be apart. However, it proves quite convenient to wield. So I stow it away in the system's backpack, allowing Mapsong to make use of it. Within the confines of the map, I remain safe from prying eyes. Since I cannot establish a foundation, I must emerge from seclusion. I surmise that one Linger should have returned with the necessary materials. No sooner do I step out than the two women spot me. One of them swiftly approaches, seizing my hand and pulling me into the kitchen. The intent is clear without utterance. My own hunger prompts me to ignite the flames and prepare 6 exquisite celestial dishes, alongside a pot of noodles crafted from mid-grade spirit stones. This is reserved for him, for I fear he might miss out on it otherwise. As soon as the dishes are ready, the two women dive in, and I join them. He currently stands at the mid-stage of the 10th level, with ample room for advancement. Yet, it is merely a matter of a single dish. This time, indulging in delicacies made from superior spirit stones. He is fully capable of handling it. Mapsong and my true self absorb the essence at an astonishing pace. After finishing, I meditate for an hour, completing the absorption, and smoothly ascend to the pinnacle of the 10th level of chi refinement. Upon opening my eyes, I find the two women still present. Wanlingo inquires, "What fortuitous encounter have you experienced during your outing? I can scarcely discern your chi refinement stage. Your aura, while evidently still in the chi refinement stage, appears to be several times stronger than that of a perfected 9th level." I recount my encounter with the old man and the circumstances surrounding my breakthrough to the 10th level, naturally omitting any clarity regarding the specifics of my advancement. Wanlinger's expression darkened as she realized that I had nearly met my demise. Bai Xiao's gaze was equally unfriendly. "What is that old man's name?" Wanlinger inquired. "I didn't ask, nor do I know. He resides atop a mountain, in a quaint little courtyard, not far from the Foundation Establishment Mountain." I replied truthfully. Wanlingo's countenance shifted, and Bai Xiao turned her attention toward her. In unison, they uttered, "Grandfather, your grandfather." I was at a loss for words. How unexpected. Having met my future father-in-law twice, I now encountered his grandfather. Could this truly be fate? Was I destined to wed her? Wanlingo gazed at me with surprise, her cheeks flushing. "What is my grandfather's attitude towards you?" "Extremely favorable. He nearly insisted that I stay for dinner. We enjoyed exquisite spirit wine and divine delicacies, and the conversation flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of a friendship across generations. I recalled their dialogue, which indeed had been amiable. The old man bore no ill will, though he was somewhat shrewd. "Oh no, you fed my grandfather roast chicken. The tranquility at home will soon be disrupted." Wanlinger lamented, resting her forehead in exasperation. "What is the matter?" I asked, puzzled. "My grandfather is quite the gourmand, with a penchant for fine wines and delectable dishes. He frequently urges my mother to prepare divine meals. The dishes you create far surpass my mother's, and ordinary delicacies hold little appeal for him. He places great importance on flavor. Thus, we now have another freeloader at the table." Wanlinger sighed, initially hoping to indulge in her culinary delights in secret for a few years to surprise her parents. Now, with an additional grandfather in the mix, her secret would inevitably be revealed. I remained indifferent, considering it merely an extra pair of chopsticks. I requested some high-quality spiritual stones from Wanlinger and, in one breath, prepared over 100 exquisite dishes, placing them into a storage ring. I also prepared a dozen dishes for myself, just in case. The advantage of a storage artifact is that food retains its appearance indefinitely. One can enjoy fresh meals at any time and place. I provided the two ladies with 100 roasted chickens, sufficient to sustain them for a month. I intended to enter seclusion to delve into the art of refining tools, vowing not to emerge until I had established my foundation. Wanlinger and Bai Xiao received the celestial delicacies with delight, their greatest concern being the lack of sustenance during my retreat. With such an abundance of delectable food, it would be no trouble to stretch it over a month. From Wanlinger, I accepted the materials for crafting the Star Tower and the tools for forging treasures. She had kindly prepared 10 portions of materials, along with numerous texts on refining, demonstrating her thoughtful consideration, and had even provided me with ample high-quality spiritual stones. It was as if she were on the verge of confessing her affection for me. I was truly touched, yet I sternly reproached, "What are you doing? I am not a man who thrives on charity. I cannot accept these spiritual stones. Such an act would be an affront to my dignity. I shall repay you for these materials in due course." However, Wanlinger persistently insisted, ultimately declaring it alone. I reluctantly accepted her generosity, finding myself in a situation where I had to accept what I wished to refuse. Subsequently, I equipped myself and entered a secluded chamber, with the two ladies watching me as I disappeared within. Wan Lingo mused to herself, "What a man of remarkable flavor. It is the first time a man dares to admonish me face to face, offering no flattery whatsoever. He even rejected the spirit stones I presented, so unlike those who merely orbit around you all day. He exudes an undeniable masculinity." Bai Xiao, somewhat speechless, interjected, "Enough of this infatuation. Do you not profess a preference for men who are impeccably clean? I certainly do not measure up to your lofty standards. As long as he has a clean visage, it suffices. A handsome face can score 2,000 points, compensating for all other shortcomings," she retorted. "However, let me make it clear. Do not entertain any notions of pursuing him. He is mine. Whether you can play a secondary role depends on your future conduct." With that, Wan Linger turned and departed. Bai Xiao chuckled lightly, her exquisite figure swaying gracefully as she followed. Upon entering the secluded chamber, she activated the formation and retrieved her smithing tools, a forging platform, a hammer, a pair of tongs, and a furnace, accompanied by a collection of materials for crafting a star tower. Before commencing the forging process, she meticulously reviewed the collected smithing manuals, ensuring that each step was firmly ingrained in her memory. The art of forging bears some resemblance to alchemy. The initial step involves the extraction of impurities. The second step entails the amalgamation of materials, followed by refinement. The third step is shaping, and the fourth involves inscribing the array patterns. The first three steps are consistent, differing only in method. The fire for forging is akin to that used in alchemy, both derive from one's own spiritual energy. The conversion process is quite straightforward, easily grasped at a glance. Alchemical fire tends to be more docile, while the forging fire is more ferocious and consumes more spiritual energy. The advantages are evident. The process is remarkably convenient, allowing for practice at any time and place. However, the disadvantages lie in its limitation to melting only common materials. Esteemed blacksmiths typically utilize terrestrial fire or master advanced flame techniques, with the most esteemed practitioners employing spiritual fire. The materials from the celestial tower are of notable quality, and I fear that mere tool fire may struggle to adequately melt them. Fortunately, I possess purple fire, a wondrous element that can manifest both as gentle and fierce flames, rivaling even the might of spiritual fire. With a mere flick of my fingertip, a flickering orb of purple fire is summoned into the smelting furnace. Soon, the temperature within the chamber escalates dramatically. The violet radiance casts a mesmerizing glow upon my flawless visage, exuding an extraordinary brilliance. Should a woman behold this scene, even one of high cultivation and unwavering resolve, she would undoubtedly be entranced, declaring a devotion that would only be fulfilled by me. I place a piece of celestial iron into the furnace to heat and melt. With the potency of the purple fire, within mere minutes, the celestial iron is completely liquefied. I tap the furnace wall, causing the molten metal to surge forth from the spout, which I deftly catch with my tools and set upon the casting table. Once it has cooled slightly, I swiftly clamp one end with tongs. Grasping the forging hammer, I commence the rhythmic process of hammering, meticulously eliminating impurities. Lacking experience on my first attempt, it took me a full day of repetitive heating and forging to thoroughly cleanse this piece of celestial iron of its impurities. All remaining materials underwent the same rigorous process. The initial step of impurity removal consumed 5 days of my time. Thankfully, having attained the 10th level of chi refinement, I found the endeavor manageable. Afterward, I took a half-day respite, replenishing my energy with a few chickens. Rising once more to continue my endeavors, the map song remained undeterred, tirelessly engaging in battles daily, hoping to uncover the elusive refining manual. Alas, fortune eluded me, yielding only a handful of modest magical artifacts. Though I did manage to procure a piece of superior spiritual stone, in the midst of my joy, a sense of helplessness lingered. I was not in want of wealth, but rather in pursuit of that coveted manual. The subsequent step, fusion, is of paramount importance. A single miscalculation in the melding of materials could result in catastrophic failure. The painstaking effort would be rendered futile. Following the steps outlined by the star tower, I commenced by combining the mother and child iron with the star iron. The required fusion ratio must be no less than 70%. Failure to meet this threshold, even if only slightly, would result in disaster. This process tests the mettle of a blacksmith. A single misstrike can turn what should be a successful 100 strikes into a futile endeavor, regardless of how many times one hammers away. Such materials would be rendered useless. save for those artisans of unparalleled skill who possess the ability to resurrect the seemingly dead. On the 6th day, I could ascertain without even looking that the fusion ratio was abysmal. The entire piece of iron was a chaotic medley of colors. Not only had I failed to achieve the requisite 70%, but even 30% remained unachieved. I continued to hammer for another 3 days, achieving a meager 40% fusion at best. This was merely the amalgamation of 2 metals, with over 20 additional varieties awaiting their turn for fusion. Ultimately, all materials must blend harmoniously, not to mention the subsequent processes of shaping and etching the formation diagrams. Grasping my hair in frustration, I felt a shiver run down my spine. This was not a task that could be accomplished merely with time. At last, I comprehended the true difficulty of the refining craft. I sank onto a nearby stool, sipped water, and muttered to myself. It seems that relying solely on myself is no longer feasible. If I were to enlist someone else to forge it, not only would the stellar tower be exposed, but the creation would undoubtedly lack the harmony that comes from my own craftsmanship. Only by personally forging the foundational artifact can I achieve a greater degree of resonance. Thus, the only viable course of action is to resort to external assistance. Indeed, I have surrendered. I have chosen to recline and succumb to slumber. For these past few days have been exceedingly exhausting, and wielding the heavy hammer is no trivial task. At present, I have reached the limits of my realm. Meditation proves fruitless, and sleep seems far more beneficial. Soon, the chamber echoed with the sounds of snoring. Although my physical form slumbered, the map song remained vigilant, diligently pursuing its tasks. Today's roasted chicken has been acquired, yet it has still failed to yield any items related to artifact refining. The map song has finally resolved to venture to the artifact refining peak to explore the possibility of discovering a secret manual. The artifact refining peak lies approximately 50 miles from my birthplace, a distance that is not insurmountable. At my current sword riding speed, 10 minutes will suffice. Upon swiftly arriving at the artifact refining peak, I cautiously descended to the side. With utmost care, I stealthily ascended to the summit. The entire artifact refining peak spans several dozen miles, adorned with various structures, both towering and humble. I quietly approached the main hall of the peak. This place, according to my memory, harbors the greatest potential for uncovering a secret manual. I had heard that the finest artifact craftsmen congregate in the main hall's secret chamber to forge their treasures, drawn by the exceptional earth fire that thrives here, rivaling even the weaker spiritual flames. Peering cautiously from a corner, I extended my head to gaze at the plaza before the grand hall. My pupils suddenly constricted. In the square, thousands of flying swords drift aimlessly through the air. Judging by the formidable aura they exude, they must be at least of the initial stage of foundation establishment. I swallowed hard, retracting my head cautiously, pondering my next move. With my strength, I should be capable of contending with a single sword. However, if I were to leap out now, I would undoubtedly be pierced like a bee's nest. I must first lure a monster to engage it alone. But how should I attract one? Taking a deep breath, I resolved to give it a desperate attempt. At worst, I would perish once. After 24 hours, I would rise again, unscathed. I produced a roasted chicken. Yes, you heard correctly, a roasted chicken, the kind that is simply irresistible. I tossed it towards the edge of the square. As soon as the chicken landed, it immediately captured the attention of a nearby flying sword. The sword glided slowly towards it, causing the chicken to retreat several meters. The sword approached again, and once more, the chicken recoiled. Little by little, I managed to draw the sword away from the square, yet it persistently followed. To my astonishment, was there no boundary? I employed my telekinesis to manipulate the chicken, retreating it gradually. With its current strength, I could only control objects within a 50-meter radius. The farther the distance, the slower its movement. I remained hidden 40 meters away, inching backward. After reaching 2 miles, the flying sword finally ceased its pursuit and began to retreat. Seizing the moment, I stepped out and conjured a small fireball, launching it towards the sword. Upon striking it, the sword showed no sign of turning back, swiftly returning to its original position. So this was it. 2 miles was indeed a safe distance. I followed suit, tossing the roasted chicken once more. The flying sword surged forth once more, and this time I maneuvered with ease, the roasted chicken leading the way. The flying sword trailed closely behind, and after traversing over a mile, the roasted chicken landed, ceasing its movement. The sword approached slowly, scrutinizing the scene, before its tip was plunged directly into the roasted chicken. Moments later, the chicken began to wither rapidly, its spiritual essence being swiftly drained. It appeared to possess some intelligence, as it was aware of how to absorb spiritual energy. Brother Yi produced the first flying sword he had acquired, stealthily emerging from behind. Channeling his spiritual power, he executed a horizontal strike with the sword. Witness as I sever it in twain. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. The treasured sword responded by shattering, yet it was the inferior yellow-grade flying sword in my grasp that broke. What a cruel twist of fate. There was no time for contemplation. I swiftly evaded the spot. With a resounding crash, the flying sword monstrosity embedded itself into the ground, creating a crater of a meter in diameter. A cold sweat broke out on my brow. I had anticipated a swift victory, only to be met with such an outcome. It dawned upon me that my offensive capabilities were woefully inadequate, and I lacked a suitable magical artifact. My strength was comparable to that of a beginner in Foundation establishment. Yet I wielded only a low-grade yellow flying sword. In that moment, I found myself at a loss on how to counter the flying sword. I could only evade quickly. Fortunately, my speed was commendable, allowing me to narrowly escape several times. It then occurred to me that I still possessed the purple fire. Raising my hand, I conjured a ball of purple flames. Alas, its speed was too slow, and it failed to reach the flying sword. As I dodged, I attempted to utilize the dust removal technique, aiming to sweep the flying sword away as if it were mere refuse. It cannot be deemed useless. Under the influence of the dust removal technique, the speed of the flying sword diminished by 5%. As I evaded its assault, I pondered the means at my disposal. Suddenly, I recalled the hammer I had recently acquired. Swiftly, I retrieved it from the system's inventory. With all my might, I swung the hammer towards the oncoming sword. "Take this, you scoundrel. Perish," I exclaimed. However, my strike missed entirely, and the overwhelming inertia caused me to spin in place. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. Its speed is astonishingly swift. The flying sword soared 100 meters before pivoting its tip and hurtling back towards me. It compelled me to unleash my ultimate technique. Extending my left hand towards the rapidly approaching blade, I made a swift gesture. The bracelet adorning my wrist flickered brightly for an instant. In the next moment, the flying sword, mere inches away, abruptly halted in its tracks. What an opportune moment. Witness my earth-shattering hammer. I bellowed, channeling all my strength once more as I brought the hammer down upon the sword's body. A resounding clang echoed through the air. The sword was cleaved in twain, emitting a mournful wail as it plummeted to the ground. Instantly, a plethora of items erupted forth, accompanied by two towering beams of light. Incredible. It truly is a formidable foe. One defeat yields two beams of light. Impressive indeed. With a swift motion, I collected all the equipment into my backpack. Ding. The host has achieved their first kill of the sword spirit, earning a high-grade flying sword as a reward. Splendid. A first kill reward, no less. I am well pleased. At last, I possess a worthy weapon. The system remained silent, astonished that after such a lengthy period, this host finally took the initiative to slay another creature. They had almost convinced themselves that their map contained only chickens. I hurriedly checked my backpack. I discovered that my gold coins had increased by 200, and I had acquired 2 more medium-grade spirit stones. My gaze turned towards the luminous column of items, where lay the sword in tint fragments. Collecting 1,000 of these fragments would automatically synthesize the elusive sword in tint. What a remarkable treasure! Although I had never heard of such a thing as sword in tint before. The requirement of gathering 1,000 pieces undoubtedly indicated its exceptional value. Next, I focused on the second luminous column, which contained a manual titled Duga 9 Swords. A rare sword technique. My eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the second rare martial art I had encountered. I continued to examine the other items and was thrilled to find a mask. When worn, it seamlessly melded with my face, allowing me to alter my appearance at will. My spirits lifted even higher. It seemed that what I lacked had finally arrived. With this mask, I could venture out freely once more. I clicked to learn the Dugu 9 Swords. In an instant, the profound essence of the 9 techniques was ingrained in my mind. Armed with new weaponry and martial arts, my confidence surged anew. I lured a sword spirit into the open, and while it was momentarily distracted, I leaped forth from behind and executed a horizontal slash. To my astonishment, it was cleaved in two. The unprepared sword spirit was sent flying, yet it was not severed, merely a small dent marred its form. How could this be? I had easily cleaved through before. I examined the flying sword in my hand, noting it remained unscathed. It appeared my own strength was lacking. The sword spirit emitted a piercing cry, seemingly incensed by my actions, and swiftly turned to strike at me. "Come forth." I thought, eager to test the newly acquired Dugu 9 swords. I brandished my sword and prepared to engage with the sword spirit. The Dugu 9 swords encompass not merely 9 forms, but a plethora of ordinary close combat techniques. I opted not to employ the 9 forms initially, preferring instead to hone my melee skills. Earlier, when the sword spirit closed in on me, I found myself at a loss for how to retaliate, which is simply unacceptable. In the heat of battle, should one be besieged by a magical artifact, it could spell disaster. In truth, the majority of cultivators rely on spells and magical tools for their assaults. Once engaged in close quarters, they often find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. After exchanging blows with the sword spirit for several hundred rounds, I deemed it sufficient. With a swift stroke, I cleaved through the sword spirit. My long sword pointed to the ground while my left hand rested behind me. Exuding an air of mastery as I proclaimed, "I acknowledge your swordsmanship. You are fortunate." To express my respect for a master, I, the sword spirit, uninterested in my soliloquy, charged at me once more. With a flick of my wrist, I sent it flying and hastily concluded, "Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of the Dugu 9 swords." With a decisive breaking sword technique, I struck at the sword spirit, unleashing a resplendent sword chi that sliced through the sky. The sword spirit, choosing not to evade, met my attack head-on, perceiving the sword chi as feeble and incapable of causing harm. However, the result was catastrophic. The sword chi cleaved it in twain with a mournful wail, causing it to plummet to the ground. The earth was strewn with glittering items, alongside a radiant beam of light. Elated, I prepared to collect the treasures, only to find myself suddenly collapsing to the ground. It dawned on me that that single strike had drained all my spiritual energy. Merely one sword strike had exhausted my energy comparable to that of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. I gasped in astonishment. Such a domineering technique. When the sword is drawn, blood must be shed. One must not casually employ such tactics against others, for it could lead to either one's demise or the other's. If the opponent perishes, it can be deemed acceptable. However, if they survive, one risks losing their own combat efficacy. There was no immediate rush to collect items. As the entire map belonged to me, there was no cause for concern. I retrieved 2 exquisite elixirs and consumed them, followed by grasping 2 medium-grade spirit stones to absorb their energy. In less than an hour, my spiritual power was restored. I couldn't help but marvel. Wealth affords one the luxury of indulgence. Had I relied solely on meditation to replenish my chi, it would have taken at least 2 days. With a wave of my hand, I gathered the items strewn across the ground. Among them lay a shard of sword intent, an increase of 200 gold coins, 3 medium-grade spirit stones, and 2 yellow-grade magical artifacts. Such rewards would ordinarily take an eternity to accumulate. My pace was too languid. I'm used to myself. Perhaps it would be more prudent to pursue chickens instead. Thus, I turned and set my sights on the welfare map, as I had yet to complete today's chicken hunt. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and the days spent in relentless pursuit of fowl slipped by swiftly. Half a month vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. The incident surrounding the Foundation Establishment Mountain's hammer had finally erupted just days prior. Everyone was abuzz with speculation regarding the identity of the individual who had taken the hammer. Could it be that the mysterious sect was on the verge of producing an immortal? Initially, no one knew, nor did anyone speak. It wasn't until the sect offered a substantial bounty that a few onlookers hastily betrayed my identity. Regrettably for them, they had not glimpsed my true visage. They could only recount my attire and the mask I wore, estimating me to be a perfected 9th layer of chi refining, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age. Beyond that, there were no further clues, which sent the higher-ups of the mysterious sect into a frenzy. After several meetings searching for individuals, it is evident that this is the future's celestial seedling. The sect would not allow it to cultivate in solitude. There are only 4 individuals, and I am somewhat uncertain if I am one of them. They are the stall owner Hu Shuo, the elderly man who gifted spiritual wine, as well as Wan Linger and Bai Xiao. While Hu Shuo is not entirely sure, it is worth noting that although masked individuals are rare, they do exist. Nonetheless, this is not a significant issue. Given his temperament, even without certainty, he would still venture forth to claim a reward. The crux of the matter is that he does not know which peak I belong to. He has been waiting for my appearance these days, eager to discern my peak affiliation, but the longer he waits, the more elusive I become. This only deepens Hu Shuo's suspicions, leading him to believe he has missed a grand opportunity. Wan Linger's grandfather, The elderly man who bestows wine is convinced beyond doubt that it is I. Based on the timing, only a few hours elapsed from his departure to when the incident occurred. The individual is still masked and appears to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Moreover, knowing that the other party has broken through to the 10th level of Qi refinement is indeed quite plausible. He hurried to seek out Wan Linger, only to be informed that she is currently in seclusion, refining a foundational artifact. This sparked further confusion, if it were indeed the case. Possessing a top-tier foundational artifact would render the need to forge a new one unnecessary. After some contemplation, he speculated that this might be a deliberate concealment. He advised Wan Linger to reach out to him upon her emergence from seclusion and then took his leave. Wan Linger and Bai Xiao, too, found themselves in a state of uncertainty, yet they refrained from intruding, choosing instead to wait in silence. On one such day, I had just finished slaughtering a chicken. Ding! The host has slain 10,000 chickens and acquired the title of Chicken Slaughtering Maniac. With this title, the host gains a moment of enlightenment once a day, lasting for 1 hour. Furthermore, wearing this title grants access to hidden maps. The system felt a sense of helplessness. This hidden title was supposed to be triggered by the host accidentally many years later, yet they achieved it in merely a month. It was truly baffling. From now on, the host would be inseparable from chicken slaughtering. Wouldn't the other creatures in the system's maps become mere decorations? Upon hearing the system's notification, I finally realized the significance of it and was filled with exuberant joy. I quickly checked the attributes of the title and found it to be precisely as the system had described. I couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Why bother with other creatures when all I need is right here with the chickens?" With this moment of enlightenment, refining weapons should pose no issue. I decisively finished off the last chicken in the welfare map, glancing back at the plethora of items scattered across the street. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, lamenting, if only I had a username, I would surely call myself the Street Slayer. With that thought, I waved my hand and all items entered my backpack. During these days, I had not managed to obtain any remarkable treasures, but I had amassed a significant collection of yellow-grade artifacts. I could practically open a weapon shop. After slaying the chickens, there was little left to do in the map, so I decided to seek out the sword spirit for a leisurely hunt. At this point, cultivation seemed futile. Even the experience gained from slaughtering chickens had been accumulating rather than dissipating. One day, when I break through to the foundation establishment stage, this accumulated experience will undoubtedly elevate me to a new realm. Once again, I marveled at the power of external aids. Long live the system, and may chicken slaughtering reign supreme. The entity awakened from slumber, partaking in several roasted chickens for breakfast. It retrieved all the tomes regarding artifact forging, inhaling deeply to commence the daily epiphany. In an instant, I was enveloped in a state of enlightenment, my eyes gleaming with wisdom. This so-called epiphany is what is commonly referred to as the path to enlightenment. There are various realms of such realizations. Some enhance one's comprehension by 100-fold, others by several hundred or even thousands, depending on the depth of the epiphany experienced. Even the most rudimentary epiphany yields significant rewards. My own realization, albeit of the most basic tier, granted me 100-fold increase in understanding. In this moment of clarity, I swiftly perused the artifact forging text before me, completing the reading in less than half an hour, a pace that was just remarkable. Upon finishing, I immediately seated myself in meditation, closing my eyes to absorb the knowledge I had garnered. An array of mysterious energies emanated from my being, a unique aura that accompanies one who has embarked on the path. Should anyone meditate in proximity, their own understanding would likely amplify several times over. Before long, I had discerned the nascent form of a forging technique suited to my essence. Just then, the time for epiphany concluded, and the gleam of wisdom in my eyes faded, replaced by a semblance of confusion. Although the realization had dissipated, the insights I had just grasped lingered in my mind, albeit now inscrutable. With no choice but to surrender to slumber once more, I awaited the next day to continue my journey of enlightenment. Though my epiphany was of the most elementary kind, the capacity to enter this state daily was invaluable, merely requiring a bit more time. On the following day, I once again entered the realm of epiphany, the wisdom in my eyes re-emerging. In my lack of enlightenment, I felt utterly foolish. An entire day had passed without a glimmer of understanding. How could I be so dim-witted? No, I am not merely myself. I embody a greater essence. The wise part of me nodded in acknowledgement, having discovered a satisfying answer. Soon, another hour slipped by, and I emerged once more from my moment of insight. though I still struggled to comprehend the information swirling in my mind. I recalled the words spoken to me, "I am I." How terrifying it was. In that moment of clarity, I questioned my very identity, chastising myself for my ignorance. It truly felt as though the enlightened version of myself was not the same as my ordinary self. The profundity of the question, "Who am I?" weighed heavily upon me. I hastily interrupted my thoughts to avoid descending into madness. 10 days passed, and at long last, I achieved a complete understanding of my unique technique for forging. Previously, I had not grasped the entirety of the method, leaving me in confusion. However, once the technique was fully revealed to me, I experienced another moment of enlightenment, allowing me to master the art of forging I had uncovered. This particular technique was born from my observations of forging manuals, combined with my own mastery of the chaotic alchemy art, resulting in an innovative approach to forging. It could be said that I had transcended traditional methods, establishing a style of my own. Rather than immediately commencing the forging process, I chose to wait another day, utilizing my newfound insight to meticulously outline the entire sequence of steps involved in the process. After several thorough examinations, which revealed no flaws, I finally prepared to forge. I retrieved a fresh set of materials from the Celestial Tower, casting aside the forging platform and hammer. His method of forging required none of these implements. It was sufficient to have a forging furnace, akin to the practice of alchemy. Following the same procedure, I first eliminated impurities, allowing the celestial iron to enter the furnace, where it was swiftly melted by the violet flames. Rather than removing it from the furnace, I directed my focus towards the violet fire within the alchemical furnace and channeled a spell. This method of forging relied entirely on the flames, akin to the process of concocting elixirs. As the incantation was infused into the violet flames, their temperature surged exponentially, enveloping the celestial iron. The violet flames were formidable enough to dissolve most impurities. However, several remained, resistant to melting. Thus, the craftsman must repeatedly hammer the material to cleanse it of these stubborn remnants, a rather tedious endeavor. As the violet flames began to swirl rapidly, some impurities were ejected from the fire, striking the walls of the furnace. This technique bore resemblance to the chaotic alchemy method, but given that this was molten iron rather than elixir, the expulsion of impurities necessitated greater velocity. Therefore, I harnessed a moment of enlightenment to slightly modify the incantation, increasing the rotational speed. Of course, the chaotic alchemy method could not be altered by mere strength alone, yet minor adjustments, such as enhancing speed, were certainly feasible. The violet flames whirled ever faster, ultimately reaching a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. Numerous impurities were flung out from the flames, and merely after 1 minute, no further impurities emerged. Satisfied, I nodded in approval, supporting my right hand with my left, and channeled another incantation. Instantly, the flames dissipated, leaving only the crimson molten liquid, which then propelled itself forth. I adeptly caught it with my tools, ensuring a steady grip. Upon meticulous observation, it became evident that the impurities had been reduced by a staggering 90% compared to their state prior to melting. It appears that this was my inaugural attempt at manually forging, and there remains much to be eradicated. The refining techniques I have acquired are merely the fundamental methods commonly available in the marketplace. While many artisans possess their own unique practices that they are reluctant to disclose to others, I realized that this was merely the initial step in the refining process. The density of the star iron had increased exponentially, now surpassing its previous state by several multiples. The orb of star iron cooled rapidly after its emergence, its surface resembling that of a polished mirror. I employed a specialized magnification spell tailored for refining. Before the orb of star iron, a luminous mirror materialized. By modulating the intensity of my spiritual energy, I was able to control the degree of magnification. At tenfold magnification, the surface remained impeccably smooth. I nodded in satisfaction, having confirmed that the material was indeed flawless at this stage. When magnified to 20 times, the surface continued to exhibit its smoothness, and I persisted in channeling my spiritual energy. It was not until I reached a breathtaking 100 times that intricate patterns finally revealed themselves. I was unaware of how other artisans conducted their refining, but this was the outcome of my astute calculations. I deduced that achieving a tenfold magnification would suffice for success, yet I had not anticipated the astonishing escalation to 100 times. I paid little heed to these thoughts, as my intuition suggested that greater density was preferable. Originally, the materials I possessed would have sufficed for a single refinement, Yet after this process, it appeared that I would have barely enough for one attempt. Consequently, I cast the remaining 8 portions of star iron into the furnace. A day later, all the materials had been thoroughly refined, yielding a complete set required for the crafting of the celestial tower. The subsequent step involved merging each component, a process that proved to be quite straightforward. I ignited the flame and introduced the celestial iron and the mother and child iron into the heat. As the temperatures rose, the two masses of metal began to amalgamate. The violet flames enveloped the mixture, initiating a frenzied rotation. At such an astonishing velocity, the two metals achieved an extraordinary 100% fusion. To illustrate, it was akin to 3 grains of rice combined with a single egg yolk, perfectly balanced. Following the directives outlined in the Celestial Tower crafting manual, I proceeded to merge each component meticulously. After an hour, over 20 distinct metals had completely fused into a mass the size of a fist. The amalgamation of these 20-plus metals reached an astonishing 100% ratio. The violet flames continued to envelop the molten metal, preventing it from cooling. It is crucial to understand that if the raw materials, after such meticulous refinement, do not solidify in one go, they become exceedingly difficult to remelt. A flame stronger than that used in the initial crafting would be required. I am uncertain whether other artisans possess the capability to reach this stage, but it seems implausible. The third step, shaping, was even simpler. I cast a spell that penetrated the molten metal. In the next moment, I felt a connection with the liquid mass. As I envisioned the form of the celestial tower in my mind, a wondrous transformation occurred. The liquid began to reshape itself according to my mental image. Before long, the tower took form, its body seamlessly unified and radiantly crimson. The final step remains. The flame must maintain a delicate equilibrium, ensuring that the tower neither melts nor cools excessively. This phase, while seemingly straightforward, poses the greatest challenge for many other craftsmen. The connection in my mind persists. Brother Yi retrieves the manual for the Celestial Tower's crafting, unfurling the intricate array diagram and meticulously examining the patterns that must be inscribed, noting their precise locations. As I scrutinize closely, intricate patterns begin to emerge from the base of the tower, gradually extending to the 2nd, 3rd, and all the way to the 9th layer. With the patterns successfully etched, I invoke a spiritual incantation. In the following moment, all the intricate designs gently meld into the tower's body, vanishing entirely. Thus, the crafting of the artifact reaches its culmination, and I withdraw the violet flame, suppressing my exhilaration. I await several minutes until the celestial tower cools completely before extracting it from the forge. Henceforth, even the violet flame shall no longer be capable of melting this tower. Stripped of its crimson glow, the celestial tower exhibits a surface akin to liquid mercury, exquisitely refined. A gentle touch upon its surface evokes ripples reminiscent of water, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The entire structure is a seamless entity, resembling a magnificent work of art. As I gazed upon the masterpiece in my hands, I marveled, truly. It is a work of divine craftsmanship. Who would have thought that the first artifact I crafted would possess such formidable power? Indeed, I am a genius. I could sense a profound connection established between myself and the Star Tower, signifying that I had successfully refined this treasure. Reflecting on the alchemical introductions I had encountered, I recalled no mention of such a capability. After much contemplation, I surmised that it must pertain to the unique techniques I employed in my crafting. The compatibility had astonishingly reached a perfect 100%. In a burst of youthful exuberance, I anticipated the moment of witnessing a miracle. I was on the verge of entering the legendary foundation establishment stage, thereby stepping into the realm of immortal cultivation. I withdrew the Star Tower into my dantian and settled into a meditative posture, preparing to attempt the foundation establishment process. I felt a surge of confidence regarding this endeavor. After all conditions were met, and the compatibility was flawless. There was no reason for failure. On the first day, my face radiated confidence. On the second day, I displayed a hint of surprise. By the third day, doubt began to creep in, and on the fourth day, I opened my eyes in desperation. What the hell? Why? All conditions are fulfilled, yet I still cannot establish my foundation? I felt a wave of frustration wash over me as I voiced my grievances loudly. After a moment of silence, I lay helplessly on the ground, unable to comprehend where the issue lay. At that moment, the system unexpectedly spoke. In your case, although I have not encountered this situation before, my advanced analytical capabilities indicate that your chi refining level is insufficient. My expression shifted in realization as I sprang to my feet. Are you suggesting that I need to elevate my chi refining level to above the 11th tier? The system concurs. Based on my calculations, there exists only this singular possibility. Your celestial tower possesses an exceptionally high level. After your alchemical refinement, its quality has been elevated by at least 100-fold, rendering its rank exceedingly elevated. Although you have refined this treasure, your own prowess remains insufficient, thus preventing you from establishing a foundation. The chaos alchemy technique you acquired is extraordinary. I did not anticipate that. After your rather arbitrary modifications, its application in crafting would prove to be as effective as alchemy, if not superior. I can inform you that there is no concept of density among artisans. At most, one might amplify the inherent properties of materials by a few times, which is merely a standard enhancement in the forging process. Yet, you have managed to amplify it by 100-fold. One cannot fathom the brilliance of your intellect. I am at a loss for words. What you term as arbitrary modifications are, in fact, remarkably impressive. However, how shall I continue to elevate my chi cultivation? Even the experience gained from defeating chickens eludes my grasp. Upon hearing defeating chickens, the system becomes irate. Defeating chickens. All you ever think about is defeating chickens. Can you not aspire to something greater, perhaps target more formidable prey? I thought the map contained only chickens. Even pursuing a slightly higher level wild chicken would suffice. I chuckle softly, whether domestic or wild. Any chicken that can be devoured is a good chicken. I am not picky. The system, exasperated, notes the issuance of titles and hidden maps. This chicken-slaying fanatic shall certainly not abandon his pursuit of chickens. You should continue to cast special items into your Dantian's vortex. Try throwing in that hammer along with your celestial tower. This may allow you to breach at least 2 levels. If that proves ineffective, consider tossing your furnace into the mix as well. I nodded, a look of realization crossing my face. So that is how it is. However, the star tower is what I use to lay my foundation and fill the voids. Surely nothing could go awry, right? The system reassured me, stating that once you transcend your current realm, all items within the cyclone can be retrieved. If you doubt this, why not try to extract the purple fire seed now? I hastily attempted to remove the purple fire seed. Previously, I had noticed that the purple fire could be utilized even after entering the cyclone, so I hadn't thought much of it. Soon, under my control, the purple fire seed soared out of the cyclone. Indeed, there was no issue. Could it be that if I toss it back in, I could continue to upgrade? A sudden thought crossed my mind. The system responded with exasperation. You must be jesting. Though it offered no explanation, it was clear it did not wish to entertain such foolish inquiries. Embarrassed, I scratched my head and then retrieved the foundation-laying hammer from the system's inventory. Suddenly, a realization struck me. Wait, I cannot refine this hammer. How then can I send it into my cyclone? The problem reverted to its essence. To build a foundation, I must place the hammer into my Dantian. But to do so, I must first refine the hammer, which requires a higher realm. Good heavens, a deadlock without resolution. I tugged at my hair in frustration, feeling slightly deranged. The system remarked, "That's your dilemma. I merely provide suggestions." With no choice left, I resolved to attempt breaking through to the 11th layer of chi refinement. Perhaps that layer would suffice after all. I could only hope for the best. The star tower was cast into the vortex, which emitted a resounding rumble. It then began to expand, doubling in size before finally coming to a halt. In that fleeting moment, I sensed that my own realm could further transcend. I promptly seated myself to commence my cultivation, just as I intended to take out some celestial delicacies. Suddenly, I recalled the experience points accumulated by the system. I accessed the system panel and navigated to the section where my experience was stored. Upon clicking to release it, an overwhelming surge of energy manifested instantaneously within the vortex. My cultivation level instantly surged to the 11th layer of chi refinement, filling the recently expanded vortex to its brim. I seamlessly entered the state of complete perfection at the 11th layer of chi refinement. Opening my eyes, I exhaled slowly. How delightful. Within a mere 5 seconds, I had ascended an entire minor realm. Anyone in my position would surely echo my sentiments. I lifted the star tower from the vortex and commenced another attempt at foundation establishment. A day later, I reluctantly opened my eyes, still unable to establish my foundation. It appeared my chi refinement level was still too low. Helpless, I retrieved my hammer, pondering how I might refine it. However, as soon as the hammer emerged, it unexpectedly took flight, circling around me. What is happening? I found myself bewildered. The hammer was flying on its own. Could it possess sentience? In the next moment, My suspicions were confirmed. At the 11th layer of chi refinement, it seemed I had encountered a stroke of fortune. With my assistance, the hammer could potentially reach the 12th layer, thus barely meeting the criteria for recognition. Suddenly, the hammer conveyed a message to me. The other party indeed possesses consciousness, proving to be no ordinary entity. Hearing such words, I felt a surge of joy within me, as it seemed they were inclined to acknowledge me as their master. Impatiently, I urged, "Come forth swiftly, for with your presence, I shall ascend to the 12th level of chi refinement." The hammer let out a cold snort, exuding an air of arrogance, and retorted, "Do you have any idea of my origins to dare disrespect me? Prepare yourself." With that, it truly swung towards me. Brother Yi struck, curled up on the ground, lamenting his own reckless words. Fortunately, the hammer did not strike with lethal force, confining its blows within my threshold of endurance. Otherwise, a single strike could have spelled my demise. Letting him understand the consequences of his insolence, I cried out in pain, "It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong, I was wrong. Please, cease this divine retribution." As I wailed and pleaded for mercy, the hammer continued its onslaught until it seemed satisfied. Ultimately, it delivered a final blow to my chest, causing me to spew forth a mouthful of blood. In that fleeting moment of expulsion, the hammer deftly maneuvered to obstruct the blood, swiftly absorbing it. In an instant, I felt a profound connection with the hammer. This phenomenon typically occurs only after refining. My face lit up with joy. The entity had acknowledged me as its master, just as I was about to utter a few words. The hammer plunged directly into my dantian, voluntarily immersing itself within the chi cyclone. A thunderous sound resonated once more, and the cyclone expanded significantly. I sensed that I could resume my cultivation, promptly assuming a meditative posture. There remained a portion of experience yet to be unleashed, which, upon reaching the pinnacle of my realm, had been prematurely curtailed by the system. Now, as it was released again, it produced only a modest effect, failing to elevate me to the 12th level. I retrieved several exquisite delicacies I had prepared earlier and entered a state of indulgence. Upon finishing the first dish, I experienced a significant breakthrough, ascending to the 12th level of chi refinement. It became evident that the spiritual energy required for this level was more than 20 times that of the 11th, a truly daunting realization. This demand surpassed even that of the later stages of foundation establishment. To reach this level, I would need to consume at least 20 dishes crafted from high-grade spirit stones. However, this was hardly a concern, as during my seclusion, Wanlinger had generously bestowed upon me a considerable number of high-grade spirit stones. Additionally, I had acquired a few myself. The esteemed Saint Lu Mingxian had been remarkably generous, presenting me with 20 high-grade spirit stones all at once. In stark contrast, the so-called Saint Su Cha-Ching from Daju Peak had only offered a meager 5 stones, as if dismissing me like a beggar, while expecting me to sing his praises. I couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation at the thought of Su Changqing's blatant disregard for my worth. It was only through comparison that I recognized the stark disparity in generosity among those of the same rank. With a sigh, I lamented the decline of human nature and the deterioration of societal values. Shaking my head, I exited my secluded space, resolved to prepare several more dishes before returning to savor them leisurely. Before departing, I feared that others might perceive my cultivation level and regard me as an extraordinary being. Thus, I implored the system to conceal my cultivation to the 10th level. Otherwise, I worried that I would be seized for experimentation upon stepping outside. The system acquiesced, and once it had successfully masked my level, I ventured forth. As soon as I emerged, I was immediately spotted by Wanlinger and by Xiao, who rushed towards me with the swiftness of a lightning strike. One person seized my ear, and I let out a piercing scream, utterly bewildered by the day's unfolding events. Regret washed over me for not consulting the almanac before venturing out. How could you still dare to come out? You've caused this young lady to go over 20 days without savoring a warm meal, Wanlinger exclaimed vehemently. I cried out in pain, "Ouch, let go. My ear feels like it'll come off." It was only then that Wanlinger and Bai Xiao realized they had indeed been a tad too forceful and quickly released their grip. I exhaled deeply, massaging my ears. Taking a considerable time to regain my composure, I finally spoke. "I had prepared an abundance of divine delicacies for you, nearly a month's worth. How could you have consumed it all in merely 10 days? Wanlinger retorted, "It's all your fault for luring my grandfather. On the very day after your seclusion, we were indulging in the divine food when he stumbled upon us. Consequently, that old fellow came every day, devouring more than we could manage. Within just 10 days, it was all gone, not even sparing the roast chicken, completely disregarding his granddaughter's need for cultivation. It was only when I showed him the storage ring that he reluctantly departed, yet for the remaining 20 days, he continued to check on your whereabouts intermittently. Wan Linger declared fiercely, anyone who competes with me for food is an enemy, including my grandfather. I understood now. While I prepare your meals, you could simply hide the storage ring containing the divine delicacies and find a secluded spot to eat, couldn't you? I proposed, easily resolving the matter. Wan Linger looked astonished. Are you suggesting you will still enter seclusion? Bai Xiao turned her gaze towards me as well. Naturally, I have just completed my foundational treasure, and the next step is to establish my base, I proclaimed with pride. The two women were taken aback, with Bai Xiao being the first to speak. Impossible. Have you truly succeeded in your alchemical endeavors? Wan Linger also expressed disbelief, having merely procured materials for me, not wishing to discourage my efforts, considering the expenses were minimal. They both remained skeptical of my claims of success. Anticipating their doubt, I replied, indeed, it was initially improbable to achieve success. Following the techniques outlined in those crafting tomes, I found myself unable to progress beyond the second step. With no other recourse, I pored over those ancient texts repeatedly, hoping to uncover some insight. Can you guess what transpired? I concluded with a mischievous smile. The two women shook their heads, perplexed by my words. Suddenly, a look of terror flashed across Wan Linger's face as she recalled my enigmatic grin, and she trembled. Could it be that you were possessed by some ancient fiend, rendering you not truly yourself? Bai Xiao's expression shifted, and she swiftly drew her sword, pressing it against my neck, demanding with a quivering voice, quickly, expel whatever has taken residence in your body. I was at a loss for words, thinking to myself, heaven, spare me. Today feels particularly sorrowful, as if even the very air conspires against me. In a state of alarm, I raised my hands in surrender. Please, take it away. That thing has no sense. If it were to graze my skin, leaving a scar, what would become of me? I depend on my appearance for sustenance. What sort of reasoning is this? How could I possibly be possessed? Yet, the two women remained resolute, their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon me. Wan Linger drew a sword and rested it against the neck of the other person. Now the situation was dire. Wan Linger coldly inquired how to prove one's identity. How the hell can I prove I am who I am? I thought, yet feared that voicing such thoughts would lead to immediate peril. My mind raced, contemplating the philosophical conundrum of self-identification. It was due to my exceptional housekeeping that I had been specially appointed by the young lady. Wan Linger shook her head dismissively, stating that this was insufficient, as one could possess such knowledge post-possession. I found myself at a loss for words. I have embraced your left thigh, your right thigh. You gifted me clothing. You tasted my inaugural meal, which was fried noodles. The way I folded the quilt was impeccable. Your father even deemed it a work of art. I once secretly sniffed Wan Linger's undergarments. A flicker of something unusual crossed her eyes, yet she continued to shake her head, the chill emanating from the sword growing ever more piercing. I wiped the sweat from my brow and continued to reminisce. How was I to respond to such an inquiry? Was this not a push towards an inescapable abyss? How could I prove I was indeed myself? According to your assertion, post-possession one would possess the entirety of the former's memories, rendering any proof impossible. I exclaimed in frustration.